Good evening, everybody. I apologize for a later start. I did my best to try and announce that on Twitter where I could, but as always, I kind of wish I could be a little bit better at being on time. Regrettably, my transit circumstances don't always allow for that. So we are here and we are ready for Valiant Hearts: The Great War. Let's bring ourselves some music up. As always, I'll just take a little while to start up. Just take a quick minute and see all the settings. I don't know what veteran mode is. I'm a little curious, but I am not yet a veteran, so... Okay. Maybe this is one better played with a gamepad. We'll see. Anyways, as promised, we're going to be doing another war game. We're still on our war series. I think again, I like to give people a little bit of time to come in and maybe set up what we I don't know, what we know, what the games are about. One thing that's interesting about this game is, if your education was anything like mine, the First World War is largely understudied. It feels like the First World War is really set up in order to communicate the context under which the Second World War came up, specifically as relates to... What does validate? Oh, Jesus! I didn't want to start the... I guess this is the credits? Well, you know what? We can talk over this. Definitely give them some credit, as if you'll permit. Yeah. So certainly, it's very important. Obviously, the Second World War is a very important event. It's one that deserves to be studied in great detail. And yet, I think in some ways, the First World War actually also has some very important features and details, and one that, you know, bears a certain degree of study. Oh, you know what? I screwed this up. Just give me a quick second here, guys. I've got something wrong with my my setup, so we're just gonna lose a little bit of music for a bit. There we go. We're back on track. But yeah, I think the importance of the First World War is not... Hey, T. Clark, good to see you again. I think the importance of the First World War is not properly communicated through its study. This is to say that if you think... So, there are some actually very good cultural products that deal with the First War. You know, this could be books, this could be films. In particular, one of the finest movies ever made is Lawrence of Arabia, which is about the First World War and T.E. Lawrence. In fact, I actually have the Seven Pillars of Wisdom on my bookshelf. And, you know, again, if you look, it's not that the First World War is ignored, and yet so much of what we learn and so much of what we understand tends to be related to the Second World War. And generally, we talk quite a bit about the unsatisfactory resolution of the First World War leading to the Second World War, rather than studying it in its own right. And certainly, I'm not, you know, I don't possess any particular insight into this this conflict compared to, say, anybody else. And yet I still think it's... there's a few things to talk about. I think one thing that's very interesting about the First World War that's maybe underappreciated is the... you could sort of consider the events leading up to it to be sort of the first age of globalization. I seem to remember John Maynard Keynes was writing about sort of the age that ended with the onset of the First World War. being one in which you could call up, somebody in London could call up and order anything in the world and sort of expect it on their doorstep by the afternoon or something along these lines. Something that sort of describes, almost like Amazon.com or something like that. The world that he describes in that quote sounds a lot like today's, and yet what he is referring to is the age of these great empires. And in fact, it's quite possible that this interconnection, that this globalization sort of had this indirect influence on the origins of the First World War. You have this situation in which another way that you can sort of look at the First World War is you can sort of say that there was the institutions in place, be they military tactics or be they political institutions, had not caught up with the technological reality of war making. This was still a time where you would have big empires and you would try to sort of assert your place in the world. And, the decision to go to war was made maybe not necessarily lightly, but in some ways it almost feels a little bit like a video game. Like if you see somebody in a position of weakness, then you jump and you try to enforce your will where you can. And especially if you don't appreciate the consequences of that decision, if you don't appreciate the impact that that's going to have, the result is tragedy. Okay, so this was just the credits. So it's very interesting, actually, just going straight down to the title. So Valiant Hearts, I'm going to assume, is talking about the main characters. But the decision to call it the Great War, this is actually what the name of the First World War was. This is what people referred to it as. I think, in fact, at the time, somebody said something to the effect of, some conflicts simply name themselves. Everybody recognized that this was the first time that the world would fight on this scale. And so they called it the Great War. And yet, it didn't take the Second World War for people to actually call it the First World War or World War One. I think at least before the 1920s, there were at least some historians who were referring to it as the First World War. And it's not necessarily because they had any insight in terms of what was happening inside of Germany, but they did say that it's, it doesn't require that much of a stretch to understand that this is not going to be the only time that the world's powers fall into conflict. And I suppose the tragedy of it is that it would usually be within the lifetime of those historians when the world would fall into conflict again. So there's a little bit that can be said about the origins of the war. I think it's probably about time that we started the game, but maybe one thing that is of interest... you know what? I'll save it for the game. Let's just jump in. I know only one of you seem to be watching right now, but let yourself be known in chat, and I'll give you specific attention, and I'll try to answer whatever I can about the First World War. This game saves automatically at certain points. Do not turn off your system when the following icon is displayed. All right. Freely inspired by events unfolding on the Western Front between 1914 and 1918.
August 1st, 1914. After the assassination of Prince Franz Ferdinand of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the German Empire declares war on Russia. Because of established alliances, France is preparing for conflict. A few hours after the announcement of the general mobilization, German civilians living in France are asked to leave the country. Karl is one of them.
August 1st, 1914, Saint Mihiel, France. Several days later. Armée de terre et armée de mer. Order. Order diplomatisation générale, and the rest of the letter.
A few days after Karl was deported, the war was hungry for more and took away Emil as well. A heavy-hearted Emil was called up to fight and left the farm for Samuel. Like so many others, he had no idea what fate had in store for him.
August the 13th, 1914, St. Miel Barracks. So man, this game really... it comes out with both barrels. It's the exile of a loving father and the conscription of the dad. Oh, this is so good. Okay, war is declared. June 28th, 1914. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austrian-Hungarian throne, was assassinated in Sarajevo. As a result of the chain of diplomatic and military alliances in place, the event launched Europe into an armed conflict that, with the involvement of colonies, took on a global dimension. August the 1st, Germany declared war on Russia. August the 3rd, Germany declared war on France. August 4th, Britain declared war on Germany. August 11th and 12th, France and Britain declared war on Austria-Hungary. Well, T. Clark, I've always felt that I should keep that stuff secret until the time comes up. But as always, I will. I'll ask the chat if they want to know what I'm playing next. So this is actually, I really like this. So first of all, I think it's great that they're educating people through this game. But furthermore, I can actually talk a little bit of what I know about this. But let's finish the information they've given us. The barracks and the regiment. Battalions comprised of a battalion headquarters and 4 companies, a total of 1,007 men in all. Companies were composed of 4 platoons, in turn divided into 4 sections, each of 12 men, commanded by an NCO. Britain was slow to mobilize on the Western Front. Half its army were overseas, with a genuine fear of invasion. Infantry divisions were held in reserve in Britain and not included in the British Expeditionary Force. While conscription only came into force in 1916, voluntary enlistment was initially overwhelming, with 750,000 men eager to show their patriotism. Railways. With the outbreak of war, each country was eager to dispatch its army in situ as quickly as possible to gain the advantage. Railways were essential for mobilization and supply. By August 1914, the British realized the importance of rail in the war effort and dispatched Royal Engineers to the front to build new lines. By 1917, 40,000 enlisted railway soldiers were working in the for the RE in France and Flanders. The debacle of August 1914. In the early fighting, the German army made swift progress. After invading Belgium, they marched on Paris in late August. French troops retreated en masse, and units were outflanked and repelled, taken prisoner or killed. The months of August to September 1914 marked the bloodiest period of the war, with over 180,000 French casualties alone. The French authorities described the debacle as an organized retreat. The war to win over public opinion had begun. So I'm just kind of curious. Okay, facts and items. Didn't necessarily want to know what's next. Little surprises are nice. Just wondering if you'd ever considered it. Oh yeah. No, I know T. Clark. I just there's no way that I can answer that without ruining the surprise. That's definitely not an admonishment. So what I'll do quickly, just to talk about war is declared. In one sense, if the war wasn't so tragic, the circumstances under which it started would almost be the subject of a comedy. So it's interesting, of course, that they talk about the assassination of Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo, because, of course, we just played This War of Mine, which is based on the siege of Sarajevo, based on the Bosnian Civil War. And it was, in fact, I believe it was a Serbian nationalist group that that actually that performed the assassination. And so what is interesting on this one is it was a complete debacle. The original plot was to throw a grenade to kill the Archduke. And so the motorcade is going. So first of all, the Archduke was, I mean, somewhat foolish to go there. Definitely, there was nationalist sentiment. It's a little bit like, JFK knowing that there was an assassin, for him in Texas and going anyway. But this group of assassins originally tries to throw a bomb into the car. Now the bomb missed and hits civilians instead. The motorcade still goes on. Now, apparently what happened was Franz Ferdinand actually went to the hospital to visit the people who had been injured in it. And on the way to the hospital, the motorcade takes the wrong turn, and as luck or misfortune would have it, one of the assassins is there who ultimately shoots him and his wife with a pistol, which is what's depicted at the opening of the game. So you've got this incompetent plot to assassinate the Archduke. It fails. He does the stately thing and goes to visit the survivors in the hospital. The motorcade turns the wrong way, runs into one of the would-be assassins, who then takes out a pistol and is able to shoot him. Like, if you had written that in a script, people would have said that's absolutely incredible. But what is also interesting about this is that it was not necessarily a major event. He was nobody would have said that is the event that would have sparked the first global conflict. But effectively what happened was this led to a series of political maneuvers that resulted in the war. And so when we talk about sort of this first stage of globalization, you have these empires, you have these alliances which have been forged. And so I think one of the big, again, my understanding of this conflict is somewhat hazy, but I believe Austria-Hungary basically delivers an ultimatum to Serbia. And this ultimatum is somewhat designed. It's a little bit like Civilization, right? You try and provoke somebody into war so you don't seem like the warmonger, but you're able to get a lot of territorial gains. I think it's sort of a similar idea to that. And ultimately, this eventually launches the conflict. But of course, because all of these treaties have been signed, and as it says here, where was it? As a result of a chain of diplomatic and military alliances in place, all of these sort of deals, everybody kind of calls in these arrangements which have been made, and the world gets swept up in this terrible conflict. But even then, there's a little bit of confusion. So, the original strategy was a bit misunderstood. You have sort of an idea, am I supposed to deploy here? Am I supposed to deploy there? And so even this assassination attempt, which has sort of this, very strange, borderline comical screw-up, even the mobilization wasn't entirely, straightforward. The other thing that's maybe worthwhile mentioning about this is when you take a look at the numbers in terms of enlistment, a lot of the war poetry that you see, a lot of the dulce decorum-esque style of poetry, a lot of this anti-war poetry that's come up. Again, you have two very different perspectives on war. Nobody had really seen something like this at the, it took World War I to realize just how out of step the political and strategic arrangements were to technology. Our capacity for ending human life had grown substantially. In fact, some of that technological innovation occurred because of the war. gas, probably the most iconic image of the First World War, I don't believe was in use at the beginning of the conflict, but was instead innovated because of the fact that trench warfare was just not a way to conduct war in the face of such highly mechanized solutions. And the tank, in fact, the tank really seems to have been one of the things that sort of broke that stalemate, and the British ultimately fielded more tanks. And so it's not necessarily, well, it's not just the British, but basically the Allied forces, who we normally associate with the good guys, if you can say there are good guys in this conflict. They fielded more than the losers. And again, I suspect probably historians may disagree with this, but you can see it as a major contributor to the Allied victory. Anyways, I'll try and keep some of the stuff to when these screens come up. Another thing I really love about this game is its ability. So obviously it has a little exposition at the start, which is communicated in dialogue, but really it's actually very good in game, communicating things non-verbally. So in this case, obviously you've got gibberish going on. You've got Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, the motto of the French Revolution. Obviously not just the motto of the French Revolution, it's also France, but when you actually say the series of events, it's pretty amazing. That was essentially a comedy of errors that triggered World War I. Indeed, I mean, so the origins of I was going to say, if it was not Franz Ferdinand, I suspect there would have been some arrangement that would have ultimately resulted in a global conflict of that scale, because in the end it is the nature of those powers, it is the way that the world had worked previously to just try and play like a game of Civilization, or play like any of these games where you want to get just a little bit more. And the alliances were in place, and again the extremely important thing is that I really don't think people understood the capacity for destruction, which is the real tragedy of this conflict. But I mean, this might in fact be the reason why we don't study it as carefully, because in a lot of ways it is very, very senseless what happened. And yet there's so many iconic images that you get out of that. You have the Red Baron, you have, T. Lawrence, you have, again, the war poetry. There's a lot of things that have come into our cultural understanding. And yet the study of the First World War, its origins, seem to be a little underappreciated. Oh, here we go. Oh, this is neat. So you have to go through basic training to... This is a really good way of giving a tutorial. Oops. Gonna have to get used to that. By the way, I apologize, guys. If for those of you who are history buffs, I really don't know if I said anything about World War I that you couldn't find in like a Wikipedia article or something like that. Again, I try not to do too much like pre-reading, because I trust you guys are able to like Google stuff yourself. But if any of you are knowledgeable on this, I would love to hear some. I'd love to hear some feedback. Republique Française, 150 Regiment d'Infanterie.
My dear Marie, we are on our way to Paris. The atmosphere here is strangely cheerful. I hope that the harvest goes well. Rely on our neighbors for help. They've always been gracious and charitable people. I'll write again as soon as I get my assignment. Please kiss my little grandson for me.
I really wish I could do the French dialogue with English subtitles.
At the train depot in Paris, trying to reach his regiment at Platform 21, Emile would meet the man he would soon fight alongside. The man who would come to be his truest friend.
August 14th, 1914, Garlet. Oh, okay, I messed up. One thing that's sort of interesting here is I love the little color schemes that they've done. So obviously you'll always be able to see Emile through his lighter colors, and you'll see the dark uniforms. Again, just very nice little art direction. It's a very nice visual style, and again, very good visual storytelling, and also. I think the tutorial, it's nice and short, it tells you what you need to know, but it's also, you know, it kind of works within the context of the story. I think that's a really well done little opening sequence. So they're not going to let me go by. Oh, I like red wine. He's probably not going to let me take his wine. Oh, he does let me take his wine. Nice! That's a very clever little puzzle, actually. Hello, Johnny Big Time! Guys, Johnny Big Time is an outstanding caster on Team Panda. Yeah, I like that the voices are in French. I really wish it was... Again, it'd be wonderful if it was like a foreign film. This is by Ubisoft, I think it's Montpellier. But it's... It's a... Sorry guys, I'm trying to shout out Johnny Big Time as well. I gotta get my Twitch stream up on this side. Yeah, it would be wonderful if we could see it in sort of the original language. It's a bit of a shame, in my opinion, that so many developers in other languages don't get to... don't get to sort of present their game in their native language, just because the market for these games are so overwhelmingly Anglophone. But I don't know. It's come on. Sorry. Why is that not working? Okay. Sorry guys, I'm going to take a quick minute here, and while I'm playing with my my laptop, I'm going to get that fixed for T. Clark. But yeah, guys, Johnny Big Time is an absolutely fantastic streamer on Twitch. He has been killing it in Dark Souls. He actually, like... It's like his first 5 times or something with Gwyn wound up like just killing him, and like asked at the end of the game, was like, is that it? Absolutely fantastic streamer, really friendly guy. Again, I'm very much of the feeling that he deserves much more attention than he receives. It's not to say that he's like a super small streamer or something like that. His stream is definitely growing, but I think there's a bit of a disconnect between what I think he deserves in terms of a viewership, rather than what the reality is. T. Clark, could I just get you to try that shout out for Johnny Big Time again? But yeah, guys, Johnny Big Time, wonderful guy, good friend of this cast, good friend of Team Pandas. Strongly recommend that you check out his cast. So, and that's awesome that you can hang out. Actually, we're playing Valiant Hearts: The Great War, which is about it's a French game. It's about World War One, and we're going to do our best to try and talk a little bit about the Great War. This actually the best thing about this game is the subtitle. The Great War is in fact what that war was originally called. But let me try and get through some of the reading material. So August 12th, 1914. Beautiful. I'm so sorry that took so long, T. Clark. I actually really appreciate that you've been trying to help me out with that. So I felt bad that it wasn't working as intended. August 12th, 1914. I started training at the military camp today. I can't help thinking of Karl, who's probably doing the same in Germany. The declaration of war has created havoc. I hope Marie and the neighbors manage to finish the harvest in time. August 12th, 1914. At last, I can't wait to get fighting. Maybe it'll ease some of the pain I feel inside. August 1st, 1914. The bells all over Paris started chiming at 4 p.m. this afternoon. It was eerie. Somebody in the street told me it was for troop mobilization in case Germany declares war. I'll write to Father to find out what's going on in Belgium. August 1st, 1914. It feels strange to return to Germany. At least Emile can take care of Marie and Victor. Things should calm down in the months to come. It's also meaningless. August 12th, 1914. After Karl, it's Daddy's turn to leave. Why did they have to call him up? Wasn't it enough to expel my dear sweet love from these lands? Why do they want to put Daddy in uniform? He's too old to fight. And now they've left me all alone with the harvest on the way and Victor to take care of. Can't go up the ladder. Oh, I just need music. This game is so charming. You have no ideas, guys. Yeah, everybody's going horde. I mean, I like this kind of stuff already, but this game has absolutely won my heart already. It's embarrassing.
Thank you very much. I'm free. Well, you fool. You listen. Good luck, my friend.
August 21st, 1914. Emile's regiment was sent to fight against the 71st German Division, led by Baron von Dorf. The general cheer of the first hours dissipated into the fear of first combat.
August 21st, 1914. Ah, damn it. Sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ! So yeah, I mean, we're already... Oh, okay. Interesting. This game is not trivial at all. But yeah, so we were talking about this a little bit before. Obviously, a complete lack of appreciation for the ability to end and human lives. Ooh. Jesus, and there you have it. This is a really well done sequence, actually. Am I the only one left?
Have him!
Is that Emile?
Miss Marie Chillon. Private Emile Chillon from the 150th Infantry Regiment was wounded by enemy fire on August 21st. He has been captured by the enemy. Hopefully, you shall receive news from him soon. Freddy, originally from America, enlisted voluntarily in the French forces at the start of the war. Behind his bravery hid a man already devastated by the war's effects. A man with one sole obsession: punish those who had destroyed his life.
What a game!
It was at the Battle of the Marne that Freddy finally
Just a minute.
picked up the trail of the regiment commanded by Baron von Hof.
So yeah, man, this is such a good... So we're back to Marne, France. I'm curious if we have any more historical facts. We do? Okay. So yeah, I mean, you grow so attached to this character, and within the first few moments, I mean, I thought he was dead. But yeah, so we were talking, I guess the one thing I'll say a little bit about the technology was, of course, we... more or less people are going to know about trench warfare. Well, let me read the history first. Americans in the French Army. 128 Americans enrolled in the French Army from the start of the conflict, mostly in Paris, including the poet Alan Seeger. The majority joined the Foreign Legion and took part in the Battle of the Marne. Others joined the Air Force, which later became the Lafayette Squadron. 24 gave their lives for France, including Alan Seeger. The media attention they received in the United States played a decisive role in their own country's decision to join the war 3 years later. So it's actually worth mentioning that it was not the war that we think at the start. The Ottoman Empire, for instance, did not join until later, as did the Americans. The Battle of the Marne. Drawn up long before the war, the von Schlieffen Plan was aimed swiftly overrunning France via Belgium and northern France. After the August debacle on September 6th, French troops turned to face German troops in the decisive Battle of the Marne and prevented the capture of Paris. The battle was the first time Franco-British forces managed to halt the German advance and thwart the main German battle plan. The front retreated northwards and destabilized in December. Then trench warfare began in earnest. In fact, I believe it is the von Schlieffen Plan that led to the construction of the Maginot Line, which was sort of this giant fortification between France and Germany, which I believe the Germans ultimately drove around in World War II. But it was this seemingly very effective plan that was ultimately stopped. Machine guns. The Great War demonstrated the technical progress of the age, symbolized by the machine gun. World War I devices could now shoot up to 200 bullets before requiring cooling and were perfectly integrated into infantry attacks. German machine guns deployment on the front gave them vast superiority at the start of the conflict. Capture the flag. Flags were powerful symbols for each unit, and once captured became trophies. When overrun, soldiers took the time to hide or bury them before being taken prisoner. With the arrival of trench warfare, flags disappeared from the battlefield and only made an appearance at military ceremonies away from the front. So, the interesting thing about this would be, so we're talking a little bit about technology. Do I know German? I do not, sadly. Jessie Quill's German though, so she can tell you a little bit. again, the so far as I understand, the most iconic weapon, the gas, came as a result of trench warfare. And in this case, the strategy employed, again, if you think back to war as practiced, you have this idea where it's a bit of a numbers game, where you can sort of push, you push forward with enough troops, and you take out the enemy fortifications. That works when you have cavalry. That even works when you have firearms, but it does not work when you have rapid fire firearms. When you're able to take that many lives in such a short period of time, you have what happened to Emil. Everybody is completely obliterated before they even go across, and this is where you get things such as no man's land. In fact, I believe the image of the poppies, one of the reasons poppies came up was because the ground was so well tilled by the shelling, by all of the fire, that it was actually particularly well suited for growing plants once the shelling stopped. So in the end, as we said, the next technological innovation would be the tank. Apparently, again, I don't know a lot about this, and again, it might just be that people don't want to admit how effective this method was. Sorry, guys, I'm a little tired, so I wanted to get a Red Bull, courtesy of Jesse Quill, by the way. But apparently, the different forms of gas that they used were not that effective in actually getting gains. It was the tank that ultimately kind of broke the style. But ultimately, again, you have a series of political arrangements, which are, you want to maintain a balance of power, so you create alliances between these different countries. And it's the first stage of globalization, but it also leads to a number of military entanglements, which are going to be called on when something like the assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand occurs. And you have a level of technological progress that maybe people don't quite appreciate the ability or the capacity to end human lives. And again, you also have these ideas of patriotism. Like we saw the number of people who enlisted originally in the war, and the poem Dulce Decorum Est. Actually, you know what? Let's take a minute. I think I can bring this up in the web browser. Yeah, you guys don't get to see my web browser, so. So this is Wilfred Owen. Bent double, like old beggars under sacks, knock-kneed, coughing like hags, we cursed through the sludge, till on the hunting flares we turned our backs, and towards our distant rest began to trudge. Men marched asleep, many had lost their boots, but limped on, bloodshod. All went lame, all blind, drunk with fatigue, deaf even to the hoots of tired, outstripped 5-9s that dropped behind. Gas! Gas! Quick, boys! An ecstasy of fumbling, fitting the clumsy helmets just in time. But someone still was yelling out and stumbling, and floundering like a man in fire or lime. Dim through the misty panes and thick green light, as under a green sea I saw him drowning. In all my dreams before my helpless sight, he plunges at me, guttering, choking, drowning. If in some smothered dreams you too could pace behind the wagon that we flung him in, and watch the white eyes writhing in his hanging face, like a devil sick of sin, if you could hear at every jolt the blood come gargling from the froth-corrupted lungs, obscene as cancer, bitter as the cud, of vile incurable sores on innocent tongues, my friend, you would not say with such high zest to children ardent for some desperate glory, the old lie, dulce decorum est, pro patria mori. And that last saying I think it is good and fitting to die for one's country. I know this comes from Horace, a very famous Latin poet. Sorry, it is sweet and right, actually, I think is the right. It's good and right, sweet and right, something like that. But basically it is the highest honor to die for your country. And this was absolutely believed at the beginning of this conflict. and you have Wilfred Owen describing what he saw in the First World War. And the consequence of this war, like, I think it something obscene, like 1 in 4, 1 in 5 would come home with some disfiguring wound. Like, if you can imagine seeing these war amps or something like that, if you see these things like, you know, Forrest Gump, Lieutenant Dan missing his legs, or you know, something like this, like, imagine on your street every other, hey, Abucha 19, imagine seeing everybody on your street, you know, every couple of houses over, somebody who'd served in the war, and, you know, they're missing an arm. And that's just something that you accept. That's the You're Only Here Since Cry stream was canceled. I'm glad to be your plan B. You know, this is the consequence of that war, and it's why you would cease to have sort of these big kind of rallying cries. Again, the old lie, Dulce Decorum Est. But again, it's sort of an ignorance in terms of what the capacity was. The strategy had not caught up with the capacity for ending human life. And in the end, like I said, while there was also technological innovation, which people had not really appreciated what would be involved, you know, in terms of just following the strategy of sort of rushing a trench or something like that. Likewise, they did innovations such as mustard gas, which, you know, in the end was horrifying in its own. That's the majority of what that poem is talking about, the Green Sea. So another, by the way, if you're interested in this kind of stuff, this is also the first the first war where they're talking about ShellChalk, also now known as post-traumatic stress disorder. And there's a really wonderful war film by Stanley Kubrick called Paths of Glory, which is actually about a French regiment. This is a true story. That fired on their own troops to try and motivate them to rush the trenches. And you can imagine the absurdity of this, right? That you are shot for being a deserter if you don't actually come out of the trenches and run across no man's land. And yet, what faces you in no man's land is certain death. You are getting a group of people whose strategy has been employed to deal with guns that can fire one shot, and you need to spend a lot of effort reloading it. And they're facing up machine guns, which is, I think what was it? They gave the 200 bullets before requiring cooling. It's obscene what they were capable of and what they were expected to do. The generals didn't need to be on the front lines. They were sitting back very safe. But that was the reality of what they were dealing with. Obviously, morale was going to fall. In fact, POWs were treated relatively well. There was an organization, there was a treaty regarding the treatment of prisoners of war. And there were actually quite a few captured. And I have to assume that was partially because people knew what was up, that they were willing to surrender, because in the end, your chances of surviving as a prisoner of war were much better than participating as a soldier. And again, it's you have political institutions which commit people to a very large-scale conflict. You've got military strategy that hasn't updated. You've got technology which is built for the ending of human life. You then have further technological innovation to deal with the fact that the strategy hasn't updated, and it results in weapons which are war crimes now if you use. So it's an utterly impossible situation that people found themselves in. And yet the very reason why they were brought up in the first place is that old lie, Dulce Decorum Est, Pro Patria More. Oh, right. Oh, let's do more. I'm sorry, guys. It's not going to be. I sound like I belong narrating books. That's very kind of you to say. We actually used to do reading streams on this channel, but I was actually banned for that. So if you want to hear some of the old stuff, if you go to highlights, I actually read a history book. And, you know, now I try to play games like that. See, this is nice, right? Because the history is built into the game. Sometimes I'm a little short on gameplay. But I don't know. I mean, you guys can let me know if you don't find it enhancing the experience. But I think, especially because this war is so underappreciated and so understudied. Yeah, Johnny, big time. 24-hour ban. And again, like, it was because I was reading that history because it's related to Crusader Kings 2, but that's Twitch for you. Yeah, I mean, I that's why I started streaming on YouTube as well, because I'd like to have a plan B if Twitch becomes too untenable. But yeah, so I mean, the nice thing about this game is that it incorporates the history inside of it. So, you know, I guess I can get around doing that, but I can't actually read the stuff that I had intended. August 12th, 1914. At last, I can't wait to get fighting. Maybe I'll erase some of the pain I feel inside. August 20th, 1914. We spent yet another day walking. We heard the cannon fire for the first time today. I don't want to have to kill. I must stop thinking about it and get some sleep. August 24th, 1914. That letter gave me such fright. Poor Daddy. He's been wounded and taken prisoner by the Germans. I don't know if he's seriously injured and if he's being well taken care of. I've been told prisoners are allowed to receive letters. I shall write him tomorrow. God forbid you drop some knowledge on these savages. Well, I mean, again, I think if you're going to... These... Do I... Okay, I can't blow up my own guy, so... Nice. It's a clever little puzzle. God. Do I guess I do this? Nope, that's not gonna work. Oh, that's getting too close for comfort. Ah, damn it. Okay, so I gotta take advantage of the fact... Oh. I gotta somehow... There we go! So I gotta take advantage of the cooldown and then get on top. Sacre bleu! Oh, I guess it's German. Ah. I hit the wrong button. It was supposed to be D. Oh, I think I know what I do here. I gotta distract him.
Oh, yeah.
This is such a good game, guys. If you've not picked it up, this is definitely this is good stuff. I'm not so sure what I need to do. I guess I can try dropping bombs on your moms. There we go. That's how physics works, right? Okay. You know what? Probably not worth it. Let's solve our problems with bricks. I'm smart. Ooh. Okay, so we're gonna have to wait. There we go. Cut, you son of a bitch! There we go. I am absolutely not facing that machine gun. Surprise, motherfucker! Okay, never mind. Newton proved it when he blew up the apple. Your brother played this, told it made him cry. You were too afraid of the field, so I've not picked it up. I'll be honest with you, Johnny, big time. Even the start of this game is pretty damn sad. Okay, so I don't have any resources to solve this puzzle. Ooh. What do I do to get that ladder? Okay, so I'm trapped inside here. Ah, there we go. You can always solve problems with wine. He's probably going to shoot me if he sees me down below. This is some Assassin's Creed going on here. Hey, Forgeloon. Indeed. I'll admit, guys, seeing that image of I mean, everybody loves the Battlefield 1 trailer now, right? Like nobody's saying anything original if they say they like the Battlefield 1 trailer. But bam, bam. Oh, the flag. Nice. Yeah, I think it's a really good game.
From British forces, the German plan failed. The front line moved back to the north, and with the arrival of winter, froze. Soldiers holed up amid a vast labyrinth of trenches and tunnels that would become the indelible image of the Great War. Karl's regiment retreated to the outskirts of Neuve-Chapelle, the same camp where Emile was being held prisoner.
March 10th, 1915, German camp, Neuve-Chapelle. Let's get some historical facts. Yeah, I mean, Abushi, I think this game is wonderful. It's obvious, like, nobody's gonna be getting, like, MLG, you know, speedruns or something like that. I think it's a really wonderful... I mean, this is part of an ongoing series about war that we're doing. And sort of the interesting thing here, we talked about this a little bit at the beginning, was we played This War of Mine, which is about the civilians' experience of war. And the interesting thing is that is about the siege of Sarajevo and the the originating event of World War One, the one that's at least commonly regarded as the instigating event, is the assassination of the Duke Franz Ferdinand, and that happened in Sarajevo, and by one of the ethnic groups that ultimately was a major part in that civil war, which is the Serbs. So it's very interesting, to have that sort of historical connection. Now, obviously, Bosnia did not result in a world war, but it was a very devastating conflict in Europe. In fact, what is so impressive about the European Union, and what is so alarming about the tendency for these populist and particularly right-wing parties, especially on these platforms of, we need to get the immigrants out and things like that, is the European Union has been very good at getting a region which historically has been filled with lots of conflict to integrate, to get along. And we're sort of seeing a resurgence of these nationalist sentiments, right? In the case of Bosnia, you have, you have ethnic cleansing. This is going to be a Serbian district. This is going to be, there's three major groups in that conflict, Bosniak regions in that. You're saying is we don't want this other group in here. And, whether we're talking about building a wall or whether we're talking about, banning immigration or immigration of a particular ethnic group, these are ultimately the ingredients that have gone into some very terrible conflicts that we've seen in these games. Now, again, I'm not necessarily going to say, any one politician is going to be responsible for a conflict. But, there is an old saw, those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And again, we live in a very globalized age. We have a lot of interdependence. And the alarming thing is how ready people in times of trouble are willing to, to embrace these very regressive ideas of, we need to look inward. We need to be proud as a nation. We need to, reclaim that X identity. So, well, I don't know if it's specifically a religious problem. I mean, I would say cultural, whether or not it's real, I mean, obviously religion's going to be part of culture. But I mean, if you look at the broader picture, his name is Jake Bunyan. I was able to find him on Facebook. He looks like so much like Oily, it's scary. I'll read some of these things here. 6 million prisoners of war. Between 1914 and 1918, over 6 million men were taken prisoner, including 1.2 million German and 200,000 British troops. Despite the 1907 Hague Convention and the efforts of the International Red Cross, prison conditions and forced labor proved harsh for conscripts, and hundreds of thousands never made it home. That's interesting, actually, because what I had heard was that it was better to be a POW than be in no man's land. Although, of course, certain death is not much of a prospect, so perhaps I was mistaken on that original thing I said about being captured. Letters. Letters remained the only real means of communication with the outside world. Radios and telephones were only used for military ends. All soldiers wrote to their loved ones back home. As war correspondence was free of charge, this created logistical and financial problems. 10 billion letters and postcards were sent to and from the front during the war. The early war postal system was chaotic, but then the front was then separated into sectors, each with its own postcode. The visit from the military postmaster was eagerly awaited. The Battle of Neuve-Chapelle. March 10th, 1915. British shells literally rained down on German forces. For the first time, the technique of creeping barrage was used. A barrage with a fire of all units targets the same position for a period before advancing one line at a time. The infantry's advance was synchronized at a safe distance behind the barrage so that German lines could then be overrun. That day, 530 cannons fired over 216,000 shells. That is to say, one shell per weapon every 2 minutes. The Garwal Rifles. In the early 20th century, Great Britain and France governed huge colonial empires and put them to use during the war. Indian troops were deployed by Britain in the Middle East as well as on the European front, and made an important contribution to the war effort. Many victories were achieved thanks to their bravery and discipline in combat. A monument commemorating their sacrifice stands in Neuve-Chapelle, France. Mud. Trench life was difficult. Soldiers were confronted with cold, rain, and mud. Dirty water meant that diseases such as dysentery, typhus, and cholera flourished. The depth of the mud also presented dangers, and soldiers sometimes drowned in shell holes or in the tunnels leading to the trenches. Explosives. Trench fortifications required the use of explosives. To penetrate enemy lines, long tunnels were dug under no man's land beneath enemy trenches, inside which explosives were placed. The English used cordite, a powerful explosive that could be detonated at a distance. And do we have any diary entries? September 7th, 1914. I missed them by a whisker. It won't happen again. My younger brother's letter was sweet. It gave me a real boost. It's good he's back in the States, miles away from this nightmare. That kid has a knack for getting himself into trouble. August 21st, 1914. Emile, right there in front of me, sprawling on the ground. Why did his regiment have to come up against mine? I hope he pulls through. He's one tough cookie. I must find out what POW camp he's been taken to. September 25th, 1914. Today the Germans invaded St. Mihiel. Fortunately, the troops spared the farm. I took shelter in the cellar with Victor. Now what's going to happen? I think I need to get the guy... Ah, here we go.
Emil! Huh? Cow! Ah, cow! Marie, est-ce que ça va?
Dearest Papa, we live in a climate of uncertainty. Germans use the people of Saint-Mihiel as human shields against the French bombings. I hope the Germans treat you well, and that your wound has healed. Your grandson sends you kisses. I sent you a picture of him. All my love. Please write soon.
Adieu, Carl.
Nope. Get the picture. I think probably the sausages are already inside and that this is about... Oh wait, hang on. So... Oops. Alright. Water to the boil, then the sausages. Alright, have a good one, Abushe. Oh, neat. So I'm controlling the dog now, it looks like.
Merci.
Freedom.
Schwander Nichtlingster, blonder Klump.
We're French, we gotta take the wine with us. So I gotta get a stick, it looks like. And that's up. Oh, I gotta, I know what I gotta do. I'm gonna wind up using the dog, I think. But first let me get the wine.
What? Vas-y. Yes.
Thank you, dog. Okay, guys, I know I said this before. I'm gonna say it again. This game is very charming. I very strongly recommend it. I'm actually only a little way through, but I think it's really nice. All right, this is a little. Ah, look at that. Achtung! So, this is... Oh, interesting. So, the idea is that I want to use this for weight. Yeah, there we go.
What?
It's not obvious how I... Oh, I just joined the dog, I think. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I think basically this is a puzzle game in the end. It's one with a very good story. And again, really wonderful visuals. That's a pretty astonishing vista. Ooh. All right, doggy, go hit the bomb. Okay, there's got to be some way that I can get that cross though. Yeah, there we go. The guy's a national spoon digging champion. By the way, I'm a little curious, guys. I know this is going to sound insecure as hell, but that's who I am. What do you think as far as the commentary is concerned? Like, I don't want to talk too much over the game, and I don't want to pause the gameplay too much to talk about things unnecessarily, but like I said, I sort of want to... I also want to do the subject justice, so is there anything that you'd like to see a little bit more of? Oh. Oh, nice. I think I'm supposed to throw the bone at this? Yep. But yeah, if there's something that you'd like to see done differently or hear done differently, I'm happy to oblige, where I can at least. Okay, so what I'd like to do is I'd like to go up, but I don't seem to have that option, so... I think I have to go out and around, maybe? Yeah, but I still can't go up.
What? Okay.
Doggy! You really enjoy the little background informational tidbits? I'm glad to hear that, Johnny Big Time. Oh, no. Oh, wow. This is a... minutes earlier on the other side of the front.
The British troops continued their attack on Neuve-Chapelle. Their next objective, take back Port Arthur.
Sir. Yes, sir. Come on, boys, let's go.
For king and country. Oh god, this is such a really good touch, actually. Being slowed down by the mud. Sacre bleu! Not set up yet. Oh, so we need 3 of them. So what, do I just... 2... Oh, I get it. Okay, he's asking for specific quantities, so 2, 3, and 2. Wait, wasn't that 3? I'm pretty sure this is what he wants. Okay, well, I'll try 2 again, but... They really worked on the audio, so just speaking the specific language. Yeah, it's a really nice touch, I think. Oh, I get it. Okay, I see it now. I gotta give him the dynamite he wants in the position, so... Sorry about colonialism, my friend. God, this game's so full of stereotypes. The American blowing stuff up, huh? Achtung! Save the doggy! Oh, before I do this, do we have any more facts? No, we don't. Any more diaries? No, we don't. Again, very big fan of the visual storytelling.
Merci, mon ami. Du Ragnar. Garry's Thunder. Yeah, come this.
Amidst the never-ending attacks and counterattacks, Freddy and Emil hunted the elusive Baron and his regiment in Ypres.
I believe Ypres is the first time they used poison gas. Oh god, and there it is. Yeah, there's our historical facts. The Battle of Ypres. Is it Aneonet? Thank you very much for that, host. And welcome. I don't know if you're in chat yet, but I really appreciate that. The Battle of Ypres. Ypres was a key strategic town in Belgium, specifically for the British. It was the gateway to the north and thus to Britain. Canadian troops were deployed on the front line, and they proved their endurance and dependability in the combat to the Allies. 6,000 Canadian lives were lost in the Battle of April 1915. First gas attack. April 22nd, 1915, at Ypres came the first gas attack in history. 5,730 cylinders of chlorine were opened by the Germans in favorable winds. Chlorine gas caused burns to the eyes, skin, and lungs, even through clothes and rubber boots. The effects were devastating. The only defense found by Canadians was to cover their nose with a urine-soaked handkerchief. How's it going? Thank you very much for that host. Zeppelin bombardment. Zeppelins were invented in 1900 by the German Count von Zeppelin, but the first long-distance flight didn't take place until 1908. Zeppelins weren't much slower than the aircraft of the period and were first used in reconnaissance. They could also fly at higher altitudes, so from 1915 they were used to bomb civilians in London and Paris. I'm not quite sure how this worked in relation to airplanes. I think the Hindenburg is really the time that you stopped seeing Zeppelins used because obviously the catastrophe, and it is a very, fragile. It's a very fragile war machine, but again, I'm not entirely sure. It seems so strange that it's just the Hindenburg, which was a civilian tragedy, is the thing that stopped the use of the Zeppelin. Now, I know, Annette, forgive me if I don't recall you from a previous one, but what made you come to the stream? Are you just a fan of Valiant Hearts? Alliance. I am also an Alliance fan, although I haven't typed in. The Dogs of War. It is estimated that by 1918, the Germans had employed 30,000 dogs, while Allies employed 20,000. Dogs were recruited from dog pounds and the police force, while many families also enlisted their pets. Dogs had a number of roles as sentries and scouts, in postal liaison and equipment transport, in locating casualties and explosives, and as mascots. The main breeds deployed were German Shepherds, Doberman Pinschers, and Bouviers. March 10th, 1915. What a day. My life was saved twice today, first by an American soldier and then by a dog. But I'm free at last. I saw Carl before the bombing. I hope he made it out alive. I'm going to try and find him. You come from El Canoe. Oh, that's right. No, and I apologize for not remembering. That was my bad. But I'm a very, very big fan of El Canoe. I apologize. I am an Anglophone caster. My French is atrocious. But we're playing a very fine French game, but in English, I am afraid. But El Canoe is a very good friend of this chat. Actually, guys, let me just take a quick second here. I'm going to give him a shout out. El Canoe is a French streamer. In fact, for those of you who have read my my blog, I talk a little bit about how I came across his stream, but he has got a beautiful sense of comic timing. Here we go. Wait a minute. Why am I not able to use my own bot? What's going on here? Looks like Nightbot is not currently in the channel. All right. There's his address. El Canoe is a wonderful streamer. Again, he is a French streamer, so he does occasionally... I mean, he does reply in English if you write, but remember, like, it is a French cast, and it's best if we can keep it in its native language. There's certainly no shortage of English-speaking casts, but he's incredibly fun, even if you don't understand the language. And again, my French is extremely weak, but But he is a wonderful streamer. You definitely should check him out. And again, it's one that you can completely just sit there, watch, enjoy the game that he's playing in his own right. And like I said, just wonderful camera presence, wonderful comic timing. He's a really great guy. So I was actually playing Mushroom 11 recently, or Champignon 11. All right. March 10th, 1915, on the march to Belgium where the damned regiment is stationed. I'm not alone, at least. I met a funny old French farmer guy, Emile. Doesn't say much, but if I understood right, his son-in-law's German. How crazy's that? Not a day goes by that I don't dream of you. March 10th, 1915. At last I found Emile, just moments before the shells started flying. I hope he's managed to dodge the bombs. The letter he showed me filled my heart with joy. Marie is well, and Victor is growing up. That's all that matters. All right.
On April 22nd, 1915, chlorine gas was used for the first time by the Germans.
I can't just run into that, though. Yeah. Why would I have thought otherwise? Ridiculous. Oh, you know what? I gotta get the dog to do this.
On April 22nd, 1915, chlorine gas was used for the first time by the Germans.
What?
Go!
It's not so obvious what I need to do here.
What?
See, he's digging, but... Oh, wait, I know.
Savior.
Oh, can I not dig? Yeah, I can dig. Hey, Canadians. For those of you who don't know, I am a Canadian myself, so I get to be patriotic about Yeep. Not so obvious how I get up, though. Ah, yes. Oh, Akakadak's here. Let me do another shout out. Guys, Akakadak is a very dear friend of the streams. I would like to say a very dear friend of mine. I've had the pleasure of meeting him out in Vancouver when he visited. Oh, right. Bloody... Come on, Nightbot. Really? Alright. I'm done with this for a little while. But definitely you should click on that name and hit follow. He's a wonderful guy. Wonderful to have a chat with him. Wonderful to watch his stream. Everything about it is just great. He's definitely one of the really great features of Twitch, and I'm very happy that I got to meet him through Seriously Clara, and then of course get to know him in his own right. Oh, hang on. Maybe I get the dog to. Oh, don't take me up. Take me down. Good doggy. But yeah, guys, Akakadak, I always like to say killing it in Dragon's Dogma, but it's been a little while since he played that. Last I saw him, he was playing Salt and Sanctuary. But whatever game he's playing, he is absolutely a delight to watch. Again, one of the gems... Oh, I gotta pay attention to what's going on here. It's a matter of redirecting the flow so I don't poison myself. So I think it's telling me I need more than one of these things, but I'm not quite clear where... Aha! Again, nice little signposts in the game, so it's not, you know, the game is not overwhelmingly difficult, but, like, you kind of need to pay attention. But again, like, this is, I think this game actually hits a really great little balance between, you know, not making it so it's just a pure exercise in storytelling, right? So it's not an interactive novel, but it also, like, it's not so difficult that you spend forever on a puzzle, which is... I mean, again, you want to make sure that these things are still games, right? But it never becomes so challenging that you can't, you know, you can't navigate your way through the experience. Okay, so I'm not quite sure why I'm trying to get this thing to... Aha! There we go. So you need to redirect it inside itself. That's the idea. Sacre bleu! Yeah, so like not an obvious puzzle to start off with, but not something I spend the entire day, you know, figuring out either. Oh, more bomb puzzles. Help! Not so sure that's what I needed to do. Achtung! Nope. Okay, Doge. There's a side of me that wants to check the, get in there! A side of me that kind of wants to check the, Oh, help our American friend! Hey, we did it.
Thank you, my friend. You in?
I love this voice acting, by the way. So I'm just going to take a quick second to see... we've got items, which... Oh, hey, there's history on this too. Canadian identification tag. At the start of the war, Canadian identification tags were formed by a large aluminum disc. This, which was the shape they were... An emergency issue... because they were an emergency issue and had a unique shape. They were soon replaced by standard British tags, as were those of all British Empire forces. I actually believe the Canadians waited one day before committing to World War I as an assertion of their independence. Urine-soaked cloth. The only defense against a gas attack before masks were introduced was to cover the nose with a urine-soaked handkerchief. Urine reacts with chlorine directly in the handkerchief to form less noxious products, limiting the effects. It was not the most hygienic solution, but it was always better than a lungful of hydrochloric acid. And the Belgian shako. The Belgian army's distinctive shako resembled a top hat with a rim replaced by a visor. The shako was replaced by the Jaeger cap, the soft cap which flaps with flaps that could be pulled down over the ears. The cap was called the Jaeger because Belgian forces massed behind the river Jaeger to hold off the German advance. Yes. And I don't think we have any more diaries. Nope. Help us, lady!
Her name was Anna, a Belgian student living in Paris. She was hard on the trail of her missing father. For once, fate smiled on them. They were all going in the same direction. But while approaching Vimy, a German squadron spotted them.
I believe Vimy is another major event that helped, that was kind of a defining moment of the Canadian. Oh, the Hungarian dance! Oh! Ah! So for those of you who... there's a wonderful film by Charlie Chaplin called The Great Dictator, and he actually does the Hungarian dance, this song. Oh, Jesus, I need to pay attention. Oh, I'm dead. He does this wonderful sequence to this, where he's shaving somebody to the song. It's hysterical if you do a YouTube search for it. And see, actually, they do the exact same thing in The Great Dictator. Like, if you notice, the machine gun is perfectly synchronized to the violin part. You know, the da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da part. So, machine gun here. Oh, it's totally sequenced to this song. This is really, really clever. Ah! Ah! Oh, this is such... I love this sequence. Guys, you absolutely need to get this game. Ah!
Ça va aller, allez. Emile, allez!
I will aller. Night of April 22nd, 1915, The Labyrinth. Oh, damn it. I was not in the right spot. I think he's... Yeah, so he's gonna see me. Alright, so I gotta find a way of distracting the gunners. Oh no, I just need to pay attention to which gun he's using. Run away! Oh, so there's a gunner on each side. And that's why we use dogs.
C'est bien, c'est bien.
Oh, it's nice of the guy to take a break as soon as I blow up his sandbags. Oh, come on, man. Yeah, I'd be too lucky to... Grenade went off. Better go back to bed. Ah! Hello. So I gotta stay behind those. Yeah. Ah, yeah, morons. Oh, so there's no point to doing that other than to get the item. That's fine. I figured there's no point in risking it, so we'll let them. Ah, okay. Well, this poses a bit of a difficulty. Figure no point in risking it at this point. Wait, did I not bring a grenade with me? Alright, not obvious to me how I get past this. Maybe I need to use the dog. Oh yeah, definitely need to use the dog. Ah, come on, game. I'm not that lost. There's almost certainly something to get me past the barbed wire in the background. Aha! See, game, I don't need your helps. I'm an adult! So, Akadak, I was meaning to, not just, I mean, obviously anybody else who wants to answer this in chat can do so, but do you, bon chien is French for good dog. Have you played this game? You haven't played it. You know, Clara streamed it a while ago, but you missed that stream. Yeah, it's her playthrough is one of the reasons why I wanted to do this. I haven't actually seen her. Oh, hey, more. I didn't actually watch her playthrough because I knew I wanted to play this myself. But yeah, I've heard the same thing about the story. And again, I really do like games like this. Obviously, the perspective that you will gain from. So I mean, the thing is, I don't know if I believe this account of European versus American cinema, but somebody has pointed out that European cinema has less violence in it because in the end 2 world wars were fought on their soil, whereas the United States has been relatively free from conflict in its own territory. Now, I may point out that where Hollywood has exceptionally large budgets with which you can buy, you know, explosions or large set pieces or CGI or something like that, European cinema has smaller budgets, and so it's a little bit cheaper to pay a very good-looking actress, of which there are many in Europe, to take her clothes off to get people to come into the cinema. So there's always a side of that which I think is a little too thumbing their nose at the Americans. But I do think that getting the perspective. Hey, Shane Fit. I'm glad to hear there are other fans of the game. But you know, the snide comments on American cinema aside, I do think there's some benefit to. I do think there is some benefit to, you know, getting the perspective of a country whose territory has been kind of the scene of these kinds of conflicts, right? In both wars, France had to deal with, you know, either occupation or at least fighting. How did I get on a team? I met the individual who this is by Seriously Clara. Team Planned is by Seriously Clara. I met her locally, and then I sort of became involved through Team Vancouver through going to the Twitch meetups in Vancouver. So more so just personal connections that I made with people. All right. Thank you very much for the follow, Shane Fit. The Labyrinth. Vimy and Neuville-Saint-Vaast were two positions the Germans were quick to fortify. Here they built the Labyrinth, the complex network of trenches and tunnels connected to underground sleeping quarters. Allied armies unsuccessfully attempted to seize this key position on numerous occasions. Due to a huge number of casualties in late 1915, the position was declared impregnable. The trenches. Between the sides, there was an imbalance in trench conditions. After securing a head start in trench construction, the Germans reinforced them with iron and concrete, while the Allies had to wallow in mud. The Allies' changeover policy maybe contributed to this. Allied soldiers had 7-day shifts on the front, whereas German soldiers were allocated to a specific zone for an indeterminate period, giving them a chance to settle in. Memorial to the Moroccan Division. The Moroccan Division, whose model was No Fear, No Mercy, combined soldiers from across French colonial Africa and the Foreign Legion. The division included Moroccan Zouaves and Tunisian and Algerian infantrymen. In 1915, the division seized Vimy Ridge, but in the absence of backup from Battalion HQ, they were forced to retreat after 2 days. The Moroccan Division is the only division whose flags were decorated with the Legion of Honor. And finally, naval cannons. Naval cannons were capable of firing heavy-duty 800-pound shells. Due to their weight, they were mounted on special rails for transport to firing platforms. In the event of a retreat, artillerymen were instructed to destroy the cannons rather than let them fall into enemy hands. In fact, it's an interesting tidbit. We were talking about sort of the outdated tactics of trench warfare leading to technological innovation, and we mentioned that the Allied forces fielded more tanks. The tanks that the Germans did field, they did build some of their own, but actually they also fielded captured tanks, and so it was certainly not a meaningless thing to have your hardware fall into enemy hands. It would ultimately be used against you. So, all right, let's run. Ah! Oh, I hope we don't have to... Yep, we're going to have to deal with another batch. I don't even know what I'm going to use it in the background, but generally if it gives me the option, I figure... I'm not on a console. I'm playing on a PC. Oh, I gotta put the plunger on this thing. Okay. I'm assuming you're a console player yourself, Shane Fit? So I have a feeling it's going to be a little tricky to get past the gun to place the dynamite. Run away! So the second stick has to be in the background. You're currently looking to build a PC. Shane Fit, I can tell you, if you're looking to build a PC, I mean, streaming might be one consideration, but honestly, I think any PC that's capable of running modern games is likely to suit your needs. I really don't believe in this, you know, this nonsense that people tell you about needing overly specialized hardware. I mean, you need to have a decent processor, but like, it's nothing. You don't need to go ham. Like, I mean, I'm running a Skylake myself, but I definitely overbuilt. But where was I going with this? If you need a hand building a streaming PC or any PC, there's a very good website called Logical Increments, and they do a nice job of just trying to tell you in plain English like what you're getting, whether or not what you're spending is more than what you should do. Again, like, you know, you do need to respect that when you're streaming, you need to you do need to keep in mind that your you know, your processor is going to be under more pressure than if you're just playing a game on its own. But once you sort of account for that, again, like I said, if your processor can run a good modern game, you know, without breaking a sweat, you should be okay with the process that you choose. And again, Logical Increments is actually quite good at. I have a feeling I'm going to have to like walk behind this thing. Yeah. It's very good at sort of telling you in no-nonsense terms like what you actually need for gaming, and then maybe just build in a little extra. In fact, they're quite open in their comment section. If you want to talk to the team that's making recommendations, they'll usually help you out in the comments section. But that was a place where I sort of got a little bit of advice in terms of the you know, just how to build a streaming PC and stuff like that. Doge is not coming along. Oh, thanks, Cypress. Sorry, I didn't notice the comment before. And I mean, the other thing too is it's maybe worth mentioning. I was streaming on a Mac laptop for a very long time, and it led me to do a lot of strategy games. But there's that old saying, right? Necessity is the mother of invention, and I really think. I mean, I sort of cut my teeth on that style of streaming, and I think it's a good exercise to kind of get used to you know, streaming with constraints and sort of finding your feet. In the end, I really think technology, to me at least, is one of the worst excuses you can make for not doing a particular kind of stream that you're interested in. So I don't have anything I can. Oops. Let's get some wine again. You know, I think technology is always going to be an excuse, right? There's always going to be somebody who can say, you know, oh, if only I had X, Y, or Z, you know, then my stream would be perfect. I definitely am a believer in sort of working past problems like that and doing the best you can. A really good example of this would be one of my teammates on Team Panda, Miss Ariella, who's in Australia, which is a particularly difficult region to stream in because they have a pretty poor internet connection, or well, like internet infrastructure. It's very expensive, and you don't get that much. So I think this is a distraction. MLG. But yeah, in her case, you know, I'm sure, you know, any complaint I could make about my circumstances would be very, you know, would fall on, well, it wouldn't fall on deaf ears because she's such a nice person. But, you know, definitely she would probably have a little bit less time listening to me complain about bandwidth restrictions when she lives there. Yeah, there you go, Shane Fit. So yeah, if you want to see an example of a stream that can work well with that kind of constraint, definitely recommend you check out Miss Ariella. And again, for myself, I wound up streaming a lot of strategy games, so you know, so I could get past that problem of an internet connection. And of course, I actually had some very generous donations from people, which kind of gave me an opportunity to, you know, put a little bit of money towards a streaming computer, but also towards upgrading my internet package. And as a result, I've been able to kind of get away with a little bit more. But in the end, the biggest thing is that people want to see good games, and they want to see, you know, they want to see personalities. They want to see people do what they're good at. And so in the end, I wouldn't worry too much about your internet connection. I think even just getting that experience of going out there and showing people your stuff is more valuable than, you know, having everything be perfect. Sorry guys, I know this isn't really related to World War II, but it's quite a bit going on in this one, actually. Unfortunately, I don't know what I'm supposed to pick up with this hook. Oh, well, that answers that. But yeah, one other thing too is you can always take streamers that you like and you know, just see what their settings are. No, not a problem at all, Shamefit. I mean, in the end, I think we're all interested in watching good streams, right? So hopefully if I give you good advice, come on, why you gotta be like that, game? Hopefully if I give you good advice, then that's going to be another good stream for me to watch, right? Pretty sure Franz Ferdinand had a bad internet connection too. Maybe I can... Okay, so... There we go. I'm smart. I'm never sure if I'm supposed to dig to find secret stuff. Well, I hope Franz isn't in here. Is that Lenin he's taking with him?
Baron von Dorf had escaped again, but Emil had still managed to find medicine for Freddy. They were quickly back on the road again.
God, I love the accent they give the American.
Their journey would take them to Reims, where they would at last pick up the trail of the elusive Baron and his Zeppelin.
Oh, Nightbot is back. Here, let me do some mad shout-outs. Also, there'll probably be some historical facts for me to read. Hey, Tapetti, how are you doing? Just started a couple days ago. Lately, you've been working on your OBS settings, creating your own graphics, but you'll definitely drop by later. Gotta go shower. All right, Chainfit, thanks a lot for stopping by, and good luck with your stream. Follow Elkanu. He's actually talented. Unlike the present streamer, Elkanu is worth your time. All right, Reims Cathedral. The city of Reims suffered during the war. September 19th, 1914, as the Germans retreated from the city, they set fire to the cathedral. Then, as the city was so close to the conflict zone, it was bombarded by zeppelins and cannon fire. During the bombardments, the statue of Joan of Arc in the front of the cathedral lost a hand before it was dismantled and stored in the catacombs. By the end of the war, only 1,500 inhabitants were still living in Reims. And of course, as we found in the reading of Gombrich's Little History of the World, the significance of the cathedral is that in the Middle Ages, unlike the other streamer you shouted out more like, Akakadak, you are an absolutely wonderful streamer. The only regret that I have is I do not get to see you as often as I would like. But I have always felt, number one, extremely welcome in your stream. And second of all, I think you have always punched above your weight in terms of the quality of stream that you've done. So I think both you and Elkanu are very much deserving of a follow. Tiffany, meanwhile, since you've just got a PS4, you've considered just switching over to streaming over from that because it's so hassle-free compared to PC streaming. Sure, it's more limited, but hey, I mean, Tiffany, this is the big thing, right? I am an absolute nerd when it comes to PC things. I like messing around and going into the minutia, but I never recommend that to other people. I think there's a lot of people who will talk about technology and they will do so either to fulfill some fantasy. So, people recommend overbuilding another PC or something like that, or like somebody wants to build a website and they're going to be like, oh yeah, you got to learn this and you got to learn this and you got to learn this and you got to have your own database and blah 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 blah. And like all you really need is like WordPress, right? And it's something that's a lot less complicated in the end. So I've always sort of believed, yeah, JD Bada streams from his PS4. So I don't own a PS4. And I mean, to me, I would become accustomed to a particular set of, parameters, just things that I do for my own stream. But that doesn't mean that, everybody needs to follow my model. I mean, I think my model is not necessarily a very successful one. I mean, I'm still under 1,000 follows, right? But it's mine, right? It's something that I've taken ownership of. And like I said to Shane Fit, what matters is that we're able to see content. What matters is that we're able to see people put themselves out there. It's the personality. It's not the hardware. Nobody's ever said, "Oh God, this is probably an NVIDIA stream. This is, it's good because it's an NVIDIA stream." People want to see what you care about, which is why I'm playing this. The home front. Well, yeah, sorry, we were talking about the cathedral. It's this collection of the community coming together and building this kind of, this monument, something without signature. So it's quite significant when you think about the cathedral and what it means. The home front. With practically all able-bodied men mobilized to the front, women and children and the elderly were employed in factories to ensure weapons production. Women took on traditional male jobs. Some even held positions of responsibility. This new role changed their status in society, and in the wake of the war, women over 30 years old were given the vote. The Women's Institute held its first meeting in 1915, with the aim of encouraging women to become more involved in food production during the war, and the movement flourished. Hey, Bishna, good to see you again. And I agree. It's nice. Again, the ideal would be people, would be people feeling like they can, you know, even if there's like nobody in the stream, this is the big one for me. Is I'm always interested in what people have to say when there's nobody in the chat, because that's really the toughest challenge as a streamer. And when the costs go down, you get to see more people, you get to see what they're made out of and what their interests are, and you learn stuff. This game is a bit weird for you, but then since you live on the literal fields of Flanders, the topic is a bit more personal. I mean, I think a lot of people have been touched by the wars in some way. I mean, I can remember in Canada, our kind of the holiday that marks it would be Memorial Day for the States. In Canada, we call it Remembrance Day, and it's on November 11th. But I always remember when November the 11th came along, I would have my grandfather on my mother's side. You know, we would have he was in the Air Force, so we'd have the parachute, we'd have some of his medals. You know, I kind of remember a lot of the stories that we heard and were told. And, you know, it would try and make it real and make it tangible for people. It's one thing to you know, hear these stories and things like that. That's actually why I really like games like this, because they, you know, it's cartoonish, there's an abstraction, but in the end, the story is what matters. And I really love the fact that they interweave it with these historical tidbits. You know, it's not something, I make it more in your face because I talk a little bit about what I know of the Great War, and unfortunately, it's very little. But again, it doesn't flog you. Like, there's interactivity, and you sort of engage as far as you want. So April 22nd, 1915. Those freaking shells nearly did it for me. There's no way I'm giving up this close to my goal. Apparently their leader is called von Dorf. I'm going to get him. Everybody else are just pawns in this game, just like me. April 22nd, 1915. This morning in Ypres, von Dorf made us capture some scientist. The army is interested in his work, and apparently he'll help Germany win the war. He seems like a nice fellow, but it's hard to find anything else about him. Von Dorf is keeping him closely guarded. Not a day goes by that I don't think about my Marie and my little Victor. I haven't seen them for 8 months now. I miss them so much. April 22nd, 1915. Karl is alive. I caught sight of him flying a Zeppelin heading south. We are looking for him again tomorrow with Anna and Freddie. Run, Freddie! Run! I'm not quite sure what this is telling me. Box into cathedral? Oh, I need to recruit people to push.
What? Hey.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention.
Hey, vas-y.
So much stuff to do. It's actually kind of neat. So there's, I mean, the puzzles are not overwhelmingly hard, but it's actually kind of interesting. They seem to kind of push a lot of stuff at you all at once, which makes it kind of interesting. Okay, so I need to find probably something heavy to drop on that. Or maybe a way of... I'm a little stumped by this, actually. There's either got to be something I can pick up to throw at it, or there's got to be something heavy I can... Ah. Oh, nope, that's a secret item. Sorry, buddy. Fuck you. No. See if I can find something in here. Ah, there we go. That's exactly what we needed. Again, a nicely designed little puzzle, so it's not one thing that stands in isolation, it's actually the way it's the means to solving the next one. So there's not a lot of fat in this game. It does a nice job of sort of incorporating all these different elements. Can't drop down, huh? Oh well. So we've had a little bit of a changing of the guard in terms of people who are hanging out. Hey, Platinum Hamster, thank you very much for that host. Guys, Platinum Hamster is another member of Team Panda. What were you playing recently, Plat? I haven't been available when you've been casting recently. I know I've seen you play Osu quite a bit, but I don't think that's what you've been playing last. So I'm not quite sure why I can't just throw this thing up to this guy. Been off the past few nights, but lately you're doing Overwatch and Borderlands. Interesting. Any particular reason you're doing Borderlands right now, or is it just you're kind of interested in it? Ah, nice. Okay. Oh, you know what? I probably need to give that crank to the dog. Yeah. Right idea, just wrong ordering. Right, you were given the trilogy. Nice. Yeah, I don't own the pre-sequel myself, but I was very happy to play the Borderlands games. I'll admit I haven't finished number 2. It's a fun enough game. It's just something I haven't really gone all the way through yet. Sleebringer was actually playing it the last time I saw him. He seemed to be having a good time of it, so. I mean, it's always such a hard distinction to make because I know, I think just because, so like, it's hard to say a AAA game is just straight up bad, right? There's a lot of attention and there's a lot of talent that goes into the creation of them. But certainly there's a difference between, I think this is sufficiently innovative to kind of, merit this $60, $70 purchase. And, this is just like playing Borderlands 2 again. Maybe I'm not so interested in it. I think that's probably what people are communicating. But again, I can't really say just because I haven't played it myself. Yeah, like I said, guys, Platinum Hamster, I know people were asking about my stream team. The other stream team I am a member of that's not currently in the title is Team Vancouver, and Platinum Hamster is a member of that. In fact, speaking of it, the Mama Panda, Seriously Clara, the owner of Team Panda, is the one who sort of turned me on to this game. She did a very good playthrough of this, and I understand there was much shedding of tears at the end. This is an interesting puzzle. Oh, okay, I gotta knock the grenade back at him. Oh, wrong spot. Okay, so I gotta blow it to the side. Nope, I thought I had to anyway. Didn't seem to work though. Let's try it again. I could have sworn I had to blow the thing otherwise. Alright. Oh, this game is so charming. Okay. It's the center one I gotta hit. Ah, I did it wrong. Let's try that again. Ah, too late again. So it doesn't actually go colored before he throws it anymore. Just gotta time it right. Maybe this is just the wrong way to go about it. Let's try one of the other ones. Okay, I see what's happening here. So I gotta hit the upper one, I guess. Okay, here we go. Of course I have to do the top one. Okay, we're about as far up as we can get. Just get to pick him up and throw him back at him. Okay, so I gotta do something about this propeller. Ah, there we go. Fight me IRL, Baron von Drumpf. Ah, damn it! So I think I gotta get it on top of that thing. That was an optimistic throw. He survived getting detonated very well through. Yeah, it's only the bad guys have that rule apply to them. Thank God. It's like what, three tries to work? I thought I was cooked for sure on that one. Ah, sacre bleu! Yeah, done for. I wonder if I have to do it from the start. Yep. So, lesson, don't be a moron. Which is to say, don't do what I just did. Oh, god damn it. It's the fifth one? Yeah, fifth one. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That didn't count on the thing moving up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll try getting a little closer this time, and away we go. Fight me IRL, Baron. Well, I mean, Tepetti, it is a French perspective. I mean, you do have a German character in the form of the sun. You know, another reading of this, you can say you don't see any. What is that? The introduction? Chapter 2. That's definitely a hell of an ender, but man, I didn't realize I was so early on in the game.
Anna was training to be a veterinarian when the war broke out. The Germans were only 20 miles from Paris when she received a letter from her father. He was in good health, but implored her not to return home to Belgium until the war's end. Patience, however, was not one of Anna's strong suits.
September 6, 1914, Paris, France. Give me the key, damn it. Pigeon, key, now. Give to me. So you can say, yeah, you know, you've got Germans as cartoonish villains. The average soldier is not necessarily portrayed as such. You do have the Baron, who is portrayed as a cartoonish villain, and you can also point out that there's no heroic allied general, right? That the, you know, one observation you might make would be that the, you know, it's the military leaders who take the role of antagonists, and certainly, you know, the Germans are the bad guys, but I mean, it is an allied story, right? But in the end, I think it's quite sympathetic to the animal cruelty, training to be a veterinarian. I think it's you know, it's quite sympathetic to the soldier. I'll just take one of these for the sake of it. It's kind of interesting that in the art style, it's the children who have eyes. It seems like everybody else doesn't have them. It's either covered by hair or a helmet or something like that, or a hat, just like this. Taxis to the Marne. Parisian taxis are requisitioned. Did that actually happen? The Germans at the gate. In September 1914, the German advance took them to within 20 miles of Paris. The government had already fled to Bordeaux and was expecting Paris to fall. In the north, most of Belgium was occupied, but under the king's command, 75,000 soldiers kept Ypres and Yser out of German hands. And taxi to the Marne. September 6th and 7th, 1914, General Gallieni requisitioned 630 Parisian taxis to transport troops rapidly to the Marne. While relatively few soldiers were actually transported, 4,000 in all, 3% of the total number of men deployed in battle, the impact on the public was huge. The event became a symbol of solidarity for the nation, and the Marne counterattack saved Paris from German occupation. It's really interesting, actually. I did not know about that. All right, guys, I'm just going to take a quick second here. We're about half the time that I normally spend casting, and I was kind of intending on finishing this game in one sitting. Let me just see how many chapters there are in this story. Four chapters. Okay. Yeah, I don't plan on speedrunning this game. I mean, I gave myself a little bit of breathing room as far as games are concerned. I kind of wanted to do this War of Mine for more than one day, but it's not guaranteed that I'm going to get through the end of the game in a second day's playthrough, especially if I lose this time around. So we will definitely be going back to it, though. I think I need to find like a wrench or something. Yeah. So he needs... Ah, there we go. Ah, but it's the wrong shape. Hey, Wedgie, how you doing? Guys, we were just talking about Seriously Clara. If you want to know what really makes Clara's stream work, we've got the inimitable Sir Wedgie in the house right now. Sir Wedgie is Clara's finest mod. He is somebody I can spend hours talking to, and I would not come even close... Ah, there we go. I would not come even close to being able to do the stuff that he does in class. On stream. He is an absolute gem of a human being. Does occasionally stream in his own right, but I think has been a little bit more focused on, you know, on life and modding for Clara. Wonderful guy. I definitely recommend following him for that time that you do get we do get a chance to see him stream. And again, if you want to know, actually, so somebody was asking a little bit earlier, you know, how did I get on a stream team? Part of it was the fact that Wedgie was so welcoming when I first came in. Oh, hang on. I just need to pay attention. He was such a gem of a human being. He was so kind when I first came in that I, you know, I got a little more involved in the community, and now I've become involved with Clara both on her team and on... This is interesting.
Voilà, viens. Voilà.
Neat. I really do love this touch of giving the children eyes. Anyways, I really didn't give Wedgie his due. He is a wonderful guy. If you want to know why Clara's stream is so good, watch him mod. You'll understand why. And again, we're definitely going through some times of change in Team Panda, and he's been a big help. Nope. Oh, another musical sequence. Music choices in this game are really on point. Ah! Oh, guys, I can't say this enough. This game is fantastic. It is so unbelievably charming. Wait, are you seriously trying to... Why are they trying to push me off? I'm trying to read what's going on in chat, but... Ah! Ah! We did it, Reddit. Anyway, sorry. Wedgie, is it your
September 7th,
birthday?
1914. Taxis drove all night. Anna was proud to help the soldiers reach the front line. When Anna arrived at her destination, she discovered the horrible truth with her own eyes.
Okay, excellent. September 7th, 1914. Marne, France. Seeing the horses on the ground is also quite telling of the time period. A time when cavalry was actually still a viable option. Or maybe not such a viable option. So that's a really neat way that they give you a tutorial on the medicine. And it's also really neat that the bandage becomes less bloody as you succeed. Oh no. Ishitenchi started. Okay, fair enough. And this is also the last time the French used uniform because blue, purple coats and red caps are kind of easy to spot.
Anna devoted herself, body and soul,
That's really interesting.
to healing the wounded and the sick. Every life saved was another small victory over the war. The conflict, however, raged on.
This is a really, really wonderful game. I'm not gonna get tired of saying that. The Hecatomb, the first 3 months of the war, saw especially heavy losses. August 22nd, 1914 was the bloodiest day of the whole war, with heavy casualties. The number of wounded were far greater than had been anticipated, and the military health service struggled to cope with the scale of the conflict. Nurses. Nurses were the angels of the Great War and were generally volunteers recruited by the Red Cross, the Army, or the American ambulances to work long, grueling shifts in hospitals, both at the front and behind lines. They played the role of carers, mothers, and confidants. They often feature in soldiers' memoirs and were sometimes their sole companion in death. The majority were demobilized by the end of the hostilities. And only a diary from Anna. So the situation is horrific here. Yesterday I was in my warm, cozy apartment, and now I'm in the depths of hell. There are so many dead, so many young lives lost. I managed to save one soldier this morning, but there are so many others to tend to. Tomorrow I'll try and get closer to the front so I can help those most in need. You can just bear with me a quick second here, guys. All right.
C'est pas de là.
Again, wonderful visual storytelling in here. It's not exclusively visual because obviously you have these narrations, but I think it's a really wonderful. The gameplay sequences do a very good job of pointing you to where you need to go in the game.
Violon, occupe la colonne. Trois fois attaque al trimoir. Allons la criard, occupe la colonne.
Non, non, non. Non, 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 non. Hey. Allez, dépêche-toi, dépêche-toi. Ok.
This is brutal.
Pas mieux. Voilà. Voilà, c'est bien. Allez. Courage, Nebo.
Dieu vous bénisse, madame.
Well, Saw's in pretty good condition. It's gotta be something I can do about that. You know, it's probably I gotta find some way of siphoning the water in. Oh wait, can I head up here? Yes, I can. Okay, good. So I need to find a. Oh, here we go. Okay, we are making progress.
Yeah, God.
So where do I find that crutch? I don't think it will be in this immediate area. Let me just double check. I think I'm probably gonna have to go to the other zone to find it. Usually it doesn't hide. It'll hide the items, but it usually won't hide the solutions to puzzles on you. Hey, Kite, how are you doing? Guys, Kite is another absolutely fantastic caster here on Team Panda and on Twitch. If you have not seen him, he was doing Smash again tonight, and I felt really terrible that I wasn't able to check out his stream, but I was late in getting started on this one, so I wanted to take a minute, say hi, and give him the attention that he deserved. So I need to set across. And what does this guy need? Just first aid. Well, that said, Kite, I'll do my best to give you a shout out once I'm done this sequence. Oh no. Okay, good. Good enough for government work. Alright, Let me see if I can get that shout out. I'm sorry, guys. Nightbot's been twitchy tonight. So what do we got here? If anybody happens to be available, you'll need to give me some rhythm games someday so I'll nail those first aid sequences. I don't know. I thought I was okay at rhythm games, guys. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm a little bad tonight at casting. Definitely feel free to click on those names, the Team Panda affiliates, and other people I have shouted out. Normally we should be able to just do the SO command and give people the shout out, but like I said, Kite is a great guy. Any of the casts that he has co-casted on have been absolutely top-notch. He really brings out the best in his co-casters. He has been so supportive of so many streams that I have either been a part of as a subscriber, a viewer, just a casual observer. He's been incredibly generous to my cast. I mean, I cannot say enough about this guy, and he's a wonder. Guess your turbo ran out. Can't get back till Tuesday after next. I hope you can get by until then, Platinum Hamster. I've not really had it except when it was free, so I don't miss it that much myself. But best of luck for you that. But yeah, I was gonna say, Kite is one of the highest recommendations that I can give on Twitch. He's a great guy. And again, I could learn a lot from him, just one in terms of being nice, and two in terms of his ability to just to cast and to, like I said, bring out the best in people, and his ability to sort of spot what people need, spot what's what's their concern. Maybe this shovel works as a cast and as a, yeah, there we go. It'll do in a pinch. I know I'm not nice to Petty. This is just an act that I put on every couple of days. Hey, I missed you before. Oh, you're German. Alright, we're gonna ace this one, guys. Damn it! So basically, they just need to nail it.
The French officers were talking about Belgium. The German army was about to experiment with a new weapon near Ypres, Anna's hometown.
I'm assuming this is the chlorine gas.
Anna got en route to warn her father about the imminent danger. Reaching the outskirts of the city, Anna was greeted by the screams of sirens. The deadly gas was already here.
Yeah. Ypres, the town in ruins. Dubbed Wipers by British troops due to the difficult pronunciation, the Belgian town of Ypres was a key strategic position during the war, a hub for road, rail, and canal networks. It became a target for sustained bombing from 1914. In 1915, the Germans even used chemical warfare on the town. By the end of the war, the majestic cathedral and the town center were nothing but ruins. Technology at work. In the wake of technological advances of the early 20th century, the vast scope of the industrialized war brought developments in all fields: aircraft, submarines, dirigibles, and tanks. Great progress was made in the fields of medicine, surgery, medical hygiene, and radiology thanks to Marie Curie's work, who took thousands of x-rays of the wounded. This is a little bit about where we're talking, although much more positive. I also failed to appreciate, I didn't know that the submarine was innovated in the First World War. I mean, the original sort of idea of a submarine goes as far back as Leonardo da Vinci, and his claim was that he would refuse to make the plans public because the wickedness of man would result in untold death as a result of a weapon that was designed to go underwater and sink ships. And of course, as we know from the U-boats, this is exactly what happened. But yes, Platinum did give up his beard for the kids. You wish you could have done more? Well, I mean, you could have given the first layer of skin. Maybe like pulled out a tooth for the kids. March 10th, 1915. Another endless day. For every life saved, there are so many lost. These poor young men, mutilated, disfigured for life. I cannot abandon them, even if all I can do is hold their hands as they slip away. I must help the milady. Oh, you know what? But I have to get past the gas myself. Oh, or not.
Merci. Oh.
De rien, madame. Oh, hang on. I can... So I didn't actually need to go out... Oh no, because she went out on her own. Huh, it's not entirely clear why I need to go back up. Oh, it's so I don't have to go out the long way like I did. What? You're saying it's Flemland? I don't know why they're speaking French. Don't go into the poison. Okay, so I think I need something heavy to drop on that, maybe? Or something from a great height. I need to replace the cogs. Hey, Pie Reckoning, how you doing? Oh, I get it. Okay, so I gotta position everything. It's not clear if I need to find another gear. Yeah, that has to be another gear. Oh god, how am I supposed to make that happen? Maybe I can take one of these smaller ones, though? But I can't throw it, so it doesn't really mean much. Ah, there we go. Been doing well. How about yourself? I'm doing all right, Pie of Reckoning. I've got an exam coming up. Possibly the last exam I'll ever do, unless I do a PhD tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, Monday. And, yeah, there we go. And other than that, you know, I'm kind of responsible for myself after that. And a little more importantly, I'm enjoying this really well done game.
Ok. Voilà. Allez. Courage, Nebo.
I am good at medicine.
Merci beaucoup.
Mitrovec, come on, give me some credit here. I know what you're writing. Please stop. We don't need to keep it English, but Mitrovec, I do know what you're saying, and that's not welcome here, right? So, I mean, if you want me to be nasty about it, I can, but you know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. You don't need to, you know. There's plenty of other streams where you can do that, and it'll be welcome. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to Alt-Tab out. Let me take a quick minute here so I can deal with the problem. It's like I'm playing Dota. I mean, I like Dota and all, but not exactly what I wanted. Not exactly how I wanted to spend the evening. All right, Mitrovic. So here's the deal. You can be nice. That's one thing I don't know. Okay, so you've said you're sorry. I'm cool letting it be what it is. I have Alt-Tabbed out of the game to basically ban you. But I'm happy to have you here if you'd like. So, no, I'm not American, but I will say I have a lot of American friends, and I definitely don't welcome painting with a broad brush, just the same way that I don't like it if Americans no, Mitrovic, I'm stopping this game specifically for you, okay? So here's the deal. I have Russian friends, which I like quite a bit. I have American friends that I like quite a bit. When people paint Russians with a broad brush as people who are rude in chat or who are unfriendly during games, I say that you should focus on the individual and you should not paint people with a broad brush. Similarly, I don't like it, even though I am not an American myself, when people of other countries tell Americans that they're all bad because of the country that they were born in. So this is your chance. You can come back and we can keep playing the game. But I'm not going to be told when I can and can't play a game. And I'm not going to tolerate that kind of language about other people. Okay? So this is your first and only warning. What? Oh, you know what? I need to go out the front of the cathedral. I was hoping you'd tell us about the Russian contribution. So you guys know that it's the World War I was one of the major contributors to the Bolshevik revolution, the revolution that turned Russia into a communist state. And in fact, there were more than a few revolutions that either were threatened or were a result of the First World War. What, am I just leaving the lady? I think, I'm not entirely sure, but I think some of the motivation behind the Germans ultimately leaving, to be honest, World War I calls the world as we know it today to be a thing. What else was going to say? Or a family brawl that got way, way out of hand. Are you talking about the great powers sort of aligning themselves in a series of alliances that resulted in World War I? So this painting's not just standing here for no reason. Why am I too stupid to figure out what's going on with this, though? Alright, we'll figure it out. But yeah, so I heard... Ah, there we go. Well, that's an obvious puzzle. No. But yeah, I'm not entirely clear how the threat of revolution ultimately resulted in the surrender or the weakening of the German forces, but I suppose that's something I'll just go in Wikipedia later on tonight. I'm really curious what the numbers mean on this thing. Okay. So 8 is in the third position. So we've got 4 something 8. 4 6 8. Hope you know your Roman numerals, kids. Four. 6. I am good at puzzles. So that's, I think that's the chlorine gas, right? Chemical formula 2. What is this? Dichlorine. So this is chlorine, water. Yeah, hydrochloric acid. This formula was a description of what happens to soldiers' lungs when they inhale chlorine gas. Chlorine gas reacts with water in the lungs to produce hydrochloric acid, creating horrendous burns. Stereoscopic camera, a camera that captures 2 simultaneous images on glass plates, enabling relief images. Use of the camera was relatively widespread because the device was small and readily transportable. Bedpan. Latrines were generally housed outside in the yard in homes of all social classes, so during the night, bedpans were used. In well-to-do households, servants were charged with emptying the pans. Broken walking stick. The knob that is all that remains of this walking stick. The stick has been carefully sculpted, a souvenir of the trenches. Unfortunately, a broken walking stick is of no use to anyone. Letter from a Scottish soldier. Hello, pal. I'm in the town of Ypres in Belgium, a pretty wee town that must have been abroad before the war. Beer is too any bad. I'd much rather be downing ale with you, though, boy. I'm off to the front in 2 days. Take care, or Yearslin, and say how do to the family. John McCormick. Wooden top. Wooden top with a string, a common toy of the age. During the war, toys gradually became more war-based. Through board games, children could fight out famous battles, while other items ridiculed the enemy. After the war, toys and games became more pacifist once more. Interestingly enough, I think it's James Dunnigan is a very famous board game designer who wrote a book on game design. And he discusses quite a bit the use of war games in the military as either a training exercise or as a sort of a means of communicating or sort of working out strategy, which I think is very interesting. I don't know how widespread it is today, and certainly wargaming has changed quite a bit with the advent of the computer. Again, you no longer need to... Yee! Ah, sacre bleu! God, how do I really want to solve this, but I don't actually know how to help her. Oh, I know. By the way, to Petty's point, do you guys know that Tsar and Kaiser are both their sort of language equivalents of Caesar, a man who... I really would have thought that was the answer. There we go. Nicholas, George, and Wilhelm were all cousins. Hey, Squirty! This is the first time I'm playing it! Always leads back to the bloody Romans. Best country. Or best empire. Yeah, no problem, T. Clark. Just me rambling on about things that I don't...
revealed to her that her father, an eminent scientist, had been kidnapped by Baron von Dorf, who was eager to use scientific advances in warfare. Anna set out in pursuit of the Baron and encountered Emil and Freddy.
Is that the end of chapter
brought
2?
them together. They had survived the enemy's wrath, their gunfire, bombardments, gas attacks. Now, with her father within reach, Anna wasn't going to let him slip away.
It's not entirely clear to me why the French don't want me to... Hang on. Germans are that way. So... I'm not allowed to... Alright, fair enough. Oh, is it because I'm going to be helping German soldiers? Ah, he's German, we're allowed to screw up. That won't alert the French at all. Squirty, come on. There's other descriptions you can use for that. Oh, the humanity! Bums is totally fine. Life and death of the Zeppelin. The Zeppelin was effective at the start of the war in 1915, and in 1915, London suffered over 50 Zeppelin raids before the Royal Air Service intervened. The craft's weak spot was obviously its hydrogen-filled balloon. Hydrogen is lighter than air, hence its value to aviation. However, it is also highly inflammable, and the slightest spark sent the craft plummeting spectacular groundward in a ball of flames. Of the 92 craft used during the war, 68 were destroyed. And now we know why Zeppelins are no longer part of military strategy. Facial disfiguration. By 1918, there were 20 million war wounded, all countries included. Roughly 70% of injuries came from shrapnel and only 1% from bayonets. Facial injuries could result in having a jaw, nose, or eyes removed, but progress in surgery saved and patched up many victims of facial disfigurement and amputation, of which there are 200,000 post-war. Was that exclusive to Germany, though, to Petty? I thought conscious subjection was largely not done in most, for most powers. I think the first plastic surgery actually happened. Sorry to leave you on this image, but I feel like the first like facial reconstruction surgery was around this time as well. Oh, not even close, like 1827. Never mind. I mean, I don't really know. Hey, Misfit Druid. Yeah, I definitely know it's World War I. This is a World War I game. I was just a little more interested in when the first facial reconstruction. I was just a little interested in when the facial reconstruction, first sort of plastic surgery was done, which was the 19th century. And hey, Misfit Druid. So guys, again, we were talking about Team Panda members. Misfit Druid is one of the new members of Team Panda. I gotten a chance to watch her play a few games. Seemed to be mostly World of Warcraft oriented, but wasn't not necessarily exclusive to that game at all. But I'm really glad to have you by the channel. I hope you're doing well. Touché is French for touch. Whoops. Hey, we've got quite a few Team Panda representatives right now. Actually, I was meaning to ask... and by the way, guys, I know my bot's been a little finicky tonight, so I'll definitely say if you want to check out any of these Team Panda people, we've shouted out Kite, Platinum Hamster, Misfit Druid, Do we have any other panda people here? Johnny Big Time, who was hosting us from a little bit earlier. Oh, I know what I gotta do. Get over there! On my character? Well, I mean, we did say the Russian could hang out if he wanted, but I think he's a little more interested in calling me a bitch and an idiot. I do actually play CS:GO, just not very frequently. Warcraft is definitely your chill go-to game, but you play a lot of stuff. Just finished Naruto Storm 3. That was the one. Sorry, Misfit Druid. I remember it didn't quite seem like a fighting game, but I don't quite know what to call it. But I'm glad you got through it, because I know the game seemed to be trolling you pretty hard when I stopped by last. Yeah, Squirty, I mean, there's a similar thing that people talk about in Dota. The biggest thing is, like, it's never... So, like, if I think about Dota, right, like, I'm obviously going to pay attention when people don't speak the same language as me. So it's actually, in Dota, at least in the North American servers, it's the... Oh, I'm an idiot. It's actually Peruvians, which seem to get the bigger bad rap, and part of that was just the fact that the servers in South America were not very good, and so they would come into games, and I mean generally what would happen would be kids in internet cafes, and you know they'd be on a time constraint, you know, they put their money and they only get an hour, and if the game's not going their way, you know, it's going to represent a wasted hour. And so, you know, inevitably you have a lot of people focusing on, you know, how Peru is such a big problem and it's ruining Dota. Well, this has nothing to do with Peru, and it has everything to do with the fact that people are going to pay attention to times when their teammates don't speak the same language as them. So similarly, you know, I mean, some of my favorite Dota teams are actually Russian teams. You know, Na'Vi, well, I mean, used to be my favorite team. They're not quite performing as we would have expected. But yeah, this is the big thing, is like, you know, it's definitely easy to sort of look at a particular group. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna... Oh, sorry, buddy. Wait, you're German, right? Yeah, you know what? This is for that chlorine gas. I'm just kidding you. Oh, wait, you're French. Oh, sorry, you're one of the good Germans. Okay, here, I'll help you. Sorry about that. You know, I can't do more than one thing at once. Okay, for real this time, I'm gonna help you out. Yeah, I'm not a fair-weathered friend, though, right? Like, Na'Vi, I was a big fan for a while. I think they need to get their act together, and, you know, I'll believe it when I see it. But yeah, anyways, so the big thing on this one was, you know, it's very tempting to focus on things like a language barrier or something like that, but it's an urge I've tried to resist, to just reduce it down to a country. I'm, you know, I try not to be English. Obviously, I can only participate with English comments, but if there are two French speakers, two Russian speakers, and they want to have a civil conversation in chat, I'm totally fine with that. It's only when people start, you know, being nasty, that I get a little too tricky. All right, sorry guys, I haven't been paying close enough attention to chat, so let me just, I'm just gonna tab out for a second, make sure I can catch up with the rest of what's going on. Lord, the shows you had last night. I'm sorry to hear that, Misfit Druid. Dog should die. It's too big. Oh, God. You meant to screenshot them. Don't think the guy under the Zeppelin compartment has much of a chance for survival, as it is crushing and stabbing half of his party. Only Tro's Druid, no Night Elves or Torrents. By reckoning, shooting the left side of the heart is worse than the right side, opposite for the liver. Russian player Tatiana Shaik Tower aggro. You refuse to generalize them. We've got WoW fans in the house. I haven't done time in Azeroth since Wrath of the Lich King. Reptilian. um, you know, anything for comedy purposes, right? I think we'll skip the items for now. Am I supposed to move him further? What gives? I want to help you, buddy, but help me help you.
Hé! Hé oh! Va chercher. Oh, oui, bon chien.
Sorry, buddy, fuck you. So it's saying, like, pull me out, pull me out. Maybe game doesn't think he's fully clear of the wreckage? Yeah, that's what was happening.
Courage, Nico. Allez, voilà, Sia. Pas mieux. Allez, courage.
Oops.
Courage, Nico. Allez, voilà, Sia. Allez, courage.
Where's my dad?
Allez, garde, tiens bon. Voilà. Allez, va.
Go find the bros, doggy. The bandaging is basically a little mini game where you're healing, like healing a character. Sorry, Freddy, fuck you.
What? Does he? Hey, walk, go now.
Because Freddy could not do that on his own. Oh, never mind. I'm gonna have to do both at the same time, aren't I? Alright, Doge. Ah, come on!
Whoa. Go, get out.
Run, Emil, run!
Whoa, go now.
Oh, hang on. There we go.
Hey, walk.
Isn't this treason what I'm about to do? Alright, guess I'm gonna need to help Freddy.
Hey, what?
Can I give, like, the dynamite to the dog? Yep.
What? Hey.
Why a spoon? So when this character sort of escapes German captivity, he's currently working as a chef, and so he takes a spoon with him. All right, game. Oh my god.
Whoa. Whoa. Shoot, whoa.
Anyway, you know, maybe I can get the dog. Yeah, there we go. All right, now I got everything I need. Anyways, yeah. So we basically this is what we sort of escaped with, and it's Emil's improvised weapon. Oh, you're quoting a movie. I'm so sorry. Because it's dull, you twit. It'll hurt more. I don't know the movie, actually.
Whoa. Go now.
Hey.
Hey, whoa. Come here, dog.
I don't think I've seen that other movie either. No, iron spoons will hurt, but that thing is like a spoon with injectors that... Maybe the guy's just knocked out. I haven't seen that, unfortunately, so... Freddy, you better open... Yeah, there we go.
Merci, mon ami.
Is this another boss? No, it can't be. Bon chien is French for good dog. Oh yeah, I gotta light the thing first. Alan Rickman is the Sheriff of Nottingham. That's a really good cast. Alright, so the problem with this is it just blows up. Or not. This game's really good at making me feel like a moron. Okay, let's just see what happens with the wind. Sweet FA. There's got to be something that happens with the fire. Wait, well, that's the second dynamite I've thrown. Well, this is an improvement. Oh, I think I know what I gotta do. Alright. What exactly I'm trying to accomplish, I am not entirely clear on. But I think I know what I gotta do. Oh yeah, I know the movie you're talking about, Misfit Druid. It's like with Kevin Costner. Sacre bleu! Alright, so right principle, wrong implementation. By the way, I apologize to a Noah net for my appalling French slang. There we go. This is a big... Even though I know...
Ça va aller, allez. Émile?
Even though I know Sacre Bleu is
Victory
not...
had a bittersweet taste for Anna. Carl, seriously wounded, had been sent to a POW camp. Anna's father had disappeared with Baron von Dorf, and Emil was court-martialed for desertion. Cited for his bravery in Reims, Emil was fortunately pardoned and set free. Free to go back to the front. February 21st, 1916. Winter had descended on the front. After joining back up with the army, Emil and Freddy were stationed near Verdun, suffering like many others from the harsh winter. That morning, the arrival of the mail raised spirits, but Marie's letter did not bring good news. In Saint Mihiel, food was scarce, disease was rife, and the number of dead was growing. Out of this grim news, however, there was one ray of light. A photo of his grandson, Victor, standing on both feet and learning to walk.
You can't tell me what to do. What was I going to say? Sorry guys, I just lost my train of thought. Emil is Socrates. Give him socks, he will give me ink. Oh, you know what? We gotta get our history on. Feeding soldiers at the front, supplying millions of men at the front with enough food was a logistical nightmare. The diet was mainly composed of bread, rice, soup, and sometimes meat and dried vegetables. Food parcels from home were ambrosia for the troops. British soldiers had a ration of a pint of wine and a third of a pint of rum every day. One of the soldiers' fatigue duties was to go behind the lines with containers to fetch their company's rations. Sometimes food did not reach the front line, and infantrymen could go without food and drink for several days. 18 months later. In over 18 months of combat, the front barely moved, as each side dug in and tried to claw back the enemy's positions. The War of Attrition turned 1915 into the bloodiest year, and civilians became hugely affected too. By late 1915, shortfalls in human and food resources began to make themselves felt, while ammunition shortages were especially problematic. Barbed wire. Invented in 1874, barbed wire was already a common feature of trench protection in battle, but with the Great War's onus on trench warfare, it became widespread. Thousands of tons were deposited in no man's lands. Both sides sought tools and strategies to overcome barbed wires, such as grappling irons and wire cutters. Intensive bombardment was deemed to be the most effective method, and the tactic became widespread. Dead soldiers putrefying on barbed wire remains one of the most enduring images of the war, a powerful symbol of its violence. Verdun, triggered by the Germans at dawn, February 21st, in the aim of penetrating Allied lines, the battle eventually lasted 300 days. Some key positions changed hands several times before the French finally prevailed. The battle produced the highest concentration of casualties, with 600,000 killed over 61 square miles, i.e., one death for every 311 square yards. Military decorations. Britain had 6 war medals, the most issued of which were the British War Medal and the Victory Medal, the 1914 15 Star, and the 1914 Star. 6.6 million British War Medals were issued, 5.7 million Victory Medals, 2 million 1914-1915 Stars, and 365,000 1914 Stars. A combination of the Star, Victory Medal, and War Medal was fairly commonplace. Over 2.5 million trios were issued, and earned the nickname Pip, Squeak, and Wilfred. after the popular cartoon characters in the Daily Mirror, a dog, a penguin, and a rabbit, respectively. Resume. Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna say. So I know Sacre Bleu is not actually something that that French people really say, but I still love it as a statement. All right, June 15th, 1915. I'll never be able to thank Anna enough for saving Carl after the Zeppelin crash. Knowing that he's no longer at the front and that he's a POW has put my mind at rest. I'm so relieved he's safe from harm. I hope Marie is doing okay in St. Mihiel despite German occupation. June 15th, 1915. How much luck can a guy have? There's this huge cathedral here. Makes me think of you. They sent me back to the army. It's not going to make my search any easier. Yeah, and I heard that apparently it's kind of like the French equivalent of like tarnation. So, Scorty 1337. This is a little bit of a tricky one for me to deal with, because I'm generally somebody who doesn't like the policing of speech. And like, I don't want to do a timeout or anything along those lines, but generally the use of fag or faggot as pejorative is frowned in Twitch streams. And I understand that for a while it was kind of acceptable, and that, I mean, there's a Louis C.K. bit on how he doesn't mean that as a negative, like how he's not necessarily making negative light of sexual orientation. But if I could just ask you to maybe hold off from using that particular set, just because I know that it's something that's particularly felt in, in the Team Panda community, especially. We've had a couple of members in that community, and I know it's something that Clara works with quite heavily when she comes to cons. I don't necessarily feel that comfortable allowing that sort of language kind of continuing on in an environment like that. And that's not to disrespect your right to to speak in an open forum. I just think, as we already know, there's some better terms that we can use in terms of negative sentiment. And if I can just ask you to do me that favor while you're in this stream, I'd appreciate it. But yeah, so Annette, like I always, like, nobody would actually say, like, tarnation would be comically tame when it comes down to like a swear word or something like that. But it also sounds kind of fun, and so that's why I like saying Sacre Bleu. Even again, I know it's comically archaic in French, but it just sounds so good. All right, April 22nd, 1915. This morning in Ypres, von Dorf made us capture some scientists. The army is interested in his work, and apparently he'll help Germany win the war. He seems like a nice fellow, but it's hard to find out anything else about him. Von Dorf is keeping him closely guarded. I think I've already read this. I have no idea, Squirty. Not a day goes by that I don't think about my Marie and my little Victor. I haven't seen them for 8 months now. I miss them so much. There we go. June 15th, 1915. I was so frightened when I saw the Zeppelin crash today. Fortunately, Father wasn't on board, because the Baron had already taken him away by aircraft. I managed to save Emil's son-in-law before they sent him to a POW camp. His legs were in a critical state. I'll be going with him to make sure he's all right. Yeah, I mean, it's fuck is a very diverse curse, right? It's a good one. June 21st, 1915. As he grows, Victor reminds me more and more of Carl. Not a day goes by without me thinking of him. The Germans are requisitioning our crops. There must be food shortages in Germany. I managed to hide some for next winter. I can't wait for this stupid war to end. Tarnation is literally a covering up of damnation. Oh, that's really funny. And looks like we missed one of the... There we go. April 22nd, 1915. Father has been captured by a German regiment and taken away in a Zeppelin. He who's so scared of heights. They probably know about his research. Please, Father, don't try to be a hero. Work for them. I don't want to lose you. I'm on his trail, and these 2 soldiers I met are after the Zeppelin as well. Hey guys, any socks I can borrow?
Pas de boule, pas pour toi.
Oh man, I gotta get in line. Alright. So presumably I do something to grab the pigeon. So my ultimate goal is socks. Yeah, so Misfit Druid, Emil is Carl's father-in-law. Carl was living in France, but was forced out when the war broke out.
Non, toi, pas de temps.
I guess I just don't get food then. Oh, who's hosting me? Sorry guys, I can't see. Who just hosted? Oh, the lovely Jessie Quill. How are you doing, my friend? All right. I think I'm going to be able to do this shout out thing now. Thank you so much for that host, Jess. And you must be up so late. It's like almost 4 o'clock in the morning for you. Guys, for those of you who don't know Jessie Quill, and I hope all of you do, she is a beautiful, charming, very helpful streamer. I know her as a mod in Seriously Clara's channel. She was the one who sort of helped me find my feet in streaming, got me set up. I am a mod in her channel. She is an absolutely wonderful person. She is a manager of influencers and content creators. Hey, Socks! You napped a lot after dinner. Yes, the bot finally worked. What else can I say about her? She just got her hair done. I think it looks lovely. You want clean socks? God. Okay, so I clean it in the wash basin and then I dry it on the fire. I'm sorry, Jess, this is a terrible shout out for you. She is so not a fan of the old sock dishwater, huh? I don't think there's anything else on this other side that I can do. All right, so let me try this again. Jess, as I like to point out, I mean, she's somebody who gave me sort of some good advice to start off with, you know, to keep talking, to keep being, you know, being active with chat, talking about the things I was interested in, which is, you know, a trait that a lot of people still kind of point out as a... Okay, so there's got to be a point where they're both turned away. Right here. There we go. Hello again, Shane Fit. Alright, now I'm really confused. Oh, there we go. In any case, somebody has given me the best advice that I've given in terms of casting. Something has really informed my cast to this day. She's somebody who continued to sort of support me and encourage my intellectual interests on Twitch in terms of, you know, just the way that I was talking on Clara's forums. She is somebody who really understands people and is able to bring that
Dearest
across.
daughter, I heard from Carl. His condition is stable. He is still in the prisoner camp south of Reims.
I really
have to
appreciate that,
finally
Miss
get
Vidra.
permission to visit him. Thank you for the photo. It means so much to me.
Oh, well, that's what I get for not paying attention. But no, she's somebody who, again, has a tremendous sensitivity and a tremendous talent for seeing what, what people's sort of priorities, what their needs are. She's somebody who really has got that ability to tell people what they need to hear to be the best that they can. And it means a lot when, when people are looking for sort of a pick-me-up on their cast, or, whether or not people are deciding to start casting. She's able to bring this across in terms of her work and to get casters in touch with material that will allow them to make their best content. And she's actually been very helpful in connecting some Team Panda members with some keys to sort of allow them to play some games that... I gotta get the hell out of here. To help them produce some content which is maybe a little unique, or maybe to get them a head start on a couple of games when people aren't able to stream them yet. I know I've certainly benefited tremendously from that. But I think most importantly, out of all of the titles that I can give her, I can definitely say that she is a very, very dear friend of mine. She is somebody who does a style of casting that is in some ways similar to mine in terms of talking about serious issues and using games as a means of... Sorry, I gotta give her a proper shout out this way. Oh, we still have the proper historical facts. Talking about the things that matter to her and maybe some slightly academic topics. But the big thing is that she has got beautiful facial expressions. She is somebody who definitely benefits from a cam. And she has... only continued to grow and improve as a caster, which I wouldn't have thought possible when I first met her, because she's a very talented caster in her own right. But really the sort of place, like if you go and check out her forum or her cast and you see people bringing up real life problems, you can understand why she's the person that people do that for. She's definitely a very big-hearted individual, and like I said, I'm definitely very happy to have gotten to know her. I guess I'm not able to bring that with me. Sorry guys, fuck you. Hello, what games do I normally stream? Det Killas. Det Kitlas. Probably the games that I have the biggest reputation for would be grand strategy titles such as Crusader Kings 2 and Stellaris, a lot of strategy style stuff. Recently we've been doing a war series, so I've been trying to play games that I think take war as their theme. So this has gone from everything ranging from Spec Ops The Line to This War of Mine. We'll also be doing a few other titles which are a little bit more related to, again, to this war theme. Sorry, just a second. So I don't know, I'd like to say I'm a variety caster, but I definitely notice I have a tendency towards strategic and independent titles. Dollar says that Jesse's blushing a little. Jesse, are you blushing a little? What if I said I've been very happy to get to know you in the biblical sense? Or that I at least wish that I get to know you in the biblical sense? Oh, of course I won't forget the Souls streams. Yes, I've done Dark Souls on Twitch, and then I'm doing Dark Souls 2 on YouTube. And we also did Battlefield. We've done just a slight blush. Followed for some reason. You only watch League, Diablo, and Hearthstone. I have not played any of these on stream. Misclick? Oh, you're not enjoying yourself? I'm sorry. I'm just trying to think of some other ways. So, what are some of the streams that you normally watch? Dead Kid. Oh, you know what? Do you watch Ponce at all? Normally this game doesn't make me walk this far to do things. So. But I haven't gone under here, so this... Oh wait, I have. Alright. So I have everything that I need over, No, I don't follow Ponce. Okay. Man, if you really... I have streamed Dota before, but it was more like an educational... It was more an educational stream, so I don't think you would have seen me when I was streaming... God, why am I so stupid on these puzzles? So there's something I have to do to the bottom of this. But I don't have any... I don't have any of the, I don't have any tools. Unless my wire cutters are supposed to do something. Oh, the other place where you might have seen me deck hitless would be Rizal Reloaded stream. She's another person who doesn't exclusively play League, but plays a lot of it. She's somebody I know through Vancouver. Well, I mean, if you really like, so like if you really like esports titles, obviously League and Dota would be ones that you want to do. I refuse to be helped by this game. Can I like just throw myself on this for the greater good? But yeah, so far as I can tell, the only time I've ever really only ever played Diablo was when I played it with Jessie, and she I was exclusively on her cast then. Okay, so there's gotta be, so this, I don't get the stick back. I can't go. There we go. For a brief while, Twitch did have a bug where if a channel you followed hosted someone, you'd auto-follow the hosted. Man, I wish I had that bug. Alright, so I just push this and... Oh, I get what I gotta do. I use the ramp. Life is Strange would be the one, Detkit. Last I did Life is Strange, what is it? 2 weeks ago now? There we go. Yeah, as far as talk shows, I'd love to do them, but I got banned the last time I tried to read history on Twitch, so definitely have dropped the talk show. Are they not going to give me the grenades? God, man, you guys are killing me. Oh wait, but I do get access to the sticks again, so maybe I do have to use it. I mean, I have to hit the ordnance, but I don't see it going through the dirt, so... Why am I not allowed to... What's the point of using the grenades if I don't, Tapeti, so the official reason from Twitch was that there's not supposed to be radio content. However, that only applies to the music channel. And I wasn't listed as music. I was listed as, I think I was like not playing at the time. Now they've since changed the terms of service to specifically forbid reading streams. Which I think is a little ridiculous given the fact that they're trying to do creative streams. Melee Mage, thank you so much for that host. Alright, now I'm really just guessing. Can I throw it at the troops for stealing my dynamite? Nope. Before reading a book because it was against creative TO. Well, see, this is just it. It wasn't creative terms of service. I don't even believe there was a separate terms of service for creative at the time that happened. But they tried to do something related to music. It's a completely baseless sort of accusation that they had. But unfortunately, if you appeal a ban, they reserve the right to extend your ban, which is not exactly my idea of a good time. So I sucked it up, said I'm going to do all my cool content on YouTube, and kind of left it from there. My name is Norman. Well, Misfit Druid, you can say that, but I have a feeling I would have had the same problem if I read one of my own essays, and then the alternative would be... yeah, actually, Jesse Quill makes a very good point. Somebody else's game is also... Why is this puzzle so hard? Okay, I'm going to do a hint just because I really think that the grenades are... You can turn off the hint system and remove the highlight from interactive job with veteran mode. Okay. No hints available. I really feel like this is bugged out. I'm just gonna quit. Hopefully we don't have to do too much.
February 21st, 1916. Winter.
Oh, and sorry, Shane Fit. Jesse Quill absolutely told you the right thing. You're stuck here because of the calming voice, and you're a guy.
Suffering like many others from the harsh winter.
You guys are very, very kind about my voice. Why would they ban when it's fine that Extra Credits has been doing it for months now without repercussions? To Petty, it's because they are partnered. They draw a lot of viewers to the platform, and I am a small streamer, and there are absolutely two sets of rules that people go by on Twitch. So... I wonder if you could work around game-related stories or creative writing. Yeah, so I mean, like, the book that I was reading was in public domain. Oops, I'm an idiot. The big thing is that Twitch talks about how they got very lucky and how they don't properly understand this wonderful broadcast medium that they found. Shane Fit, thank you very much for that follow. Or not that follow, that host. I'm losing it tonight. Yeah, so it was a bug. Alright, I'm gonna be really, really bad at this. Well, I mean, the one thing, obviously everybody's gonna have their own taste for things, but I'm a little curious, I've really enjoyed this game so far. I think it's got a really nice little story. It's a very charming game. But I'm really curious why you like Life is Strange, but Valiant Hearts: The Great War isn't quite working for you. Alright, so I gotta find some way of dealing with the ordnance. So if I just jump on that thing, I'm pretty sure I die. Yeah, so can't do that. But I don't think it lets me pick anything up, does it? Oh, it does. Okay. Thank you, Jesse Cool. You were very, very kind. See, the problem is every time that you say something nice like that, I always wonder what word got you feeling tingly in all the right places. Life is Strange was more intense? I don't think you get more intense than World War I, though. I mean, in fairness, I can understand some people maybe not being interested in this gameplay if they see it partway through, because obviously the character and a lot of the, the relationships are set up at the very beginning of the game. Oh, I'm dead. Deal with the ordnance, thanks. So I can sort of understand that if somebody doesn't have the benefit of, of sort of understanding the relationships between the characters and what they're interested in. I mean, in the end, our favorite stories are always about people with problems. I can sort of maybe see the game not holding the same appeal. Oh, I don't want the stick, damn it. I think I need to... Yeah, there we go. It's been a while since you've seen this game, but you remember it hitting you in the fields. Yes, it's definitely a very... Oh, God. Don't punch the barbed wire, please. I mean, at the very start of the game, it hits you with some pretty intense emotion. I mean, you start off with the, the father of a newborn, because of his German heritage, being forced out of the country with his wife. Or, sorry, not with his wife, without his wife and child. What's happened so far? All right, once the cinematic is done, I will tell you exactly what's happened, Jesse Quill. Okay, so this character I'm playing right now he is the father of, his name is Emile, he is French, and his son, son-in-law, Carl, is German. So at the onset of World War I, Carl is forced out of the country and needs to, and basically is conscripted into the German army. And Emile is conscripted into the French army, forcing the father-in-law to fight his son-in-law. Now, Emile winds up captured by the Germans and is sort of a prisoner of war. He escapes and meets with an American named Freddy. And, alright, so I gotta find a gear to move that away. So where in World War I would you throw sticks and move cars from tree? Life is Strange is more realistic and unique with the voting. I find it hard to say that there's a time-traveling teenager as being a more realistic game. But I think by necessity, all games are going to be an abstraction of the real world. I think the idea here is that this is a puzzle game, and what it tries to do is communicate the truth of the situation in which people found themselves in World War I. Where they find themselves sort of forced to go to war, forced to be on opposite sides when they would have otherwise been friends or neighbors. And, this story here where you have a father separated from his family by virtue of his heritage, something that he has no control over. And again, we were talking about the First World War being the end of this first age of globalization, where it would have been perfectly reasonable to say that people would cross borders to either, pursue a romantic relationship, to pursue better employment prospects. And at the onset of that war, you have people, unfortunately, forced back into their countries, nations deciding that you can't have potential traitors amongst your midst. And so somebody who maybe doesn't have any doesn't really have any loyalty to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, just wants to raise his family, is forced to fight against family members. Alright, I gotta find another gear, which is probably behind this locked door. In any case, along this journey we've also encountered a woman named Anna, and she is looking for her father, who is a scientist, has been taken by the German side to... So normally I'm supposed... Oh, hang on. Ah, locker. So, Anna is looking for her father. So basically Emil and Carl are trying to survive. Carl is currently in a French POW camp. Emil has been sent back to the front line. His goal is survival. Anna is looking for her father. And Freddy, the American, who we're just playing, it's not entirely clear what his motivation is, but he wants to get this, German character who's been the primary antagonist. Okay, now there's supposed to be some... Okay. To the right of the windmill, north of the trees. Right of the... Okay. Okay, so we've got the trees. Where's the windmill, though? Okay. So we got right of the windmill. It's not clear at all. Okay, so I should look for 3 trees. That's probably here.
Emil's precision cannon firing enabled Freddy and his regiment to reach the rear line unharmed.
Bravo, Freddy! Bill, thank you very much, my friend.
The military hierarchy heard of their feats in battle and decided to decorate the two friends for their bravery. Emil received good news from Anna. Carl was recovering nicely. He was even walking again. Meanwhile, the battle for Verdun only grew longer and bloodier. The death toll was staggering, 70,000 per month. Almost 1 Frenchman and 1 German every minute, and it went on for 10 months, day and night. May 8th, 1916, Emil's squad was sent on a mission to take back Fort Douaumont, a strategic point in the German defense.
So specifically in this story, that kill us, I don't know if you're referring to the real life story or this one, but Emil is captured by the Germans, and that is how his son finds him, or son-in-law rather. All right, Fort Douaumont. Douaumont was one of the symbols of the battles of Verdun and was exploited by both camps for propaganda purposes. The Germans seized the fort in February 1916 before it was seized back by the Allies in October 1916 with heavy losses. In the meantime, the fort was damaged by a huge explosion which killed almost 800 Germans inside. Rather than the work of some valiant heart, the explosion was caused by a neglected stove, the ensuring fire spread to the petrol and ammunition supplies. And then flamethrowers. The Germans were the first to use flamethrowers in an assault on the previously held position in 1915. Although the attack was expected, the use of the weapon came as a surprise and caused a large number of casualties. Its psychological impact was huge, but British troops soon learned to cope with the slow-moving operatives lugging heavy equipment and did not adopt the weapon themselves. And I think we've got some diary entries. So, February 21st, 1916. This morning, shells came raining down on our sector. Freddy was out in front and was lucky to pull through. I had to play cannon boy to dig him out of there. I was awarded a medal, but I'd much preferred a leave of absence. I hope Carl's okay. It was such a relief to receive Marie's last letter. February 21st, 1916. Emile saved my skin again today. What a deluge of shells. I got to write to my younger brother. He's worried about me. Alright, so we gotta somehow get past a minefield without using the dog.
What?
It's gonna blow me up though. Or not? I'm not quite sure why these signposts are there. Technically neither. I'm currently in graduate school, so I work a little bit as a research assistant, and then I study the rest of the time. Although hopefully there's some good news on the work front coming up relatively soon. So I don't think there's a cooldown on this gun. So let's see what we can get the doggy to do. I'm probably gonna get cooked by that. Nope. Talks like a prop. You're thinking streaming is a hobby. Yeah, I definitely stream as a hobby. So I'm currently, in terms of what I'm working for, the research that I'm doing is on United States financial regulation. So you may have heard of the Dodd-Frank Act. All right. Oh, I get it. I'm supposed to deal with the German. So you may have heard of the Dodd-Frank Act, and what that act actually did was it delegated a lot of responsibility for regulating financial institutions to these like these government regulators. And so what we're doing whenever a regulator implements a new rule, there's a period of public comment where basically anybody in the public can comment on that regulation, say it's a good idea or something like that. And what we are... Okay, so I think if I walk up to him, he's gonna... There we go. I'm hurrying, Freddy. I'm an old man. Sorry guys, I'm getting a little distracted. So basically what we're trying to do is we're going through these public comments, and we're trying to see if there's any kind of systematic bias in the way that the regulator is implementing the suggestions that are given. So the idea here is, as you say, if Goldman Sachs or any of these other institutions are sort of have like a regulator bias, if the regulators are paying attention to their words more often than somebody else's, we're trying to identify that using econometric techniques. And then, of course, it's also interesting if the regulators also unduly pay attention to the public. What you would want is sort of an uneven... You would want more of an even sort of ruling. But right now we're using the comments that people write as a way of trying to identify whether or not the regulators are sort of engaging in some sort of systematic bias. What do I vote for and why? You're from Sweden, so you don't really follow the U.S. election. Well, I'm not American myself, so in my own election, I used to be a member of the Canadian Liberal Party. I don't consider myself affiliated with it anymore, but I would like to think that my politics are a little bit more centrist. So, which is to say that I'm an economics major, so obviously I certainly have an appeal for free market decisions, one kind of rules that allow people to make their own decisions about things. Oh, you know what? These are just going to burn up. But I bet if I bring that tub over, I get something to put in the fireplace. He's certainly very photogenic. I'm not particularly... I don't strongly dislike Trudeau, but I definitely think that people are a little too starry-eyed about him. And have a good night, Kite. I'm sorry I missed your comment before. Oh, you know what? I gotta put a dummy there. But yeah, so I mean, I think Justin Trudeau is drinking a little bit of the Kool-Aid too much. But in general, I've liked the Liberal Party because it's generally fairly socially progressive, but without necessarily abandoning, liberal trade values like free trade and things like that. You don't get why people vote for Trump? Only you? No, there's still, there's definitely still the honeymoon period regarding Trudeau. Although he definitely had a very difficult month last in May. There's the elbow problem. There's the a lot of people are very critical of the way that the government has handled the assisted dying bill. I think he's needed to, so against my wishes, not that I really get a say in this, but the Canadian government is reconsidering its electoral system, and I believe it's no longer a government majority on that particular. Okay, I gotta find some way of getting rid of the flamethrower, bro. All right, fuck that. But yeah, so in any case, where previously it would have been sort of the government deciding the new electoral system, it seems like we just leaving Emil behind? Oh, no. This bridge totally reminds you of Dark Souls. Oh yeah, it's like the Hell Kite, right? Do I ever as a Canadian get angry or mean? Frequently, actually. Oops. And it's glorious when it happens? I don't know about glorious. Bam! Anyways, why do people vote for Trump? One of the reasons why he's getting the support that he is right now is that the Republicans, for a very, very long time, have basically said that Hillary Clinton will literally be the worst thing that could happen to the United States Republic. And so when people are presenting a kind of rhetoric like that, it's very hard to sort of turn around and say, "Oh, we were just joking about that, guys. Like, it's actually not so bad with Hillary Clinton now that we're facing the possibility of Trump. Like, they've really talked themselves into a corner here. Why do individuals fear Trump? I mean, in some ways, it's the same reasons why people like Bernie Sanders. Both of them are campaigning on very anti-trade platforms, right? Sanders is opposed to the liberalization of low-skilled labor. So he doesn't like the idea that, you know, some work can be offshored. Trump is sort of appealing to that, although he's less explicit about it because his own business interests benefit from those. But both of them are opposed to the free trade agreements of that country. And so in that sense, they're very similar. And then what Trump has sort of been successful in doing, one thing that's very important to people, as an American voter, let me weigh in please, 52 years old, but you would say that it's because he's not a politician, but he's trying to be honest. Well, see, you can, sure, but I mean, that's the same argument that people are making for, Bernie Sanders as well. One of the other things that's very important in... Oh, I'll wait for this to be done. So, I mean, at least as far as most people who have, you know, sort of done a check on Trump, generally they find an individual who is quite dishonest. And one of the things that tends to be quite important, at least for as far as political economy, is an idea known as valence. So generally, if you're looking at political messaging, you will find that people are less interested in where a candidate lies on the political spectrum, but they will care quite a bit about their capacity for governance and sort of reality television and all of these different... Well, I mean, it's not just reality television, but I mean, the Trump brand has been built around this idea of competence in business dealing for a very long time. And so, in terms of valence, Trump would rate quite high in terms of his recognition. Now, again, I would argue that he has less of a claim to this than is, you know, than is maybe merited. But I think, again, this is sort of what, to me at least, is driving some of this Trump support. Well, a really interesting technique that he's used, you can consider there's another batch of revelations regarding Trump University that are quite damaging to him. But people are not talking about that because he said another thing about Mexicans and he referred to a black man as his property. And so I think there is a very calculated side to what he does. And in this case, like, nobody in his base is going to turn away because he said something opposed to Mexicans, right? People already know that about him, but the press seems very ready to sort of lap up this whole "can you believe he just said that" story. And so on a day where the conversation normally would have been about Trump University, he very successfully took the news cycle and made it again about, oh my God, can you believe he just said that? Which is, I mean, it's very frustrating for me to see because, again, the only investment that I have in the U.S. election is, you know, whatever happens to me as a Canadian as a result of the, from that outcome. Oh wait, so I'm somehow supposed to get this dynamite down to... So do I just go up and over, maybe? I mean, so again, I shouldn't... It's not really my job to tell Americans who they should and shouldn't vote for, right? Like, I certainly have my opinions, but in the end, I'm not going to have to directly live with the consequences of those decisions as somebody who's actually voting in that election. But it is very frustrating sometimes for me to see such a failure on the press's part to sort of vet these candidates, and instead opting for the sort of reportage that we might have seen coming out of the National Enquirer once upon a time. What are the odds of him winning the election? I mean, I'm anything that I would say would be a number that I just pulled out of thin air. I think it's actually I think it is a greater than zero probability, but I still think it is very unlikely that he succeeds in winning the election. Well, see, this is I hear this. One of the things that I really like about Hillary Clinton's line of attack on Donald Trump is the question, can you trust this man with nuclear arms? And I've definitely heard people say it's like, well, he cares about his family. He wouldn't allow that to happen. But in another way, you can sort of turn that argument around. Is going to say it's like, okay, well, he's shown himself to be irresponsible, but once we give him lots of power, he'll calm down. The thing that really interests me about the line of attack, and it's like we can't trust this guy with the nukes, is that no Republican has really been able to bring themselves up to say, oh, of course he wouldn't launch the nukes. This is actually something that, had it been said about Mitt Romney, everybody would have said that they're being ridiculous. But nobody's really been able to say it's like, oh, you can't say that about Trump. Like, he is a candidate that people do actually think is manifestly irresponsible. But I don't know. Like I said, I mean, I have opinions on these things, but take them with as many grains of salt as you'd like. Misfit Druid, you read something too long ago. I asked several types of people why they're supporting him. It seemed that people are latching on to this fairly one reasonable thing he said and hoping the rest is grandstanding. I don't know the reasonable thing that you're talking about, but I mean, I don't think it's obvious that she works for Chinese intelligence, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody really says that the... Oh, alright then. I guess we're at the end of Chapter 2? He did make fun of... Sure, but I mean, again, that's not an argument for... Here's the thing, right? Trump, there's nothing that Trump has indicated in terms of him being a rational or responsible individual with these weapons. This is not somebody that you want to see as commander-in-chief, and his allies will even not. They're not necessarily going to be the one to agree with this. Again, that's why I find it such an effective attack on Clinton's part. All right, I need to find a way of distracting them. Now, I get that people don't like Clinton, but, Clinton is bad is not a positive argument for Trump. And I see, to see Trump's... for Trump to win the election, there needs to be a positive case made for him. And he's very good at bluster. He's very good at angering people. He's very good at hogging the spotlight. But I'm not entirely sure what the positive case for Trump is. I see it more as a negation of Hillary Clinton. And in the end, Hillary Clinton does, again, for all of her defects, and I am absolutely not somebody who would be very fond of seeing a Clinton presidency, save for the fact that I think Trump is an irresponsible choice. Again, I say this as a non-American. In my view, the people who want to make the positive case for Trump have all of their work ahead of them. So what do I do with this dynamite, though? Maybe bounce against the wall? No, too far. I don't think we're gonna make it, guys. As somebody who is not sorry, as somebody, oh, I lost. So yeah, I mean, so like moving aside any of the trade agreements or whatever, I mean, obviously if Trump wants to tear up the American free trade agreements, then as a Canadian I obviously would care about NAFTA. I believe he also said he would approve the Keystone Pipeline though, so obviously as far as our natural resources are concerned, he would be positive in that sense. But whether or not I have any skin in the game is entirely beside the fact as to whether or not I can have an opinion on the matter. It seems to me a fairly weak argument to say to somebody, especially when you have asked me my opinion, to then turn around and say it's like, well, you know, you don't agree with me or you're not an American, so you're not allowed to have an opinion. I very respectfully disagree. And furthermore, I do find it very interesting that once I start making these claims which are backed with, I would say, some very solid social science research. I mean, if you want, you can take a look at what Francesco Trebi has written regarding valence and political ideology in terms of elections. I find it very interesting that once I do have a Trump supporter and I try to have a conversation with them about these things, the conversation very quickly turns from, here are the positive arguments for a Trump presidency, here is why he is a better and a more qualified candidate than Clinton, and all of a sudden it becomes a little bit more along the lines of, you're not an American and therefore you're not allowed to have an opinion on this. I think it communicates a certain degree of weakness and uncertainty of individuals with their candidate. Hey, Superior Blaze, how's it going? All right, you know what? I'm really stuck on this this puzzle. So maybe if I block it here. Nope. Bad luck. And Katalis, I think there's a... So, here's my view on the Obama thing. Obama obviously came in with a lot of promise. He had a... you know, he was originally brought in on a mandate of change. And if you take a look at what happens after he passes that healthcare bill, I still don't think I... Okay, so that's not how I'm supposed to do this. Maybe if I just go really hard and... Okay, maybe I'm supposed to hit the guy with this. Nope. I still refuse to get help from this game. Oops! Bloody hell. But yeah, so obviously a very big election, gets the Nobel for not being George Bush, so on and so forth. What's very interesting is after the Affordable Care Act is passed, you see a shift to a Republican Congress. And I think partly what that communicates is that the Americans are a little bit more moderate than people had thought. because after the election against Romney, they vote for the same state of affairs. Okay, so I had the right idea. It's just screwing it up implementation-wise. Oh, wow. That's a hard target. Okay, so hopefully this will fall on his head. Nope. Oh, you know what? I probably need to... There we go. Yeah, I mean, in this sense, I actually think Clinton's model for healthcare was better than Obama's. But the case here is just, I think in general, people are saying is like, okay, I like Obama, but I don't necessarily want to go this far to the left, and so they bring in a Congress which is, you know what, I'm just going to enjoy the cinematic.
Despite the fort's partial destruction, the Germans held their position. The mission was a failure.
So this is a neat little take on, you know, they talk about a stove being kept on fire, but this is a nice little alternative take on it, saying that it was actually Emil and friends blowing it up. Hey, Cake Lord, welcome to the stream.
My darling, war has taken away a very dear friend. He was like a brother to me, and his death affects me much more than I could imagine. In happier news, Carl is safe from the trenches, and his condition improves steadily. I'll go and see him on my next leave. And what about you? How are you? Are things in Saint Miel any better?
Carl discovered things were not, in fact, any better. According to Marie's last letter, his son had fallen gravely ill. Carl had come to a decision. This war would never end. He had to escape.
So the simplest version of what I can say, Ditkalis, is I think your fun with ice hockey ended when you found out that you could skate backwards. He made you a defensive. Sorry to hear that. But yeah, I think in the end, what it came down to was that there was quite a bit of promise for Obama, but once people saw the platform that he wanted to implement, they willingly chose a Congress that would sort of restrict his ability to act. And I think actually a very similar thing would happen, is that if people decide that Clinton is not their choice for a candidate, you would see Trump elected, but you would see Congress, a hostile Congress to him, because in the end I don't think people actually want to see him implement his entire platform, and the system is specifically designed to create those kinds of blocks. Yeah, I mean, in terms of Obama, whether or not people like him, I mean, again, it was 2008 was sort of the first celebrity election. I think there was more promise than actual implementation. Personal view, but I also think he's not. I mean, like most things, people are not the devils that they get painted to be. But I mean, I'm not the first one to say this, but you know, giving him a Nobel Prize is sort of like giving a director an Oscar for a film they haven't yet directed. Anyways, I mean, the one thing I can say that would be interesting about this, obviously it does sort of force a particular political ideology, but the one thing that does worry me about the rise of populist parties, and this would be both in Europe and the United States, I mean, you say this in Limburg, but it seems to be a lot of again, it comes back to that argument that I don't find very convincing on Trump, which is that, just give him a lot of power and his tone will change. Like, I don't think that's ever a case that's been made for a viable political candidate before. I don't think that's the right way to go about selecting a president. Oh god, I'm always bad at these. Okay, well I gotta get this thing back to... Okay, so I think there's only one way here. Yeah, the thing I was going to say, the one thing that worries me a little bit about the current batch of populism is very focused on, particular groups, whether it's Muslims, Mexicans, and Syrians, although I suppose that probably falls under the same Muslim claim. But we've played This War of Mine, we're now playing Valiant Hearts. We've got some very common themes in these games about sort of what happens when people sort of turn inwards, when people sort of allow this other group, or start talking about safe space for the Croats, safe space for X, Y, or Z group. And if I'm honest, that is the thing that worries me the most about the new batch of populism. It's like you can, everybody loves to hate a politician or something like that, but there's something very nasty about the current rhetoric. And I hate being the one who goes on about that old saw, if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it, but it's probably the one that bothers me the most. I don't necessarily agree with the larger point that people not liking political dynasties is the reason why Bush the third failed, but I do know the Clintons are trying to position themselves as kind of a modern Kennedy. I'm just too stupid for this puzzle right now, or I'm talking too much politics. Okay, so this seems to be my only Okay, I gotta sit back and think about what I'm trying to accomplish with this. I need to drive the water down below. Wait, but there's no way for me to get it that way. So if I put it together like this, I still can't connect it, so... Okay, so I gotta get this upper one connected, and hopefully it goes back and around. Close. Okay, so let's see if I can find some way of getting water from the outside there. Ah, here we go. This is the part I was missing.
I would never want to belong
Thank you very much for that follow, Cake Lord. Glad you're enjoying the stream. We do actually talk about the game every once in a while. I will be streaming this until completion, Dead Kitless. So my suspicion is there probably won't be anything else tonight. Although we will be playing a new game. If I finish it tonight, we'll be playing a new game tomorrow. There we go. And if I don't get through Valiant Hearts tonight, then I will finish off with Valiant Hearts and then play the new game. Alright, sorry guys, that was a really embarrassing amount of time on a very simple puzzle. So actually, just to, again, we'll change it up a little bit here. We definitely have some new people inside the channel. I'm a little curious though, who here has played the game, who hasn't, who knows about World War I? Because one thing I love about this game, which actually I haven't done in a little bit for a while, is the history. There we go, life in prisoner of war camps. Even in captivity, class differences still counted. Some camps were reserved for officers and others for foot soldiers. Prisoners were generally underfed, even more so if the local population was also undernourished. Prisoners of war replaced civilians at the front and were forced to work in munitions factories or on farms or down mines. Alright guys, I will ask, normally I save this for the end of the stream, but I will leave it to chat. Who would like to know the name of the next game that I'll be playing? Okay, so you just straight up don't want me hanging around here. Is there a cup? There's a cup that is A, half full, or B, half empty? There's too much surplus in that cup, Cake Lord. Alright, have a great one, Annette. I really appreciate you've been hanging around for a really long time. I think you've been here for about 5 hours now. Thank you very much for hanging out. I really appreciate that, host, and I hope to get a chance to see you in Elkanu's stream. Yeah. I certainly know you'd like that. Does anybody else have an opinion on this? I'm happy to do either. But I don't want to spoil the surprise for. I was hoping I'd finish Pollen. Man, that's a really good point. I mean, we're currently doing the war series right now, but I might switch to science fiction after that. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't really know when I'll be able to get back to that, but if you'd like, I mean, if Valiant Hearts really isn't your thing, I can definitely encourage you to follow the Twitter if you aren't already, and I'll always announce what game I'm playing on that, and certainly if I know, now that I know that's something you're specifically interested in, I can definitely sort of tweet in advance when I think I'm going to be playing it. Now I'm just getting a message that I went offline. Okay, awesome. So yeah, for lack of any other information in terms of when I'll be able to get to it, I'm definitely happy to announce that when I have a better idea. Yeah, not a problem. I mean, obviously I stream in a large part for myself. Like I'd be lying if I said I didn't get something out of it, but if I know there's interest in something, I mean, I want to go back and finish Pollen. If I know there's interest for something, I can definitely sort of reposition it in my schedule. So again, I can't make any promises. It's definitely not going to be soon, just because I've got some of these series to finish, and I've actually put in a couple of requests for promo copies of Keys, and that's how I got Pollen, right? So I want to do right by those developers. But sort of once those are sort of accounted for, I'll absolutely put that in the list, in the queue. Diablo 2? I don't think I have Diablo 2. I have Diablo 3. Alright, have a good one, Cake Lord. You know, I'd love to blame the hour, but I think this is just me being too dumb for simple puzzles. Maybe I haven't fully... Okay, so there doesn't seem to be anything else that I need to do with this. Krunkalunka, did you just come in? Kitlas, I'll actually let you know if you want to follow Street. This is a guy who's been supporting me for a really long time. He's always so quiet in chat that I never know when he's hanging out. But if you check out a streamer called Krunkalunka, he's actually been playing some Diablo 2 recently, and I think he's a really great guy. A little more quiet than I am, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. If you're quiet, you can't get into trouble for for saying the wrong thing. But I definitely, he's somebody I'm always happy to see inside of chat, and I definitely like hanging out whenever our timelines line up. So I would definitely recommend checking him out. Oh, he needs suspenders. God damn it. Crunkalunka. Oh, don't worry, guys. I'm not talking about anybody inside a chat. Jesse Quill knows exactly who I'm talking about. There's a little drama going on in in some mutual environments. So I try not to be too passive aggressive or like snipey about this sort of stuff. Like I am definitely not a believer in don't talk about politics or religion. I actually think they're important. I think they're important issues. And I think people, if they want to talk about them, they should be able to talk about them. But with that in mind, it's sort of an onus on me to be, as direct as I can, to say what's on my mind. Because I genuinely believe that, allowing people to speak their mind on issues, and to do so as honestly as they can, will, in the long run be better off. So for my part, I get so turned around in this level. Whenever I'm doing a seminar, would I prefer it if somebody didn't ask an embarrassing question that sort of reveals I don't know the subject as well as I thought? Probably not. Crunkalunka. If you look in the current list of viewers, I believe you'll see him. Immelmanbrunn, I believe skills do help, but I've not had to immigrate to my country of birth, so I may not be the right person to ask. Maybe Jess is interested in Canadian citizenship. No, I'm kidding. Mia, how are you doing tonight? This must mean that Miss Ariella is done streaming for the evening. Lovely to see you again as always. I hope you're doing well. Actually, you know what? I'm sure I can do a shout out for him. I just need to get to a point where I'm a little... I need to make a little bit of progress in the game before I can do that. Sorry, not Immelman. Detkillis. But I'll be happy if you have to head out before. You can ice skate really well too. You did mention that. Fortunately, that has not been a prerequisite of my citizenship. Otherwise, I'd be done. No idea how to look at the viewer list. Tell you what, I'll just take a minute here and I'll shout it out. Since half an hour ago, we completed the game. Much tougher. So what game was Ariella playing? I've forgotten. I know I stopped by to say hi, but it was a little bit more to see Ari rather than... Oh, thank you so much for that, host. No worries. I mean, I'm already on my laptop now. Anyway, sorry. The thing I was saying about politics. So, like, as long as people are honest about it, as I say, would I prefer it if people didn't ask me the hard questions in a seminar? Sure. That's the streamer I'm thinking of. I'd prefer it if people didn't ask me the hard questions in the seminar, but it's like when I have Francesco in my seminars. He's probably going to ask me something that reveals that I don't know the subject that well. Do I wind up with a good paper by the end of it? Yeah, absolutely I do. So Brothers A Tale of Two Sons. That's it, Mia. That's why I wasn't paying close attention, because I need to. I actually want to play that one. I know Ariel is crazy with her 100%s, actually. There we go. We are making progress, chat. Oh, don't say that, Mia. I'm gonna wind up putting pollen back. No, I'll be sure before I start anything new. That's great, Dick Killis. Like I said, I feel bad that I don't give him the attention that he deserves, but he's I have a good time whenever I'm there. And again, he's definitely a little more consistent in terms of playing the sort of stuff that I know you like. Just 2 categories on Steam, the 100% completed and something like shitty games. I'm really curious what Ariella considers to be a shitty game. By the way, Dufferin Games of Canada made the best mass-produced Cool Cute. That's really funny. I actually remember Dufferin. I mean, I was really little when I went in there, but I used to get my BattleTech books from them. Really, game? Come on. Oh, wait. I just gotta angle it right. When she did 100%. So I'll just go on the watch. I'll just go on the... Oh, come on. Oh, wait, but I don't have any way of getting past that. Yeah, I don't even know if Dufferin's still in business, now that I think of it. Oh, maybe... Yeah, there we go. I'm smart. Sold their lumber stock and everything, put it on a boat to China, messaged on eBay with a former employee. Interesting. Why can't I just use the meat on... Oh, because I gotta put it in its bowl. Again, I'm probably spending a lot more time on this than the developers intended. What a conveniently placed bush. Run! August 1914, Saint Laurent Church, France. Oh, is this the wedding? Oh, we finally get to find out what happened with Freddy. Well, GG, guys. I have to have the power. Hello, Professor. Will you give me an A now? Well, that's really interesting. I had a prof who did a lot of work with eBay data, but I noticed, like, he really likes computers, so I noticed an unusual amount of like processors. You're absolutely right, Mia. I won't settle for anything less than an A+. And you can ask Jesse Quill how horrifyingly true that is. I get a little sulky if I'm not dropping the mad grades. That is a hard target. Oh, I don't even need to drop it. I mean, I think one of the propositions that sort of interests me about the different eBay stories, that presumably if there's the price that gets commanded on eBay, there would be space for either Dufferin or the business, like, you know, anybody who wants to sort of take up that business to make a premium product that's already commanding that price on the auction site. It's actually a little interesting that somebody hasn't done that. But then, I mean, I also don't know about pool cues, right? Like, to me, they're a fairly homogeneous good. Okay, so obviously I need to... Oh, can't. All right. I thought I was going to get loot. But I mean, again, this is why, like, it's why I would never go into business as a pool cue seller, because somebody would be able to charge me a premium price for a crappy product. A+ with a star? Yeah. Get so worried for stress for so long, you get assignments back with 100. That's not fair. It was 25 out of 20. Which technically is just 5 times what you said, but it's important to be precise on these things. There's a collector's market. Yeah. Hey, Runebroder. Yeah, I've been usually streaming a little bit earlier, but I think during this war series, I've been falling back into old habits. So I'm really glad to have you back. Oh, I don't doubt actually. I'm probably actually going to be, once I'm done this cast, I'm actually probably going to go and check out the fun. Like, because I've worked with a prof on eBay data before, I have to go and see this stuff for myself. It's just in my nature. So I'm not going to do anything with it. I'm just really like, when I learn a new fact from somebody, I go and I check it out. So it's a wonderful way to read the newspaper, because you wind up spending like an hour and a half over breakfast. But it's I don't know. It's fun. It's neat to follow up on little bits of trivia. And I mean, sometimes you get good ideas from it. So anyways, armored vehicles. Assault artillery was invented during the war in an attempt to break through enemy lines. The first prototypes of armored vehicle appeared. We're talking about this, guys. Generals noted that vehicles fitted with wheels were ineffective in a trench environment. Engineers thus worked on prototypes to overcome the problem, and Caterpillar tracks proved to be the perfect solution to the problem. Oh god, that must be horrifying. No Man's Land. No Man's Land was the zone located between the Allied and enemy trenches. The distance varied between 50 to 1,500 yards. The zone was watched closely by day, and anyone venturing out would be shot, but by night it became a theater of espionage, when barbed wire and traps were set to protect trenches. Most battle casualties resulted in this zone. Yeah, this doesn't accomplish anything. Now, Jess, just a quick question for you, because I know Clara did this. Have you played Valiant Hearts, or is this the first time you're seeing this game? And I apologize for its depiction of your countrymen. Alright, so he wants a diamond. Well, looks like he wants a little bit of everything on it. Oh, I get it. Alright. So this will give us the diamond pattern. Oh, this is not as... This is not as easy as I thought. So if I do... That should do the trick, right? Yeah. God, I already gave this to you. I didn't know I was actually going to have to use geometry. Jesus. You're killing me, game. Okay, you know what? Screw you. This would better work. Alright, I am ready to drop bombs on all the moms. Not quite what I wanted to do there, friend, but good try. Read Coder's mind, problem solve. Exactly. Alright, I gotta get the dog to do it. Because this is how puzzles works, friends. What? Come on. Alright. Hooray! Sorry guys, I'm getting a little sleepy. I might get another Austrian beverage courtesy of the lovely Miss Jessie Quill. Oh, I gotta drive this thing. Oh, okay. Well, let's do that again. Ladies and gentlemen, for those about to rock, we salute you. Yep, Red Bull. But I think first we drop bombs on your moms. Ah, come on, we can't destroy that. We need that for our allies. Hey, Kill Bandit. Well, I guess I said hi to Jesse, so... Never mind me. I'm just the caster. Whoa! Should be paying attention. Give you a week's worth of highs when you see me. Sound like my dealer. There we go. Not a problem, Killbat. I'm just having a little fun with you. Saying hi to a mod before the caster. That's Dan Gaming Face with a giggle hand. Come on, guys. I'm not serious. I'm actually paying more attention to chat than this action-packed sequence. I feel a little bad. Yep, never said anything serious in my life. I get along very well with everybody. Never had drama with teammates.
Lucky Freddy was given a hero's welcome by the French forces. Emile wrote to Anna to let her know that her father was free and out of harm's way. Freddy and Emile's reunion, however, would be short-lived. May 14th, 1916. Freddy was sent to the Somme, while Emile's regiment was quartered near a small village at the top of a hill. The village was called Vauquois.
I have not heard of Vauquois before.
This is where the conflict had moved underground. Holed up in their trenches, the two camps dug tunnels and galleries. The underground war had begun.
All right, friends. I am going to take. Actually, Vern, we've actually seen the arrival, and at least from the German side, gas in the game already. So, which is not to say that isn't or that isn't what's coming up. But as far as a big reveal is concerned, they actually have that one quite early in the game. So guys, if you don't mind, I have been streaming for about 5 hours and I didn't set up, didn't quite set up for that, and I didn't relieve myself before going on cast. So if you can just give me a little minute, I'm going to take a short break to go to potty, and then I'm also going to grab myself a caffeinated drink to kind of pep me up. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear about the credit card. Anyways, guys, I'm not going to leave you on a cliffhanger. I am just going to take a minute to sort of... I haven't actually been up from the keyboard since I started, so I'm just going to take a quick... So I'm just going to take a quick second, get myself, sorted out, and then we'll be back to finish off the game. So see you guys in a little bit. Oh yeah, I know. I was gonna say, I'm being a complete princess about my breaks. I'm an economist though, so like unless I have an attractive woman massaging me, every hour and 15 minutes, I just break down in productivity and I can't handle it. So, you know, we're on, I guess we're on chapter 3 now. But yeah, I'm back. I hope you all didn't miss me too much. Nintendo says take a 15-minute break. I heard it was every hour. I used to be a lot better at that, but I also noticed I don't know. I'd get into a groove and I would get really inconsistent with them. So help. Tell you about Venezuela. I don't know anything about Venezuela. It's great for me, the perception that economists seem to know a little bit of everything, but I'm really ignorant. I know a very narrow set of things which are of dubious use to anyone. I know Venezuela's in South America. Oh my God, I'm so sorry to hear that, Mia, and didn't give you your address. Oh, yeah, okay, so everybody, you can all come to the next Twitch Vancouver meetup. There will be a line. I won't discriminate. I will give appropriate time to all of the mad ladies. All right. Vauquois and mine warfare. Underground warfare really developed beneath the hill of Vauquois to the west of Verdun. Each side dug sapping tunnels beneath tunnels to sabotage the enemy's position. Opposing engineers frequently came within feet of each other. With the advent of the pneumatic drill and ventilation systems, tunnels could be dug deeper. The cumulative use of 500 tons of TNT completely deformed the hill. Ghost wrote a college paper a few years ago for a close friend, how things have changed. Yeah, certainly my effort has been less to achieve a particular grade and do something instead, write on something that but de Vauquois. Speaking of fine butts, the mad ladies can also sign up for the Twitch. Never mind. Yeah, my hope has always been to write something that I could, if not be proud of, at least say, I dealt with this issue as seriously and as honestly as I could. There's definitely a class of paper which is, I wrote this because I needed a grade, but I don't actually believe the result. I really have no time for papers like that. Okay, so I can't go too close to the bombs. Why you gotta be a coward, dog? Go ahead. They're bombs, they won't hurt you. I'm pretty sure there isn't an SO. Relax. Found it by myself a enjoy the Politistock.
Found it. Buy yourself a pizza. Enjoyed the politics stock. Gonna head down to the store. Be back in a few.
Thank you so much for that donation, man. I really appreciate that. I will, if you really want me to buy a pizza with that, I will. But I should actually mention there's a conference on visual representation of data, which I'm actually going to be doing a fundraiser for. And so if you are okay with me being a little bit more loose in my my application. Oh, you know what? Give me that, dog. Oh my God, Kill Bandit! Thank you so much. Donation for the stream and my women.
For the stream and your women, lol.
Guys, you are super generous. Thank you very much for that. Like I said, I am actually going to be fundraising for a an Edward Tooft seminar. Now again, I always say if you have something you specifically want the money to be used for on the stream, I'm always going to honor that. But I do actually have a couple of tangible things that I can show you that that's going towards. But yeah, guys, Dead Callus and Kill Bandit, that is extremely
For lack of a better word, is
Jesse Quill!
Oh, hello, conference pre-funding.
You are giving way too... Pizza and beer, alright? So... 2/3 of that is going to go towards the Edward tube. Jesse Quill is undoubtedly the largest donor to this stream. But guys, again, I still really don't know how to properly handle donations to the stream. It's something I'm trying to get better at. Until I can, just please accept, you know, my very awkward thanks. And I will do my best to continue, if not doing the best I can, at least the kind of stream that you guys are hanging out for. Again, the fact that there's people here watching means a lot. That is really the best thing I think that any streamer can really ask for. You know, to get that kind of financial support, that's really kind of as far as somebody can go on Twitch. And yeah, it's something else. I really have I got no other way of describing it other than it's a really special feeling. So thank you guys. It means a lot. That Jizzy girl is a mover and a shaker. I mean, she's the one who hooked me up with Pollen. And there's a lot of things that I'm very grateful. Ooh. Okay, well, fortunately that wasn't lit. So, there's a lot of things I should be very grateful for that she's done for me. Alright, let's see what we can do. Okay. I think... There's got to be a way that I can get that dog into the... There's got to be a way that I can get that dog in there. I'm stumped, though. Yopi, you can hang around Jessie at TwitchCon. Some of her awesomeness will rub off on you. I mean, I wouldn't mind trying to rub against Jessie myself. I just don't know how much of the awesomeness would translate, though. Can't hurt to try. Oh, sorry, Decalis has made the same joke I did. But I will say that if somebody wants to, you know, write something I can read out in maybe a voice like this, you know, it's late at night, we're all adults, I'm not opposed to giving a little bit of audio treatment. Ah, here we go. So I think this lowers it. Oh, nope, but does what I want it to, so. Why, whatever do you mean, Runebroder? It appears that Melee Mage is getting into bed for this voice. Misfit Druid says, well, I know I found Savage through you, and I found Smoke through Clara and you. Jessie Quill says, Ha ha ha. And Runebroda says this is getting lewd. Runebroda is 12 years old, and what is this innuendo? What innuendo do you speak of, Runebroda? To Kitlas, the most awkward thing that's happened during sex is me having sex. If you can imagine what Mr. Burns looks like whenever they animate him without clothes, it's roughly an approximation of the experience. I am really turned around, by the way.
Yeah, God. Well, does he?
Time to drink some Red Bull. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Diaries. May 8th, 1916. Sad day today. Freddie and Walt perished. May their souls rest in peace. May 9th, 1916. Freddie's alive. He earned his nickname Lucky Freddie, and a big brave Walt pulled through too. Things aren't so grim after all. May 9th, 1916. Everybody calls me Lucky Freddie, if only they knew. It's not luck. It's you up there, shining down on me, showing me the way. I think about you every day, sweetheart. You don't even have the option of doing that, unfortunately. May 9th, 1916. Dear Lord, Carl is dead. He always spoke about his son, Victor, and when he told me that Victor was sick, he had a strange look in his eyes. He must have tried to escape to see his son. It's awful. How am I going to break this news to Emile? May 8th, 1916. I've been... April 25th, 1915. Victor is 1 year old today. My God, I miss him. How long is this war going to last? If only they could assign me to Saint Mihiel. The Germans are still holding the town. May 8th, 1916. I've been stuck here in this POW camp south of Reims for 11 months now. My health is picking up, and I'm even walking again at last, all thanks to Anna. Marie's last letter worried me. Victor is very sick, and they don't have the resources to take care of him in Saint Mihiel. I must get out of here. March 18th, 1916. Victor is sick, and he hasn't eaten in 3 days. He's all pale and weak. He needs meat, but I have nothing left to give him. I hope he improves soon. Carl's letter reassured me. He can walk again. There's a nurse taking special care of him at the POW camp. Give me all the loots. Or all the loot. Either one works at this hour. Well, the canary's still fine. How'd you get up there, sir? Also, aren't you on the other side? Ow. Why did I get those wire cutters for all those other cases?
Merci.
You know what, German bro? You need to start pulling your own weight here.
What?
Alright, good work.
Aber Knolle an der Flappe.
Sorry, buddy, fuck you. Yeah, I'm just fooling. See, if the developers had a sense of humor, they would have made it like... What is it? It's like there's a wolf and sheep version of this problem, right? Can't have the wolf come along with the sheep. Yeah, I mean, I would have liked it if I could have played it in, like, for the narration to be in French with English subtitles. Because, you know, I'm elitist that way. But yeah, I like the I like the way that it tells its story visually. Nah, he's cool, guys.
Merci.
Can't have the dog come with the soldier, can't have the soldier come with the vodka. Very funny. Ignore the Germans down below, friend. Hello, I'd like to dessert. What is it with World War I and all of these well, actually, I guess I'm Canadian, so that's like a Robinson head screwdriver, but as a whole, what is it with World War II and daft geometry? The dog can't die so far as I can tell. Am I really gonna have to throw a wine bottle to make this thing? Lazy game. Lazy. You hate World War I movies where the Germans speak English? I mean... So it's worth mentioning, you know, as soon as you start talking about Americans, everybody loses their minds. But it's worth mentioning that when you're looking for successful movies outside of the US and foreign markets, it's usually action that does very well because action is a universal language. Everybody understands it, right? You know, I'm not missing out on a whole lot if I don't speak English and I watch Transformers. There is quite a bit that's lost in translation, though, if I try to watch American Beauty and I don't speak English. So when you hear people saying, it's like, you know, I don't like reading subtitles, I think that's actually fairly universal. And I mean, obviously I'm talking in aggregate, right? You're all beautiful and unique snowflakes, you're all very smart, and you all, like, read subtitles. That's actually kind of mean. Like, I am actually one of those guys. I prefer subtitles. It's just because the acting is usually better. But yeah, so, I don't know, like, I suppose in the end, like, if you want to be sure that the maximum number of people are paying attention to what the Germans are saying in the movie, yeah, it's technically not, like, it's technically not accurate, but I think it's, I don't know, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world if...
What?
I mean, I'm already going to accept that, you know, all of the problems of life kind of boil down to this 2 to 3 hour set of circumstances for the purposes of a movie, right? So I figure there's probably worse stuff. Oh, you know what? I just need to use a dog. I'm an idiot. Lone Survivor is a great movie. You should all see it. I haven't even heard of it. Any more stuff I can pick up? Nope. No problem with subtitles, really. It's better than dubbing in your life. Yeah, I mean, this is the big thing, right? Like, for me, if I can, I'd love to watch French films in their original language because I have this illusion that one day I'm going to learn that language. Yeah, I mean, Kitless, I mean, obviously I've got a lot that I need to do with school, and I tend to, like, usually when I go to the movies, I've been kind of, I don't know, let down recently, so I really don't keep on top of movies as much as I should. We're sailing in Berlin for 3 months and everything was dubbed. Oh god. Hey, there we go. I mean, I know Lone Survivor, the video game, but I don't think that's what you're talking about. I'm helping the war effort. No, not at all. Go ahead. Obviously, I won't check out the link until German bro we just saved. Well, guess what? Yeah, obviously I won't check out the link until after I'm done the stream. But
French officers were proud of the heavy losses inflicted on the enemy. Emile, full of anger, refused to be decorated for what he considered to be a cowardly act. Emile and Freddy were, however, happy to have saved Anna's father from Baron von Dorf's clutches. His scientific research could no longer be used to make weapons of war.
Because the Allies definitely did not conduct any scientific
wanted to savor this
research.
But Anna had frightening news. Carl had been killed while trying to escape the POW camp.
No.
Upon hearing of his death, Emile became sickened with grief.
"5 days earlier at the POW camp. We get to see Carl die, everybody. Haha, you Frenchy morons. Well, so much for that. Yeah, not at all. I mean, I wouldn't classify myself as a pacifist by any stretch of the imagination, but I think, especially, I mean, so the best example here would be, I think this actually serves a very good role, which is to fill in the gap that I think is quite tragically apparent in most history education, which is not really treating the First World War except as sort of a prelude to the Second. And I mean, if you really want to think about an incredibly senseless war, I mean, it's effectively fought just for, you know, the positioning of these, you know, these empires, a very oops. That was kind of cheeky of the game. You know, a very outdated set of political arrangements and military strategies, resulting in a very senseless loss of life. I mean, I think I like the approach that the game's taking. I mean, again, it's very oversimplified if you're trying to say all wars in all cases are necessarily bad. I think the experience of history has been that we can't think so simply. But I think the one thing I really like about this game is how it's he's going to turn around any second now. All right, excellent. I really like how it sort of intercuts with little bits of history. Actually, speaking of which, historical facts. The military police were responsible for enforcing discipline amongst soldiers outside of companies, including in civilian zones, and were responsible for arresting soldiers found without passes, caught plundering, or committing any other offense such...
For lack of a better word.
God has been sent for you to play the trailer for the movie on stream.
God has been sent for you to play the trailer for the movie on stream. God says please. And peace.
I absolutely really appreciate that donation. Unfortunately, that is a fantastic way for me to get another ban on Twitch. So I'd love to play that trailer, but that definitely falls under the like streaming other people's content. And I mean, I'll put it to you this way: if you want to get that $10 back, you know, we'll work something out. But that's sadly a request I really can't fulfill. I'm sorry for that. If you would like, though, you absolutely can put the link for the trailer inside of chat. They also collected stragglers, guarded against spies, controlled traffic, and chased down deserters and mutineers. Okay, well, I thank you very much anyways. And again, I'm sorry I can't fulfill that. I really do want to do my best to try and honor the donations, but I figure it's probably for the greater good that I don't get a sudden ban. Managing the dead, whether in the trenches or in the hospitals, was a complicated task. Many bodies disappeared on the battlefield, and makeshift cemeteries were dug in close proximity to the front line. To identify corpses, as well as their pay books, soldiers were issued with aluminum identification discs, or dog tags. Excuse me. Initially, one tag was issued, but this created its own identification issues. The tag would be removed from corpses for administration purposes, leaving bodies with no means of identification. So from 1917, 2 discs were issued, one for admin and the other remaining on the corpse. All right, have a very good one, Ditkitlas, and again, hopefully wait to see you come back. But again, I really appreciate the support. It means a lot. Technically, wouldn't reading out donation messages be grounds for a DMC? Why would reading out donation messages be grounds for a DMCA? Like, I guess the suggestion here is that the donation message is somebody's intellectual property, at which point, you know, you're infringing on it. No, it's a good question, Rune Brother. I mean, I actually should know this because I've had to work on on intellectual property. I don't know if that falls under fair use or not. The one thing I will definitely say for stuff like that, you will find that judges tend to exercise a little more common sense than we normally give them credit for. I feel like I should be able to grab these apples. I mean, we've already had a bug in the game before. What does the F1 say? Next hint in 3... Ah, screw you, game.
Was?
Speak German to me, sir.
Was? Hä? Was?
We send him a donation message you giving permission to read. I mean, you're not expressly giving me permission, but I don't think a serious judge would actually say, you know what, you're infringing on their copyright. DMCA is more about stolen blog content, videos, pictures, websites, games without proper permission. Okay, so there's no way to get down. I'm being given objects here, but I'm not actually able to pick them up. Ah, hello? Wie geht's, ShellChalk? How close was I? Okay, let's drop out. One for your life, friend. Get really upset if you profit. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think anybody's ever been sued for the intellectual property of an unsuccessful film or invention. But yeah, I think the only people who are really happy with the way that IP law is working right now are the lawyers. Here is wrong.
Was?
Okay, well if it's a bug, it's like a permanent bug, so... I'm doing something wrong. Hair chalk. Oh yeah, hair chalk. Mr. Chalk, not here chalk. Okay, so this branch sort of seems to be stuck out on its own, but again, I don't seem to be able to do anything about it. Save us again! Save us again! As you can tell, you listen to German more than type or speak it.
Was? Wie? Huh? Was?
Hello, Logan.
Was?
Tell me, what is your favorite nasty thing that I've said to somebody this weekend?
Was?
You have no way to donate on your channels, so by extension you can get away with anything. Yeah, I mean, it took me, it actually took convincing for Seriously Clara and W. Shand for me to actually implement the, the donation button. But they, I mean, they did say, it's like, if people are asking for it, you probably should give them the option. Alright, let's see what the hint says. Can you punch the... Oh, Jesse Quill, you're so smart. Discord post from earlier was pretty good. You know. I occasionally have a good turn of phrase. I don't know, I just think if you're gonna... Oh, you're more and more... Oh, sorry, Mia, you type and speak English more than German, making your German sound really weird now, although you live in Germany. I mean, my German sounds weird, but I have good reasons for that. You're more and more having to say things in German that have been word for word translated back from English, but common words like but, because also you use in German sentences as well. I mean, I know a couple of French speakers who are like that, where they let English sort of creep into their daily language. One thing I've noticed is that they... Oh, I am screwed. Oh, maybe not. I feel like I should be cutting this. Sacre bleu! 3/4 German. Nice. Your mom has a thick German accent now, even though she's German too. Get flashbacks from your 6 to 7 years German. Jesus, everybody knows German. Yeah, sorry, Logan. I was going to talk about what happened to Jesse's Discord. This is the big thing for me, right? It's like, you know, Jess did that for followers, right? There was a popular vote specifically on what hair color to choose. And when she posted it, like, there's no, hey, would you like to, you know, what do you guys think? It was just, hey guys, here's a new photo of my hair color. And like out of nowhere, it's just like, I don't like it. I'm like, well, great. Like, I'm sure if I cared about your opinion, I would maybe find that relevant, but I don't know, it's just some guy like running his mouth on something he has no real business talking about. I found it really annoying, so... Okay, maybe I'll just run. And hopefully they won't find me. Maybe I can punch more apples. Maybe I don't need to punch apples, and maybe what I need to do is cut the wire. I am smart. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is frustrate both the Germans and the Americans with the following. So I'll warm up a little bit, and I will say, right, exactly, Chalk. That's my issue with his comments. Also, I look fucking fantastic, and he can fuck right off with trying to neg you. Then Runebroder says, Sie sehen dir dem das Gehen hüten gestern. Father, full-blooded German flew missions over Germany dropping bombs on Nazis. Go figure. My Canadian grandfather did not serve, so far as I can tell. But my Australian grandfather served in the Air Force. Okay, so something tells me I get caught if I... Good try, you guess. I think I smash out the light with this, I'm not sure though. Yep. Don't mind me. Just a scarecrow. Just a lonely scarecrow. Ooh, propaganda. Damn it, put it down! German S is like an American Z. That's right, I said American Z. Deal with it. Keep hearing young people refer to back in Nam when talking about... Oh, I was gonna say... Burn, you would have absolutely hated my LA Noire platform because I constantly referred to Cole's time as back in Nam, and people kind of took me a little more seriously than I intended for that, so I wound up changing it up a little bit, saying that, you know, back in Afghanistan, back in Iraq, and then I think people eventually got the joke. Just call it a sideways head. Mia sometimes... Oh god, I'll read chat when I'm Cole wasn't in Nam. You thought? Are you serious, Jess? Please don't. No, you have to be joking. Mia sometimes has to write German documentation at work, and you forget that you have keys for umlauts at work. You forget to use them for A, O, and U. I mean, it just makes your letters seem that much more hardcore, right? Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Jess. Hey, nice. Uh-oh. Alright, I really should pay attention to the game again. Get behind the bush! I mean, one of the problems with my joking is when I think something is very obvious, I will sometimes like play it to the hilt. So I know like another troll I really like is incepting words. So I'll always talk about the WoW of Warcraft or Knights of the Kodor, or my favorite. Ah, crap. Or how I go to the University of UBC, but I try to rely on the good graces of people to assume that I'm not a complete moron. Sometimes I give people a little too much credit though. Oh, I faked my own death. This is the Dark Souls of puzzle games. Yeah, that's another one. Call of Duty. Oh my god, that's brilliant. Rex Clouds? Sorry, I think I missed. Ho Chi Minh was actually an OSS asset.
1916.
No, I didn't
The
know that
bloody
actually.
Battle of the Somme still raged on. 206,000 British soldiers would lose their lives there. Freddy was commissioned to drive the newest weapon of war.
Tank?
A major progress in a conflict that was literally stuck in the mud. But Baron von Dorf was also counting on this battle to shine in front of his superiors.
No, Logan. You need to stay here. You need to keep watching and watching and saying the name of our Lord and Savior. Jesse Quill. This is actually a Mad Men prequel. So the Battle of the Somme. The British initiated the Battle of the Somme in the aim of drawing the Germans out of Verdun to attempt a decisive push. For the first time, on September 15th, 1916, assault tanks were used in combat. Of the fleet of 49 Mark I tanks, only 18 were operational, and only 5 were ultimately used. Late November 1916, the Battle of the Somme came to an end. All in all, 650,000 German, 420,000 British, and 195,000 troops had lost their lives. And the Mark I tank. Developed in the utmost secrecy, tanks gained their name from the British subterfuge to conceal their real purpose from espionage. Official documents instead spoke of a device for transporting water to Russian troops. The first model to roll out, the imaginatively named Mark I, had a huge psychological impact, and tanks would reach their destination to find trenches deserted. The Germans, however, soon learned to cope with shortcomings. The vehicles were also unreliable, and interior conditions were horrific. Those are absolutely staggering numbers, Jesse Quill. They're ones that are actually somewhat hard for me to wrap my head around, and the only way I've really been able to do that is just sort of to imagine in the aftermath of the war, to think about, the idea that every couple of houses down you would see somebody, who either lost a family member or somebody who, is missing a limb from the war or something like that. am I an atheist or do I believe in a non-existent God in the sky? So am I an atheist or am I an atheist? I personally am an atheist, though I would not classify myself as a born-again atheist in the sense that I react with a certain degree of revulsion when I see people harassing the religious on the street. So for instance, in Vancouver, I saw a guy, like burgundy hair, jean jacket, like kind of a walking stereotype, harassing Jehovah's Witness. And it was very clearly like it's a conversation that, he's asking them a question he already knows the answer to, just doing his best to sort of provoke a fight. I really don't have a lot of time for that. And I have, one of my best friends is a Muslim. No, I have Muslim friends. I have Christian friends. I grew up in a Christian household, so I'm certainly much more familiar with a very traditional Christian upbringing. But I don't know. It wasn't for me. Oh yeah, I do worship Jesse Quill. If I was a caveman and I saw a fire in the sky, how I describe it. Oh, fair enough, yeah. May 14th, 1916. What? Oop. Oh, it's Nightbot. Never mind. What happened in that POW camp? Why did they shoot Carl? I hate this godforsaken war. How can I tell Marie that Victor will never see his daddy again? And May 14th, 1916. I found my father at last, and thank you, Freddy, for pulling him out of this hell. I daren't talk to Emile anymore. Carl's death has crushed him. Yeah, exactly, Runebroder. Like, there's no way you can say one of my best friends is a Muslim and, not sound like you're hiding something, but... Oh, looks like we get to drop bombs on moms again. Man, imagine what it must have been like to see this for the first time. Yep, I suck. This is, again, it's one of the I mean, so in one sense, Battlefield is definitely going to be very combat focused. Just can't reach it. And so maybe it isn't. I mean, in one way, I actually think that in one way, I think Battlefield is a very appropriate game for World War I because it's just this, endless destruction of human life in the service of this technological beast that will never be satisfied. But I think finally being able to see some of this stuff in high definition will be really interesting for Battlefield 1. The idea of also being able to, charge with T. Lawrence across the desert, I think has a certain appeal. Your best friend is actually a Muslim. You guys a couple, or is this only a one-way street? You wish Chalk returned your affections, alas. You'll be stuck on the sidelines compared to the true love of economics. Oops. Sorry, I was too busy reading my lady confessing her love. Saved. Old financial friend zone. Well played, Runebroder. Working out his future light cone with you and Jesse. You know what? That was just a practice throw. Friend zone with... Well, in my case, it's usually friends with detriments. Friend zone with economic benefits. See, the joke's on you guys. I'm actually repulsive in real life. There's a reason why I... hey, game, let me... Yeah, there we go. There's a reason I don't stream with a cam. America! I'll just take one of these. Gold digger. It is true. Jesse Quill spoils me a lot with the mad dollars. Yeah, they're not gonna let me drive that tank. At least I have a nice voice. He's not that bad. Don't listen to him. Oh damn it! That's right. There's actually more than one person who's seen me in real life now. Oh, they do let me drive the tank again. Thank you, Mia. Jesse Quill's a sugar daddy? Oh, we should talk. These are fun little sequences. Oh. Doc is as attractive as he is self-deprecating. Alright, I'm interested. I pushed that button good. Yeah, take that. Oh, the old trademark Freddy uppercut.
After too many missteps,
That's actually very true,
lost,
did Kit Less.
Baron von Dorf was demoted and moved far from the front lines. For him, a fate worse than death. January 18th, 1917. Emile, still bedridden, beseeched Anna to travel to Saint Mihiel to find his daughter and share the sad news of Karl's death. Anna set off immediately.
I'm really curious how they're going to wrap this up. January 18th. Ah, I did it wrong. All right. Winter. Winter was harsh for soldiers in the trenches, and troops suffered from the perpetual cold and damp. The temperatures often below zero on the Western Front. Many ended up in the infirmary with frostbite, which could ultimately lead to amputation. It was important to try and keep the feet dry. However, I'm not that cheap. Yeah, you know. I figure the longer I string people along with my appearance, the more bank I make. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? The Eastern Front. Wait, that was the next war. Valiant Hearts 2. You should have killed Hitler. He's like an extra in the background on one of the scenes. Everybody's just missing this guy with a silly mustache. May 13th, 1916. I managed to get away without taking a bullet. It was a close call. Poor Wilfred saved my life. I've got to get to Saint Mihiel. Hold in there, Victor. I'm coming. September 15th, 1916. I've been trudging through the countryside for 4 months now. I'm so hungry, but I can't approach villages. I did try, but they recognized my accent. I nearly got myself arrested. I must be careful. September 15th, 1916. Still no news for Karl or Daddy. It's been 4 months today. What's happened to them? I must stop worrying. Maybe it's simply that letters aren't getting through. I daren't imagine the worst. Victor needs his father, and so do I. Yeah, I don't have any investments, so I just get to watch from the sidelines. September 15th, 1916. Emile's morale slumps by the day. He hasn't had any news from Marie or Victor for months. It's probably because Saint Mihiel has been cut off from the world. I fear the worst. I'm going to visit them. Surely they'll let a nurse through the lines. And September 15th, 1916. I couldn't do it. I had his life in my hands, and I couldn't do it. Killing him wouldn't have brought you back, and you wouldn't have wanted to see me kill. He wasn't worth it. Nothing's holding me back here now. If I survive this damned war, I'll be heading home. I think Jesse Quills heard my alternative word for schadenfreude. Ah, the French are coming, the French are coming. Sacre bleu. Oh, you know what? I probably have to go behind that garden wall. Twitch keeps saying that I'm offline, by the way. I hope this doesn't break up my VODs. Hey, lady! Okay, that wasn't smart. Oh, lovely. Thank you, Jess. Alright. Maybe we just don't want to do this. Maybe we want to go the other way around. Fetch boy. Hey, Abyss in the Holy. There. Throwing shade escalated as throwing schadenfreude. Guys, we've had a lot of support from some Team Tandem members today. Abyss in the Holy is another new member. Oh, great. I'm a German and I'm hiding in the attic. Now I know how Anne Frank felt. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna steal your record player. Oh, no attic. Okay, so it's not like Anne Frank. How did I pronounce it? Don't mind me, just out for a stroll in my pajamas. Just a normal French dude. I'm doing quite well. I'm tired, but this is a very good game, Abyss and
Starving. Carl realized he'd never reach Samuel. His strength fading. Destiny still had one more surprise in store. They were only about 20 miles from Samuel when their hopes were again dashed.
Landmine.
Oh, no.
Just normal French guy in my pajamas. But yeah, so I mean, the one thing I'll maybe say is like it's a puzzle game, so you don't want to, you know, if you don't like puzzles, then you're probably not gonna be too happy with it. But I think it's a very well told story. I like the fact that they include quite a few details about the First World War. Actually, I can probably give you an example of this right now. Okay, phonograph. Sorry, I shouldn't have called it a record player. Okay, well, we still have winter. But basically, the game sort of has like little Wikipedia entries for it. I know it's not really Wikipedia, but it has some history. What? I don't look French to you? Croissant. Charles de Gaulle. Hey, by a ghost. Is it a morality play? Good question. I don't know. I mean, I think it's a reasonably well-told story. Don't know if I'd quite go morality play, but what? I'm just a normal French guy in his pajamas. Why you gotta be like that? Ah, that's a basement. Bagel. Man, you guys just... I too like the dog, especially because it gets me things when I... Damn it! Especially because it gets me things when I can't reach.
Hey, what?
Maybe I just punch the guy. Nope, nope, just gotta sneak.
What? Auf geht's, what?
Ah, you dumb Frenchie. Now I look like a postman. Dogs are simple, even the mean ones are honest. Dog is just backup food. Oh my god. I mean, I've never really owned a pet. Like, I've had fish before, but that's not usually what people think when they think of pets. Before I go get that uniform, I'm actually going to head downstairs because I have a feeling there's an item I can pick up. And I'm not 100%ing this by any stretch of the imagination, but it's nice to pick up what I can. Make me feel accomplished. Helps me waste you guys' time. We're now 6 hours in, so about 2 hours ahead. Now I walk amongst you Frenchies. Exactly correct, Abyssin. Warbond? 2 francs. French emergency banknote. The French National Bank struggled to produce enough coins and banknotes, so emergency money was produced. Local authorities were permitted to draw up their own banknotes with their own design. Oh! I wonder if somebody's ever done a study about that increase in the money supply. You had 3 dogs growing up. They really become family at some point. Yeah, I mean... It's not for a dislike. I know when I was little, I kind of wanted a more substantial pet. I know my parents always resisted that, and I mean now. I mean, I have a certain degree of uncertainty in terms of where I'm going to be living at the moment, just like in terms of like a job search. Like I'm not. It's not like I'm going to be displaced or something like that. But, I don't know, like, I don't feel the same pressure to have Oh, there's, you know, there's probably more than one way around that puzzle. I don't really feel the same pressure to have a pet anymore. You like dogs that are quiet and foot warmers? Economists must have an opinion about... sorry, opinion about which... if you want to pet a cat, you're welcome. Too big to fit? Yeah, I mean... not one that would differentiate me from every other blowhard on CNN. Oh yeah, printing notes, definitely. I mean, so personally, okay, so I have to... I'll just give the wine to the dog. Yeah, so I mean... Obviously, a rapid expansion of the money supply would, you know, should cause inflation. But then there's the question in terms of how often they actually use that power for emergency banknotes. I know, who was it, Robert Barrow did a I think he was trying to find something about the impact of government spending on the overall economy, and he here is your wine, sir. But
What? Auf geht's.
but that was World War II. And again, in this case, it's not necessarily a money supply. It's not necessarily a money supply question. It was a little bit more about just government spending in general. So I'll admit, actually, I used to really like monetary theory, but I've noticed that since doing grad school, it's occurred to me that my macro is actually quite weak. Just because macro, as you get taught in an undergrad, is usually very, in a lot of cases, it's actually very hand-wavy. It's a very old-fashioned kind of, Please ignore my stained uniform, gentlemen. This is a very old-fashioned way of teaching macros, so I don't have as much to say on monetary policy as I used to. I mean, I can quote, like, papers that I've read, but I don't really have anything original to say on it. Quantitative easing? I mean, that one's kind of interesting just because in the end, a lot of people will associate... A lot of people will consider... like they'll look at it, they'll say it's like, well, so the big question people would have is, after such a rapid expansion of the money supply, why isn't there inflation? And one of the things that's important to remember is that at least if you're doing economic models, people are concerned about real variables. And so expected inflation is, if you have an increase in expected inflation, then that means that the real interest rate goes down. Oh, I'm gonna have to... Sorry guys, I'll talk about quantitative easing. Oh, space to throw dynamite behind me? Easy. Ah, alright, not so easy. Man, these music choices are on point. Oh, okay, that's not the way to do that. Is this a night on Bald Mountain? Oops. So yeah, anyways, quantitative easing. Yeah, that is Night on Bald Mountain, and I just died. I am not half Asian. I'm Caucasian. Actually, I really like this one in Fantasia. I think my parents didn't approve because it had like the devil in it, but ow, damn it! Sacre bleu! Why you gotta be like that? Oops. But yes, like the idea here is that if you, so the problem that happened in the Great Depression, was, they hit the lower bound of interest rates and they said there's nothing else that we can do. And what was happening was the United States economy was experiencing deflation. Oops. So, in that particular case, you know, if you think prices are going to be lower in the future, you're going to buy less, and of course that's going to exacerbate the problem. People are going to lower prices to try and incent you to buy, and of course this is just going to continue to feed the deflation. This is why, like, the thing that really keeps economists up at night is deflation, not inflation, because inflation is relatively well known, but I don't really know what people's recommendation for, like, dealing with deflation is. And it's mercifully something quite rare, at least for our experience. So, one of the big things is that people will respond to real variables. And so if you know, again, if you want economic stimulus, generally you're going to see more economic activity when interest rates are lower, right? Either through people buying, borrowing to consume, or what have you. There's a few different mechanisms through which that can happen. And so the idea here is that a lot of people will focus on the interest rate, and one of the, you know, and sort of that very traditional channel, but I'm trying to remember who wrote this paper. I think it's Frederick Mishkin. And in this paper, he actually talks about several different channels through which monetary policy operates and results in more economic activity. Now, I mean, again, there isn't necessarily a consensus that this is the way to go. Real business cycle papers would say that there is no place for monetary policy. But, oops, should have been paying attention again. But I think, I don't know, like, sorry, I'm getting really distracted by the game. I think generally the models that will at least be applied by the Federal Reserve are new Keynesian models. And I know a lot of people don't like the Keynesian name, but basically all that it's... What it really is it's a version which allows for money to play some role on real variables in the economy. And I really don't find that too controversial of a conclusion. In fact, I think most empirical work would suggest that there is some role for monetary policy in the short run. And then I think in the long run, most people are on the same page. Alright, after 9/11, they were advertising negative interest rates, pay me money to borrow from your upside down world. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Nominal rates sounds kind of weird, although I know that has happened, and I think the economic explanation people have offered for that is that people were willing to pay some minor amount for the convenience of not having to carry the cash, which is how they explained, oh, you know what? I need to be... There we go. That's what I gotta be doing. I was wondering why that was taking so long. Your country has negative interest rate. Banks don't, though. Yeah, the other thing too is that I'm never quite clear, because I know that's a popular topic nowadays. I'm never sure whether people are talking about nominal rates or real rates. It's not that unusual to have negative real rates. Negative nominal rates would be a little more unusual. But I mean, again, if you want to motivate people to spend, if you want to motivate people to not save, obviously penalizing saving is one way to do that. I'd maybe need to hear a little more of a convincing argument before I say this is a really great idea, but there you have it. Sounds like a cop-out? I mean, so I definitely know money markets hit negative rates. But again, I mean, consider that money markets are going to be driven by the kinds of investors who have millions, if not billions. And there's a certain point where you can say, yeah, you know what, there is some convenience associated with not actually physically holding that money. And no, I mean, again, if it's a very large amount, if you're seeing like a negative 5% interest rate, that's a very, very high premium for convenience.
At last.
Chapter 4, Wooden Crosses. We're getting to the end, guys.
Their euphoria was short-lived. Intercepted by German troops who still held San Miguel, Carl and Anna were led to the officers' quarters for interrogation. Carl was sent back to fight for the Germans, while Anna was sent to the infirmary to care for soldiers. On April 8th, the French forces launched an assault on San Miguel, an opportunity that Carl would not let slip by.
Thanks, Jess. April 9th, 1917, occupied San Miguel. I don't want hints. I want facts. 3.5 billion insurance claim for the towers from a policyholder that I mean, that falls a little bit outside of my circle of competence. I know about 9/11 from, you know, what I've seen from, you know, from others. But I mean, because my interest is in political economy, it's going to be a little bit more geared towards. It's going to be a little more geared to the foreign policy response, or towards, you know, more about institutions rather than particular events which. Which happened. All right. February 3rd, 1917. Miracles do happen sometimes. Carl is alive. That was quite a smart escape. Dressing with the dead guy clothes actually worked. We've crossed the lines, and we are so close to our goal. I hope they let me out of the infirmary. I'm going to try and find Marie's farm. Carl is being held in the barracks. They suspect he's a traitor. And we've got 2 Carl stories. Roombroder or not, on my part, I don't have a whole lot to say. I mean, again, I know what I've read. I don't have a whole lot to offer on 9/11. I'm usually a very boring person whenever it comes to topics like that. January 18th, 1917. I was going to give myself up this morning, but then I saw Anna and she saved my life again. Now we're driving to Saint Mihiel. My poor feet will never forgive me. I don't know how we'll cross the front line, but I know these hills. We'll find a way. March 2nd, 1917. I'm not a spy. How many times do I have to tell them to make them disbelieve me? Having served under von Dorf isn't helping matters either. If only I could see Marie and Victor, just for 1 minute. I have to know they're safe, but seeing them means getting out of here first. I mean, if we're gonna have a conversation, we can definitely talk about how great I am. I'm like all the good at all the video games. Did you see how many headshots I got in Spec Ops: The Line? Kind of want a chalk brand dictation machine right now. Oh, I don't know the combination. I will always follow the dictates of Milady. Give me my Frutzen, sir. Nice blue hat. I think Jesse Quill has a nice blue hat now too. Or hair. One of the two. I wasn't really paying attention to that part of the photo. Chemtrails? I don't know what to do with this flagpole. You'd love to be a politician and just retract a comment. Welcome to my life. It really took me an apple to do that. I really like this game, but I'm a little bit at a sleepy point where I kind of want it to be over just so I can get some rest. But I don't want to leave everybody hanging. I do actually want to see how it ends. Okay, give me my pointy hat already. Oh, hey, Saint-Mihiel occupied by Germans from September 1914 as a salient on the front. Saint-Mihiel was a key strategic position. It also stood on the railway line between Paris and Nancy. The Allies made several unsuccessful attempts to liberate the town before the arrival of American troops in 1918. Generally true by a ghost. I mean, I suppose the kinds of breakthroughs people wish for are the sort of things that like completely turn our understanding on their head. So I can't remember, I think it's John Ellis is the guy who used to be at CERN doing the Large Hadron Collider. And he kind of said when they were looking for the Higgs boson, when they hadn't found it yet, he says, we think we found something that kind of looks like what it should be. You know, we still need to do the work on it. But he said the really exciting thing would be if we don't find it, you know, if the model that we have is wrong and we need to go back and find out where the mistake was. And then he kind of ends a little wistfully. He's like, but we're probably going to find it. So it'd be I don't know. It'd be kind of neat if I think the things that we look for are those really really impressive like leaps, which seem so true when when you read them, but at the time it's like, oh my god, I really wish I thought of that. But it's kind of like me when I read Francesco's papers. I'm like, oh my god, this guy's so smart. And then like I take a look at what I do. I'm like, I ran a regression. All right, gas, quick boys. The gas used during the war was heavier than air, and so seeped into trenches and tunnels. Pockets of gas might stagnate in shell holes on the battlefield, preventing soldiers from removing their masks, which were restrictive and uncomfortable. Even today, unexploded gas shells still lurk beneath the farmland and the fields along the former front. That's all good, Runebroder. Hey guys, I think Jessie Cool might like me. BRB. Oh wait, she's in New York, never mind. Maybe I'll ignore that Edward Tooft beautiful data stuff. I'll try and get me one of them trips to New York. Is there such a thing as a Twitch groupie? Alright, so I gotta find the combination. What gave you that impression? I don't know, just a hunch. Maybe wishful thinking? You say potato, I say potato. Hey! So why can't I pick up one of the backpacks here?
Am Kasten? Ja, du meldet. Guter Junge.
See, one of the things that's interesting to me by a ghost, I'm not going to claim. Ah, yeah, motherfucker. Okay, so I'm somehow gonna need 2 apples? That doesn't make any sense. I think one of the things that sort of interests me... Oh, right, I can give the dog an apple too. There's an economist named Robert Gordon, and his argument would be that we've sort of lost... We don't have the low-hanging fruit of innovation anymore. And that instead what we have is... like, so I think the example that he sort of gives is that... run, little mutt. There we go. No, get back. Give to Rat a skull. But yeah, so like basically the idea here is that the internet, while very useful, does not get the same kind of rank. Does not get the same kind of rank as, say, indoor plumbing or sewage in general. That the nature of the gains that we've been gaining, or that we've been getting from technology, are giving us less productivity than maybe the previous generation, and as a result we should be expecting less economic growth, which definitely, I mean, nobody really... So one of the things that's really hard about that one is that in some ways it's very pessimistic, and so people are not going to want to believe it. Everybody kind of wants to believe that GDP will continue to grow at the same rate. But obviously that's one attempt at an explanation for why we are experiencing the kind of stagnation that we are right now. Or seem to be, at least. There's another, incidentally, there's also a fairly convincing argument to be made that we're doing a very bad job of measuring GDP, and that the problems that we're having with measurement are in fact the very sorts of things that have, are benefits of the technological advances that we have. So obviously there's a lot of intangible capital in businesses now, where before you used to be able to look at the machines that a company would have and have a fairly good idea in terms of their productivity. But yes, I mean, if you want sort of the counter claim on technological progress, Robert Gordon has a book out. Although what you might like is Foreign Affairs has a review of Gordon's book. I think it's by Taylor Cowan, and he does a pretty good job of sort of dealing with, let's say, the productivity doomsayers, and he has a fairly good critique of the book, in my opinion. I haven't read Gordon's book, so I kind of reserve comment, but I don't know. I think this stuff is kind of interesting. Obviously, people are trying to do their best to explain the current environment that we have, and I mean, like I said, science gets interesting when the existing model doesn't always doesn't satisfactorily answer the question you're posing, because that means there's time for innovation, for improvement. Well, I've already put the flag up. Anyways, let me double check chat. Artificially lengthen people's lives. Your girlfriend says that as soon as you plug your computer into the internet, that you instantly give your personal property rights to any. I mean, I don't quite know where that's coming from, Byrne, but I mean, oh God, I have no idea. May live a lot longer with more people and being better with food production. Yep. You think it's a change of focus? You wouldn't say less economic growth, just more specific growth. Well, I mean, GDP, economic growth is just defined by an increase in GDP would be the total goods and services that an economy produces. So that would account for heterogeneity in goods. Obviously, we didn't have iPads 15 years ago. And yet we have measures of GDP for a world in which there are iPads and there aren't iPads. But the idea here is that, across any gain in terms of quality of life or actual... Oh, you know what? The number's on the flag, probably. $18.70? Maybe. Let's try it. Okay. That's the most inefficient way I've done it. Well, 1.8 isn't so bad. Maybe we can just... Although green may not mean that it's right. Well, we've only got a couple more, so... I am an idiot. Alright, no such luck. So let's see if I can find 3 numbers hanging around somewhere. Again, I'm back in stupid person mode, so If any of you need to get a drink of water or need to get up and stretch, now might be a good time. I'm going to move the flag down. I'm not quite sure what we changed by raising that flag, so... God is with us in 1870. It can't be 3 numbers starting with 18 because I did every combination of 18s and it didn't turn out, so... But we do know it's a 3-number combination. This guy's just going to tell us backpack, flag to the left. But we already had a flag and we were taking that. Well, maybe we have access to an area that we didn't before, so let's not be so quick to dismiss that. You have vodka if you need water. Does it have to be 3 different numbers? It could be 3 of the same number for all that I know. I'm gonna guess not. But that's still more combinations than what I want to deal with. Okay, so that's not gonna let me...
Ready? Here come. Yeah.
Huh. I mean, none of the puzzles in this game have been especially difficult, so there's clearly a very obvious sequence of numbers that I'm missing. Okay, so hypothetically, if I take this flag down, what happens? Absolutely nothing. Say it again, y'all.
Ja, brav.
Okay, so flag to the left, I just don't get it. I don't even remember where I got the flag. I'm too dumb for this game, chat.
Alle Klicker! Im Klicker!
Ha ha. Okay. That is not an obvious place to put those numbers at all. Wait, this isn't the right area. God, where was that shelf with the flags? I'm so dumb right now. Oh, hang on. It was in the room where I got the helmet. That's where I got screwed up. Okay, so I'm going to assume that this is saying 8-1... Wait a minute, 815 I already tried, though. If it's 815, I'm going to be very annoyed. Oh wait, I tried 185, that's why. Yeah. Yeah, I did try 185 because I was going by the year. Are those hamburgers in the background? Nope, nope, those are grenades. Oh, come on, they're the French. How dangerous can they be? Oh my god! Gas! Oh, if I have to do that puzzle again, I'm gonna go... Oh, okay, good. Hey, Blondie, help! This'll be the fun. Actually, here, so I'm gonna come up with new dialogue. Uh-oh. Hey, Blondie, come help. Hey, Blondie, look out for the shells. Something barbaric in German. Kafte mich, mach mich! Take the dog, use it for meat. Oh no, now the dog will use me for meat. Go on without me, son. You are the future of the German race. Ooh, do we get another musical interlude? Heroes never die, melee mage. I just gotta get home to my family. Emil, don't you dare shoot me. Hey, give me a... No, come on, you gotta get me the gas. Or not gas, but the mask. Just hold your breath, dog. Can't be that hard. I have absolutely no idea how I'm supposed to... Well, at least I got a souvenir. Let's just see if we got any historical facts to play with. Nope, no excuses to stop playing. Alright, so I gotta find something to throw, I think. Nope. So my guess is I gotta find a... Oh wow, alright. No going back up. Alright, so I gotta find something that lets me I need to get something for the dog and something for myself.
Hey, la luz.
Okay, so we can't do anything with that on its own.
What?
That is a very strong dog, by the way. Nothing going on there, so...
Hey, Walt! Walt, come here!
Okay, so apparently I have everything I need for this puzzle in this room.
Walt! Walt, lagi, Walt.
Do I just hook myself up? Nope.
Hey! Walt, langsam, Walt.
Alright, game. Oh my god.
Walt, lagi.
Jesus Christ, I'm bad. Yeah, the problem wasn't finding where the mask was. The problem is trying to find out how to get the damn mask. Gotta sync it up perfectly, because apparently one punch isn't enough. Well, that was a satisfying puzzle. I feel like I understand the horrors of the First World War so much better having done this puzzle. Not that I want to sound too salty about it.
Hey, Walt!
Oh yeah, it's not gonna let me go there. So I guess we can go up now. Haha, you poor dumb bastards. You got a fancy helmet, but no gas mask.
While Carl was about to finally make it back home, Freddy was joining the Canadian troops stationed at Vimy. In the sky, George, a British aviator from the Royal Air Force, was spotting the German positions for artillery support. On this day, Canadian troops led the charge.
God, Canadians are so good. Just give me a quick second, guys. I gotta deal with something. I'm really sorry about the wait here. We will be going through the rest of the game. Okay, cool. So I just needed to make sure I wasn't shirking on research stuff. Okay, Vimy Ridge. Vimy Ridge is a 5-mile-long strategic position commanding the surrounding plains. April 9th, 1917, 100,000 Canadians launched an attack on the ridge and seized it back. In 1922, France granted Canada permanent use of the hill to commemorate their war dead, and 11,000 trees were planted to commemorate the 11,000 soldiers without known graves. The hill is subsequently known as a symbol of Canada's national unity and of its coming of age as an independent nation. Runebrother, didn't Elon Musk say something to that effect, that we're, there's some high probability that we're a simulation of some more advanced race? I'm maybe not entirely convinced. Although, if anybody wants to put the Jesse Quill sim in the shower with my sim, I'm not going to complain. Just send me a video, okay? Alright, German bros, you're being decidedly unbro-like in your behavior. Man, I don't know where I'm supposed to point this thing. I bet this thing's gonna be great for finding distances. Alright. So we're at 65. Man, how the hell does this thing work? 65, 15. Or is it 5? Let's try 65 and 5. Or is it 75? Let's try 65 and 5. Really? Okay, that's about 5. I am good at this game. I am very good at this game. You idiot, Freddy. Run for your life. Punch. Punch for your life. There we go. I was hitting F, not B. Alright. Decidedly unbro-like behavior on the part of the... Ah! Yeah, and I gotta get you... your gears. Achtung! Man, too many puzzles get solved by punching at this point. I still like the game. I just feel like there's a few too many puzzles that have been solved in very similar ways. Oops.
Northeast! Southeast! West!
I am good at artillery. The only thing you've learned about World War I is everything was... Ah, so you needed to be here at the start. Let's be on... yeah. Alright. Let's... Oh, yes! I get to drive the tank. Oh, no, no. The general's driving the tank. I'm just getting bombed. Oh god, I'd rather take chlorine gas. This exhaust is killing me. Oh god, no! Ah. Sorry, General, fuck you. Oops. Yay, here we go. Alright. Part 2, do not run headfirst into machine gun fire. Otherwise it will become a real World War I simulator. Ah, come on. That's why I need to run ahead of it and punch it. I think I got a little lucky there. I really do like the 3D effect on that tank fall, though. I mean, obviously, just because it's a side-scroller doesn't mean that you have to abandon depth. I think even some of the original Disney films did a very good job of sort of adding an extra plane. Alright, push that Canadian wheat. Saskatchewan friends, I believe in you. Oh, he was German. Bam. Perhaps there is some other means of redirecting the rocket. Also, I don't remember what happened to the dog. Oh yeah, the dog isn't with me. That's... Okay, I just need to keep hitting it. The true hero of Vimy Ridge clearly was this American. Hey, we get to play tug-of-war with the Germans.
After so many failures and sacrifices, the Canadians finally managed to take the hill back from the Germans. The United States' entry into the war grew more certain by the week. The last letter from Freddie's younger brother confirmed his country's newfound eagerness to join the fight. Carl was within a few hundred yards of Emil's farm when the rumbling of the French air patrols began thundering through the April sky.
April 9th, 1917, Segmihel, Emil's farm. The real world during the war. With most able-bodied men at the front, farm production still had to continue to feed the population. Women, the elderly, and children were set to work on farms. The requisitioning of horses made tilling the land even harder. Prisoners of war were also used to help the war effort. And we have to do the diaries. April 9th, 1917. At least you've been spared this madness. The whole world has gone crazy. Even my younger brother wants to enlist. I have to talk some sense into him. He has no idea of the hellfire and damnation going on here. It was a glorious victory today. With my Canadian comrades, but at what price? Ooh. I don't know if this is supposed to be where he meets his family, but I don't quite like where this is heading. This is another really interesting little element that they've added to the puzzle here, where you know, you're stuck in that sea of green, as Wilfred Owen puts it. And Runebroder, I think you're partially correct, but I also know that they specifically commissioned machines in order to be able to do what they did. Okay, so I think I need to bring the dog over to pull the no, Doge. What a badass. Alright, so somehow I get this oh, you know what, probably gotta put the dog on the cart. No, wait, but there's no way that I get that dog on that thing. Can I just get the dog to magically appear? Guess that'd be too easy, huh? Alright, so I need to find some way of getting the dog up to the upper level. I can sort of use this as a platform, but not really for the dog. Or I need to come up with a more convincing story about how I can use that. Use the dog for that. Pretty sure there's nothing to pick up here, but just in case. No. Okay. I'm pretty sure I need the can to throw at the bridge. Question is how I get the dog into the right spot. Okay, so if I move the dog in here, it can get on this platform, it can move. Okay, so what happens if I get the dog to sit here? Nope, just follows me. Okay, for the sake of the argument, let's see what happens when I do this. Okay, and I can't make any progress at that point. Alright, now when I lift this thing, it basically has one of two states, so that's raised. There's nothing I can do on this lower level, it just sort of seems to be a more convenient way for me to head over there. So how the hell does the dog make it over there? No, easy answer, it doesn't. So it seems to imply that I should be able to move the dog when it's lower. Oh, you know what? I probably need to push this thing. I swear I'm a moron for some of these kinds of puzzles. There we go. That definitely took longer than it was intended to. Also, this dog is very good at biting with its face in a mask. But I am definitely not going to say that's a failing of this game. The hell was that? Works for me. Wow. So I gotta find some way of bringing the dog with me, I think. I sort of note with interest that there's a wall, or say a window in that spot, but I just don't really have any information about what's over there. Ah, here we go. While we're here, let's just take a quick look for... Got nothing. Are you kidding me? Come on. So presumably I gotta go the other way around on this. And... but I don't... So I gotta somehow get the dog on... This is interesting. The dog is actually on this side of the map, but it doesn't register it as such. Oh, probably because of... Yeah. Oh, no, come on. I don't quite think that... Oh wait, hang on. It's probably going to be able to cross that bridge and then I can move on. No, I've lost the dog. Huh. So there's got to be something here that I haven't picked up yet.
Hey! What? Hey, what?
Oh, fair enough. Alright, have a good one, Runebroder. I think we're getting close to the end, but definitely looking forward to seeing you next time.
What? Come here.
Oh, neat. Okay.
Marie! Non! Voilà. Respire. Marie! Reste avec moi. Je suis là, hein. C'est moi, Karl.
April 16th, 1917. Emile was still sick. But the general needed every soldier who could stand to launch his big offensive. Once again, it was to be the battle that would bring an end to the war.
So we need to find 3 people to come along with.
Allez. Bien. Enfin. Allez. Alors.
So I think this is going to be the last mission. If you think about all the stories, it sort of seems to have been wrapped up with this. Alright, have a great night, Tequilas. Thank you very much for your support tonight, and we'll hopefully see you, I guess later on today is the right way to say it. We'll definitely be back for another game that takes war as its theme. Oh, okay, well, maybe I shouldn't throw myself into enemy gunfire. Whoa, get back in there. Thank you. I'm pretty sure we're pretty much at the end of this. All right. I'm breaking my rule of not going into enemy gunfire. Oh, and you know what? Sorry, historical facts. The Chemin de Dames offensive. Crowned with success at Verdun, General Nivelle planned a large general offensive in spring of 1917, focusing on the, is it Eins front? And Chemin de Dames. The Germans had already held an overlying position on Allied lines for 2 years, and had installed heavy fortifications and an ingenious underground network. Launched on April 16, 1917, stalemate soon set in, and 200,000 men lost their lives in a matter of days. Mutinies broke out in a number of Allied units. The failure of the offensive became a symbol of violence of trench warfare. And espionage. Understanding the important role of information and disinformation could play, war officers on all sides took espionage and secrecy very seriously from the outbreak of the war. Balloons, zeppelins, and aircraft were used to reconnoiter troop movement. Behind the lines, a witch hunt was declared on spies. Countries also sought to infiltrate the opposition parties of their adversaries' governments to influence internal stability, and the Germans provided support for Irish militants and Russian revolutionaries. Run! Saw that one coming. Help him? I'm gonna get chewed up by the... yeah. So he doesn't seem to drop his tools. Oh, okay, well, I get executed for mutiny if I go back. Now see, he's got more than one set of clippers. Ah, there we go. Ooh, we're gonna lose that. Run for your lives, friends. This is again another really well done little sequence, especially given the context of... Oh, interesting. I think given the context of how disastrous it was, it's sort of interesting to see. This is definitely one of the tougher missions in terms of getting through the trench warfare. Oh, blew up. Should have paid attention. So I still think I dig, I just need to dig a little further in. Ooh, it's gonna be... No, I blow up still. I feel like there has to be a better way for me to dig through this. Like there has to be a way for me to go... Yeah, I can go up. I guess it's only certain levels where you can't go up. Basically, I gotta take cover at each... Gotta take cover at each spot I can. Wow, you gotta be really fast on those.
Bien vu.
This is a really. I was gonna say, if this is the finale, it's definitely set up like one. It's definitely very very dramatic. Lots of pyrotechnics, not so easy navigation, and very, very stark imagery. Ah, Jesus Christ, I'm an idiot. Ooh. That's a nasty set of puzzles. I'm glad they don't penalize you too much for going on a path that normally would have put you on track to hitting one of them, but definitely had a couple of clinch moments. But yeah, definitely a lot of precision movements compared to some of the other ones. And again, this is really one of the first times that you're starting to see some of these things that they're talking about in the poetry. How am I supposed to survive that? There's got to be a way. I think I can break this thing again, I guess? I'm a little curious why they did that puzzle then. Is it just so I can get my friend along the line, or?
The blow was fatal. The Nivelle offensive was a bloodbath, a butchery. Soon, mutiny spread throughout the French infantry divisions, and the offensive was abandoned. Emile was jailed with the other rebels, waiting to be court-martialed. The dogs of war, man's best and most loyal friend, shared the same day to day as the soldiers. Whether carrying messages, saving the wounded, or sweeping for mines, they never failed to fulfill their duty.
What?
April 9th, 1917, St. Michael, Emil's farm.
Oh, Marie! Karl! Allez! Non, 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 non! Hé, oh! Karl, viens bon. Non, 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 non! Non, 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 non! Vas-y. Allez, dépêche-toi, dépêche-toi. Hé, hé. Non, 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 non. Non, 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 non. Hé, oh. Allez, dépêche-toi, dépêche-toi. Hé, hé. Viens bon. Ok. Allez, Karl. Allez, Karl. Dépêche-toi, dépêche-toi.
Ah!
Oh. Hé, hé. Non. Karl, viens bon. Allez, Karl. Allez, Karl. Ok. Karl, viens bon. Voilà. Allez, Karl. Tiens bon. Tiens bon. Allez, Karl. Voilà. Allez. Karl, allez. Tu vas t'en sortir. Tiens bon. Allez. Ah. Allez, Karl. Non, 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 non. Vas-y. Tiens bon, tiens bon. Oh. Ça va aller, allez. Karl, tiens bon. Allez, Karl. Allez, Karl. Voilà. Ça va aller, allez. Tiens bon, tiens bon. Allez, Karl. Allez, Karl. C'est bon, c'est bon.
God, this is... I mean, so I was wrong. It wasn't the last sequence, but it's definitely a pretty frantic one. There we go. Oh, you know what? I probably need to use the dog to bring it back. God, I'm going the wrong way. I want Carl to live. That's why I'm doing this. Well, was doing it so well.
Allez, Carl. Allez. Allez, courage. Ça va aller, allez. Allez, Carl. Carl, tiens bon. Tiens bon. Tiens bon. Allez, courage. Allez. Allez, Carl. Tiens bon. Tiens bon. Allez, Carl. Allez, Carl. Allez, courage.
Jesus.
Tiens bon. Tiens. Non, non, non.
One look from his son was enough for Carl to forget 3 years of war and exile.
Look at Steo.
After weeks without news of Emile, Marie finally received a letter from her father.
Emile Chaillon.
June 12th, 1917, Mizet, France.
C'est l'heure.
Dearest Marie, as the war ends for me, I have no regrets. I've seen too much horror. I hope fate has been more merciful to you. Our time on Earth is brief, and mine has been filled with so much joy that I can only be thankful for how much I've been blessed, most especially for the wonder you brought into my life. This letter is my last. I've been found guilty by a military court for the death of an officer. It was not my intention to kill him. War makes men mad. Though I failed Carl, I know my sacrifice has not been in vain. I fought for my country and my liberty. My honor is assured. Since it is the will of God to separate us on earth, I hope we'll meet again in heaven. Keep me in your prayers. Your loving Papa. Always.
Even though their bodies have long since returned to dust, their sacrifice still lives on. We must strive to cherish their memory and never forget.
All right, that's Valiant Hearts: The Great War, everybody. Absolutely a game worth. I mean, we already did the credits here, but I guess it's worth talking about it. Yeah, game absolutely worth doing a full 8-hour sitting for. Really, really wonderful game. Very charming at the start. Obviously, very emotional at the end, and I think does a very good job. First of all, in terms of communicating history, but just also communicating how completely senseless so much of it was. That last letter is really wonderful. For those of you who are looking for more like this, I do strongly recommend the Stanley Kubrick film Paths of Glory, which has a very similar sort of theme, and it also deals with the French experience of World War I. In fact, so much so that it was banned in France for a very long time, because it certainly does not reflect very well on the generals. Imperial Alb, thank you very much for that follow. Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot more to really be said about it. I mean, we talked a lot during the game. That movie was deep. Yeah, I mean, it's a very underappreciated war. I think in some senses it's because, what can you really say about it? The one thing I kept returning to was, technology had sort of outpaced the sort of political institutions that were in place. There was, all of these alliances that were brought in. Everybody was very eager to go to war for basically some immediate gains. Let's
Hungry
take a
for
look.
more, the war was not yet over. Its appetite was infinite.
I don't quite follow that. Anyways, we'll keep running through it to see if there's any more. But yeah, I mean, so you have these, very interconnected world, arguably more so than today even. You have maybe a failure to appreciate just how efficient it was to exterminate the enemy side, and a set of tactics which had really not seen the capabilities of things such as the machine gun. And as we said, the technological innovations, both the chlorine gas and the tank. And I mean, in the end, you have things such as ShellChalk, and it being a crime punishable by death. You've got absolutely insane commands being issued and people being court-martialed for failing to follow through on a suicidal order. Yeah, I mean, Imperial Alb, this is the real tragedy of World War I, is that really it just came down to what how the empires wanted to try and divide up the world. The inaugural event, the assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand. I will definitely check out the film, the Kitless. In fact, Jesse Quill was kind enough to give me a private message on Discord with that, so I'll definitely check it out. But yeah, I mean, that war was really just about have a great night. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the game. I know it wasn't quite your cup of tea at the beginning, but I hope the story carried that through for you, and I really appreciate again all of your support tonight and sticking through with it. But yeah, I mean, for those of you who want, so like I said, if you want a film to follow along these themes, it's a Kirk Douglas movie. It was directed by Stanley Kubrick. It's called Paths of Glory. I highly recommend it. Very, very good film. I think, if you want to think as well, in terms of grand strategy, Victoria 2 does a very good job of capturing it. It is largely about the industrialization, and yet sort of in the that leads up to it. That's the mechanization of the world. And again, there's still this very old-fashioned way of thinking about the world and thinking about how you know, how you position yourself, how you gain power, how you create, you know, the sun never sets on the British Empire, and how you get your own. And yeah, in the end, people were just sort of cogs in a machine to try and move in. I mean, in the end, the territorial gains weren't substantial. I mean, empires fell. There were some definitely empires that crumbled as a result of that war. But in the end, I mean, all that the peace of the First War really accomplished, because there was still this very old-fashioned way of saying, is like, you know, you go to war so you can get as much territory as you can, and so you can screw the other guy. I mean, in the end, the conditions of peace ultimately led to the circumstances under which you see Hitler's Germany emerge. It was only after, it was really only after the Second World War that people realized they couldn't have this happen again. It's also worth mentioning too, I mean, there was a perception in Germany at the time that sort of they might have won had they continued on, and that they were sort of betrayed by, you know, by the Allies and sort of forced into a deal with crooked politicians or something like that. Like, again, it was a complete lie. It was a fabrication designed to rise nationalist sentiments. So it's... I mean, there's other things that you could look at too. I think, let me just double check when the Sykes-Picot Agreement was brought in. Sure, so the Sykes-Picot Agreement, officially known as the Asia Minor Agreement, was a secret agreement between the United Kingdom and France with the assent of the Russian Empire. This is from Wikipedia. The agreement defined their proposed spheres of influence and control in southwestern Asia. The agreement was based on the premise that the Triple Entente succeeded in defeating the Ottoman Empire during World War I. The negotiation of the treaty occurred between November 1915 and March 1916, and was signed on the 16th of May 1916. The deal was exposed to the public in Izvestia and Pravda on November 23, 1917, and in the British Guardian on November 26, 1917. The agreement is still mentioned when considering the region and the conflicts in the present day. The UK was allocated control of areas roughly comprising the coastal strip between the Mediterranean Sea and the River Jordan, southern Iraq, and a small area including the forts of Hafia and Accra to allow access to the Mediterranean. France was allocated the control of southeastern Turkey, northern Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon. Russia was to get Istanbul, the Turkish Straits, and Armenia. The controlling powers were left free to decide on state boundaries within these areas. Further negotiation was expected to determine international administration pending the consultation with Russia and other powers, including Hussein bin Ali, Sharif of Mecca. Let me just take a look here. I don't know if there's anything more that I'll say about it, but in this case here, it's an agreement which sort of drew the map of the Middle East. And again, some would argue that it is the decisions made in this particular agreement which have led to a series of borders which are untenable in the Middle East. And in fact, a lot of the conflict inside here has simply been defining, let's say, more natural borders, one amongst groups that are capable of being compatible with each other. And that again, you know, this style of thinking that says, you know, we're going to decide how we want to divide up the world ultimately led to a further set of conflicts, which not just were reflected in World War II, but are in fact felt in the modern day in our troubles that we see in the Middle East. Certainly some people feel that the way that the current conflicts in that region right now are efforts to sort of redraw the map along these sectarian lines. Imperial Alb says the world got fucked up when countries took other parts of countries in which some regions still have tensions about who they belong. Yeah, so this is the Sykes-Picot we're talking about. So such thing as a good country, only the victor who writes about... Well, I mean, so in one sense I agree, Imperial Alb, that there's going to be a decided slant placed on it. But of course this is why we have historians. This is why we do our best to try and understand where we've come from. Because there's... You know, there is the old saying that history is written by the victors. But there's also a lot of very good work being done by historians trying to understand exactly where we came through. You know, I think there are people who are genuinely attempting to understand what happened in the world and where we are, because, I mean, again, the old saw, you know, those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And I think if you're looking for a very good example of this, you can take a look at it's actually a children's book called A Little History of the World by Ernst Gombrich. And in it, he gives a version of events. Now, he grew up in Austria, and he gives a version of events which is very pro-Germany, very militarist. And he actually closes his book by saying, you know, I was mistaken in what I originally... He kept what he originally wrote, and then he adds a final chapter which deals with World War II. And, you know, he explains, I kept this material in because I want to show you exactly what happens when you fail to study history and when you let people simply tell you what to think. It's a really impressive piece of writing. And again, it's a children's book, but it really doesn't hide from some of the terrible things that happened during the wars. So, and Nico-san, you like how the game just inspired you? I mean, I think this is what makes this game very good. When you make a game called Valiant Hearts, The Great War, something about the Great War, the First World War, I think it's only appropriate to sort of talk about it and talk about what a very good game it is. However, I am 8 hours into the cast. It's about 4 o'clock in the morning. No, it's 5 o'clock in the morning for me. And I definitely need to get a little bit of sleep. So I am also going to have to drop the chat for tonight. I'd love to keep talking, but I'm definitely running out of steam. So I want to take a minute and say thank you for all of you who stuck with me, for those of you who were there from the start, for those of you who dropped by and decided that you wanted to stay through. We are going to be continuing on with our war theme. So for those of you who are just coming in, and here you thought it was 4 a.m. For those of you who you know, are new to this channel, we're going through a war series. We started with Spec Ops: The Line. We moved into this War of Mine, which we will hopefully return to before too long. Tonight was dedicated to Valiant Hearts. We started and finished the game, and we'll do a little bit more. We're gonna have a new game tomorrow. I think we said we were gonna keep that secret, but I will post it on Twitter when I'm ready to go. I've usually tried to start around 7, but I don't know if I'll be able to do that this time around, but I will let you know. But yeah, until then, guys, thank you very much. For those of you who haven't followed yet, I definitely appreciate the support. If it seems like something you'd like to come back for, we do try to take the games seriously. We try to discuss the themes that come up. So far, we've had a great stable of these games. We've got kind of a Heart of Darkness adaptation in terms of Spec Ops: The Line, definitely a soldier's point of view, but dealing with things such as the experience of seeing the horrors of war. This War of Mine takes the civilian perspective, probably the perspective that most people would experience in conflict, that of a terrified civilian who really doesn't have that much control over what's happening. Similar to this, of course, we have a conflict that started in Sarajevo, the World War I, and one in which a lot of people had to fight simply because that was the done thing. So we'll see if we can continue on these themes and see if we can learn a little bit more, not just from games that take war as their setting, but very much are about war. But the last thing I'll do for you is we'll see if we can find somebody to host tonight, because you've all been a really wonderful audience, and hopefully I can give you something fun to watch. I've got nothing, I'm afraid. Nobody that I watch is awake at this hour. So I hope you guys can can find something to watch. I don't have anybody I can sort of put on for myself. But I'm going to get some sleep. When do I stream again? Imperial Alb, usually I try and stream around 7 p.m. Pacific time. Sometimes I start around 9. But anyways, guys, I am done for the night. If you want to know when the stream's coming up again, I definitely recommend checking out the Twitter, or you can obviously follow the cast, and I'll let you know when I go on live again. So I'm done. Thank you very much. And have a good sleep, or have a good day for those of you who are just starting tonight. I know I'm going to be running across geographies. See you guys later.